Somerset really do need to win this game, I think.
Yeah, that could be a big run chase there.
Rain bowls to Proctor, who smashes the ball out to deep extra cover this time. Real haymaker of a shot, but again decides not to run. But this is the cliche I resort to every time in this sort of situation. The champions would chase 281 from here.
Maybe.
This may be the game if they're going to get a rainy draw, which could be likely next week at Taunton against Essex. Then Somerset will need to win this game. Back to business here. Rain bowls to Proctor. Another big old shot here. Another single declined. Extra cover again. I'm not quite sure what the point is of this, because if he's hitting the ball to fielders every time, he's just going to get it 1 and over, isn't he?
Yeah, that might have been the one to try and press for 2 there.
Yeah, might have been.
And 2 balls to go in the over, then, well,
okay, here's this is the way it usually goes. 2 balls to go, so the field has come up. So Sanderson can hit a 4 or 6 over the top of the field here without risk of being caught on the boundary, and then try and get the single. Whereas Durham are saying, well, let's try and bowl 2 dot balls to you now. So this is a chance for big shot for Proctor. As Rain bowls to him, goes for the big shot, and he's got it very, very fine down to fine leg. He's got a little bit of tickle on it, just as we said, and 4 runs. I think he was trying to go a lot squarer than that, possibly in front of square on the leg side. Kind of played a lap pull. But 4 runs are 4 runs. Proctor has 67 now, 287 for 9, 373 ahead. If Proctor's batting according to form, really has made no error in his innings today. Might just get the single here to retain the strike. The single is probably backward of point, or more likely behind square off his pads down to long leg. Rain bowls to him, has to be very straight, and he plays a huge heave to try and clear mid-wicket. And it was a little off-cutter from Rain. Good ball. Proctor has missed it. So that concludes the second over with a new ball. 82 overs gone. All the time in the world for Northamptonshire to take 10 Durham wickets when it comes to that innings. And all the time in the world you'd like to say for Durham to chase a total of between 350 and 400, but a chase like that is always difficult, even when you have loads and loads of time to do it. Of course, the game of cricket would very much like to have Durham still batting at the end of today. Then we would have a fight on our hands. Still the 1 wicket left for Durham to get, though, as Rushworth bowls to Sanderson on leg stump. Sanderson comes across and just plays the ball to mid-on. Carsfield's, this is enormous flappy shirt.
It's now the type of really intimidating target now, isn't it? 320, you think, well, that's tough, but if we get a good start,
if we bat well,
get on top of it.
If we bat long.
This now, 374 it would be if the wicket went down now, is a very imposing number.
Rushworth again to Sanderson, immaculate line and length, and a lovely forward defensive, covering his stumps. So there's no reason for Sanderson to do anything other than play out a maiden here. Might get a ball on his leg stump and just tap it away to the long leg fielder for a single. But
there's been absolutely no reason for Bracewell and Hutton really to play the shots they need to get out to so far.
Just so much time.
Yeah, I mean, if Northants came back this morning saying if we bat to lunch, we've probably won.
Rushworth bowls to Sanderson. Backward defensive this time, walking forward down the pitch to a shortish but straight ball. And for Sanderson, this is a net. This is an opportunity to just bat.
Look at this chap go. There's a Northants security fellow went sprinting around the corner of the ground to our left-hand side. He's gone into the dressing rooms now. I hope everything is okay.
The likelihood of finding something terrifying like a bomb here seems so small. Mousetrap, yes. Oh, I can hear an alarm going.
Yeah, I think there is an alarm going, isn't there?
This one is down the leg side to Sanderson, who shapes to play a leg glance, but he was on the move when the ball went past him, and there's no run. Yes, there's a sniff. Oh dear.
I think someone's burnt the toast out.
Someone has burnt the toast in the players' pavilion.
So that's why our man was off.
Oh, I think not so much to put put the fire out as to press the code buttons to turn the alarm off. But yeah, there's a it's a kind of fondue smell, isn't it? That burnt cheese. Field now spread here to give Sanderson the single, which he won't take this ball because he gets into a little bit of a tangle, coming in front of the stumps and is hit on the thigh pad. There's no appeal, the ball was back of a length, too high. And, yes, they want Sanderson to take the single here so they can keep on bowling to him, but Ben Sanderson, well, he's a canny bowler, but he'll be too smart simply to fall into that trap. Last ball of the over then, Rushworth bowling to the number 11, and it's cut him in half. Oh, what a lovely off cutter. Went through a big gate between elbow and waist, was collected down the leg side, having beaten the batsman over the top of the stumps. Good ball from Rushworth. And 287 for 9 at the end of the over, lead of 373.
An encouragement for Northants. But that one did drag back a little bit, proving once again there is still enough in this pitch. So Richard Levy said last night, going to get your periods if a couple of guys can get in. We saw yesterday that there's still enough encouragement for the bowlers if you bowl consistently well enough. So 287 for 9. Glamorgan have not enforced the follow-on at Cardiff as expected, so batting again for that loss, 176 ahead. Derbyshire 388 for 6, lead Sussex by 295 at Derby. As Rain is into Proctor, wide of the off stump, and a slash and a miss from the left-hander. So Derbyshire still would like ambitions to increase that lead to 350.
Seems feasible.
Does seem feasible. And again, Derbyshire collapsed to 138 all out in the first innings, so who knows.
They're a very, very tricky side to call, aren't they, Derbyshire?
Lancashire 43 for 1, still 35 behind Middlesex after Middlesex enjoyed the tremendous day with the bat yesterday. Career best for John Simpson there. Here is Rain in, and Proctor is late cutting towards wide third man. Fielder coming around the boundary, slides, cuts it off, but it's a long boundary out there, so Proctor is able to come comfortably back for the second run.
It's no mean feat taking 2 runs to a field like this where you have 8 fielders on the boundary, just the slip in, and to place the ball so exactly between 2 fielders and collect 2 takes a good degree of skill. And Proctor, 69 not out, is looking like a every bit top order cultivated batsman right now. He's definitely in. He's
got 69, 289 for 9 Northants. Rain is in again, and Proctor is again trying to cut. He doesn't time this ball, that swings back slightly, and the ball just runs back up to the bowler for no run. 375 the Northamptonshire advantage. Ground staff are poised to our right hand side with the heavy roller. They know what Durham want applying to this wicket in between innings. But here we have 4 men patrol on the short side of the ground to our left. Long leg, deep square, deep mid wicket and long on are all out. And long off, deep mid wicket, deep point and third man. There's still a solitary slip in place as Rain sets off to the left-handed Proctor and bowls a length ball, and he tries to thrash it away into the leg side, and it's a bottom edge, and the ball again just squirms past his stumps and dribbles away to the right of Ned Eckersley.
Essex did get that 4th batting bonus point, 353 for 8. There's still 7 or 8 overs left live for points, so they could, in theory, still get maximum.
Field comes up with 2 balls to go in the over, and you would think the Proctor would just try to take the boundary option here, as he did in the previous over. 6 men saving 1. Gully is back in as well. Rain goes in, and Proctor does go over the top, and he goes down the ground, and he struck a mighty strike onto the roof of the dressing rooms to our left-hand side for 6. Proctor's second maximum. He's had a couple of goes at trying to pick balls up over the leg side, and that was a beauty.
That's hit your car, Martin Emerson says.
It's bounced on the roof of the players' dressing rooms to our left-hand side and bounced out into the car park. That's a huge strike from Proctor. What an innings he's playing here for Northants. They're 295 for 9 now. Proctor has gone to 75, and the lead is up now to 381. Huge strike, kid.
Yep, wonderful shot. Now, you know, this is still not in Durham's highest chase territory, but it would be their second highest first class chase. Their record is 453 for 9. I haven't read that wrong. 453 for 9 at Taunton in 2004 against Somerset.
That doesn't count, is it, Taunton?
Well, not in 2004. No, when it was absolute runway. You could have, an Airbus could have landed on that in those days. The next one, well, this would push it into third place. 343 for 4 to win against Glamorgan in Swansea. Well, in 1995, 334 versus Hampshire. That was at home, Chesterley Street. That was 334 all out, so that was a loss. So this would be Durham's second highest fourth innings total. Well, I think it's the one thing Durham will have is time.
They've got the ball back. It's 295 for 9, and Rain is going in to bowl the last ball of his over to Proctor, and Proctor slashes away and gets 4 more. The field came up because they want to bowl at Sanderson, but it's just provided Proctor with a couple of more boundary options, and he's taken Northants now to 299 for 9, and the lead extends to 385. Proctor is 79, Sanderson is 7, and I'll leave you with Kit Harris and Martin Emerson.
A little bit more rounding up as we say thank you very much to Alex Winter, Essex, in their exciting top of the table game. 354 for 9 now, 180 ahead of Surrey. Somerset have scored their first boundary without losing a wicket, needing 281 to win at the top of the table against Hampshire. Warwickshire 326 for 4 now, in reply to Nottinghamshire's 498, with Sibley 141 not out.
Cast balls defended. I think this bowling in the last few overs has been decidedly ordinary. It's a new ball.
The voice of Martin Emerson. You're tuned in here to BBC Newcastle, BBC Northampton, BBC Sport online and on the app.
What's that big applause for?
Big applause is for the 300.
It didn't get a run.
Big applause is interesting. They've turned down the single but been clapped for the 3.
Oh.
No, it is, they did get a run. 300 up for 9. My name's Kit Harris. As we see the target extended to 386.
In comes, oh, where's that gone? In comes Cars. It's come off the thigh guard. There was no shot off of it. That was just played straight to mid-on, and I just thought he'd picked it up. He must have missed it again. Fielding's been peculiar for Durham here.
Another game in Division 1, which is Kent having another go against Yorkshire, having made 482 for 8 declared in the first innings. Yorkshire 269 all out, Kent now 65 for 2, 278 ahead.
Cars, oh, leading edge straight back to him, but it's just gone beyond his grasp. He leapt up into the air, one-handed to try and catch it, and it's hurt Proctor's hand, that. Come off the outside edge of the bat. He was looking to try and play the ball through the leg side and loop back over the bowler and off towards mid off for 1. Well, if Durham are to win this, they're going to have to bat most of tomorrow as well, you'd think. It's cast balls again. This is turned this time by Sanderson to a short mid-wicket to Cameron Steele dot ball.
Well, we'd like to see a game of cricket, wouldn't we? And that would involve Durham batting for the whole of the rest of the day. And if Durham do find themselves still at the wicket at 6 o'clock tonight,
I've got the feeling this won't finish today.
well, good.
So
Good, we want to see cricket. We want to see Durham make a fight of it.
in comes Cars again, balls. This is played off towards the covers. Burnham doesn't take it cleanly. Mentioned so many times the poor fielding from Durham in this game, particularly around the square, but it's just scuffed up and barren in places, patches of mud here there, but they haven't taken the ball well. The fielding's just been sloppy. They've let so many singles and 2s go through.
But there isn't any swing on offer with this new ball. Durham got a couple, Rushworth got a couple to seam, but only a couple. That's encouraging to some extent. The pitch it's never been difficult, but it's at its easiest, I would say.
Cast around the wicket now and bowls. Oh, and nearly chopped on by Proctor, who plays that one-handed, and Eckersley comes up to try and collect the ball from effectively a short leg position to run out Sanderson as he comes to this end, but he misses the target entirely. It's the end of the over. Well, this has just got a little bit sloppy from a Durham point of view the last 5 or 6 overs. It's 389. Just look like they've lost their will here.
It is difficult to maintain maximum focus, to be on it all the time. But all you're doing is just...
well, they've only been out there for an hour today, so, and they did get off to a good start with 2 early wickets.
They're thinking about the scoreboard, but it's quite defeatist having 8 men on the boundary every time the number 7 batsman's on strike.
Rain needs to pitch this up. He does, and it's gone off down the leg side. Bobbles awkwardly for Ned Eckersley and hits him in the chest, but it's a dot ball.
A slower ball, that one, actually. It was a really brainy ball to bowl.
David Robson tweeted earlier, poor team selection and a lack of fight in the first 4 games has cost Durham dearly. It's not just the points we would have gained from getting a draw, but it's the points other teams wouldn't have gained. Yet again this winter we need to recruit decent batsmen. It's the same old story, he says, but it's not over yet. Don't chuck the towel in yet. Ben Rain, right arm over, comes in and bowls from the pavilion end, and that's up in the air, and this has been mishit and it should be out, and it's
no.
2 players have missed this. Unbelievable. That was just sailing out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Cameron Steele's come in and dived in front of another player.
That was hard. That was difficult.
Who's the other player out there? Well, it's bounced between the 2 of them. Was it BJ Watling? He didn't get hold of that. It was just hanging in the air. Steele had to come in a few yards, but I think he's mistimed his dive and it's gone right between his arms there.
Well, he did the hard work, which was making the ground to where the ball was. I don't think he got a hand on it.
I know, it's gone through his arms. Rain comes in and bowls. This is flicked off the hip by Sanderson for 1, or is it going to be signalled as a leg by?
I think he's hit that with one hand on the bat just round the corner.
You can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to get in touch, or at Marty Cricket on Twitter. This is just dribbling away from Durham at the moment. Proctor's the man with 82. He got 112 for Lancashire against 122 it was for Lancashire against Durham in Southport 3 years ago.
Ooh.
And a red hot week. That's a bouncer from Ben Rain. That was a cracking match which Durham won in the final session of the game.
Now, Derbyshire have lost their 7th wicket, setting a target for Sussex. The lead now, though, is 304. That pitch seems to be easing as well.
And there's still plenty of time there, isn't there?
Loads of time, yep.
So, what, 5 sessions in most of these games left now? Rain to Proctor. He looks to pull at that one and then pulls out of the shot as it goes wide of off stump.
Yeah, it's a slower one again.
Yeah.
He's mistimed it, and in fact it was so slow that it's
Bounced
gone
through to the keeper.
a couple of times, yeah. It's twice Ben Rain's done that in this over, and it's been quite a good tactic.
Now they're bringing everybody in because it's the last ball of the over and they want to keep Proctor off strike in the next over to have a go at Sanderson. I'm sure what he'll do is he's try and lob it straight over the top of everybody through the leg side. He's on 82 from 141 balls. Ben Rain running in and bowls, and it's a short one.
Oh, shot!
He's leapt up into the air and he's whipped that down into the ground and through the leg side for 4. Now if they'd kept some people on the leg side boundary, that would have been 1 run, which he probably wouldn't have taken. Instead, I don't know why they brought them in on the leg side. What was the point of that?
Well, they were trying to stop him getting the single.
Yeah, but then he gets it through a gap there. He's got 4.
When the last 2 batsmen have put on a partnership of, as it now is, 56, 65, 55 runs. What am I talking about? When the last 2 batsmen have put on a partnership of 45 runs, you need to stop.
264.
You need to stop doing this.
Cast with a bouncer started the new over to Sanderson. It's signalled as a no ball.
I mean,
now is that a foot fault or a height?
It's a height. It's just when you've got an absolute bunny at one end and you just think a couple of balls at him and we'll knock him over, yeah, then you give the single like that. But Sanderson's now got 10, he's faced 24 balls, the partnership is 45. Well, it comes to the point now when you've actually got to think about saving runs for Proctor, not necessarily giving him the single.
Carse into Sanderson, he bowls, and that's played off towards point, no run there.
But the game within a game now is Proctor and the 100. There we go, I've mentioned it, someone's mentioned it. I hope the superstitious out there don't find that needlessly jinxing, but he's got 86. I believe Luke Proctor has 4, but no, this would be his 4th first class 100. That would be something else.
Carse to Sanderson, pitch it up, he does, he's pitched it up and it's gone straight through the batsman to the keeper.
That is a great ball. Sanderson did well to miss that. Would have required him to be considerably classier as a batsman than he is in order to get something on it. Real lifter, taking off. It must have hit the seam. This ball is only 6.2 overs old. Hasn't swung, but if you do get it on the seam from a height, there is a little bit of movement off the pitch, only a little.
Carse again to Sanderson. Oh, that's a riser. That had a bit of bounce in it, and he's played it, missed that. It was too quick for him.
And, 3-9-7 now the lead. It's funny how, as a follower of cricket in this situation, even though the game is hardly balanced, fair, it's really tilted towards one team. You just find little things to wait for. The lead of 400 in 3 runs' time. Proctor 14 short of his ton. There's always something with all these statistics that we have in the game.
Carse again, that's driven.
Gorgeous.
And that is going to be the 400 lead. Driven by Ben Sanderson behind point, and away it goes for 4. And the lead goes up to 401.
And that's the 50 partnership between the two of them. They came together at 264, it's now 315. 51 they've put on together, and that shot from Sanderson is the shot of a batsman at any position. It's a little wide, a little full, and he drove it backward of square. Gorgeous shot. I think Durham don't really know what to do now in terms of the field. They've set it out for Sanderson. Great seamer though. Back of the length, just moving away, squared Sanderson up as he missed it.
I think Bryden Carse last week was the hero for Durham. Took those wickets on that 3rd afternoon. Took 5 wickets for 11 runs in 4.5 balls, but he's not been at the races in this game at all. 1 for 71 in this innings, and he was really expensive in the first innings as well. Not been his game at all. And what did he take in the first innings? 1 for 73. This one nips back in, inside edge, and he's got the final wicket. They are all out. I wasn't sure whether there's too much bat onto pad first there.
It did sound woody, didn't it? But clearly not.
And also, he was leaping up as the ball came back in sharply at him, Sanderson, but he's out for 14. But wow, the target is going to be 402.
Yeah, poor old Luke Proctor, becalmed, stranded on 86. It was a wonderful innings from him, 315 all out, and the applause that you can hear is for Luke Proctor. In fact, 1 or 2 of the members are now rising to applaud him. He's even had some congratulations from the Durham 12th man coming on. Proctor 100 was missed by 14 runs, 86 then of 142 balls. Let's take you through the full scorecard in Northamptonshire's 315. Ben Curran was caught Watling bowled rain for 19. Rob Newton was caught Eckersley bowled rain without scoring, and he wasn't very well. I think he split the webbing on his hand and is a doubt for the final fixture. Alex Wakely caught Robson bowled Salisbury for 30. Rob Keogh, LBW to Salisbury for 4. Richard Levy, a very attractive innings, driving confidently and cutting confidently. Strong square of the wicket. Caught Burnham bowled Rushworth for 60. Rossington, to add to his first innings 82, made 52 before he was bowled by rain. Proctor was not out 86, batting at 7. Bracewell dismissed in the first over today, caught at first slip by Robson off rain for 15. Berg followed very shortly afterwards, also caught at first slip by Robson off Rushworth for 1. Hutton smacked it around a bit before a lovely diving catch at backward point by Cameron Steele got rid of him off the bowling of Bryden Carr's 16. And the last wicket you've just heard, Ben Sanderson, LBW to an off-cutter from Carr's, which he missed. 14 he made, and there were 18 extras. 315 all out translates to a lead of 401. So Durham will need 402 to win, which will be, should they make it, not only their second highest winning total in the fourth innings after their 453 for 9 at Taunton against Somerset in 2004, but also their second highest fourth innings total ever, as far as I can see from Martin Emerson's information here.
You've used ever.
Yeah, I thought, is
You're
this not
straight into ever?
Is this not your post 1992?
Yeah.
Set of, oh, it is, okay. So it would be ever. Ever is
It's
not
just
right.
not.
In first class cricket is more appropriate.
Well, the word ever just doesn't need to be used, does it?
Well, it does sometimes.
No.
You mean it doesn't need to be used ever?
Yeah.
Okay. And there it is.
Well, if it's the highest or the second highest, it's the highest or the second highest. So you don't need ever, because they are the highest and second highest. So there's nothing beyond them, because highest means highest.
Ah, you're saying it's a tautology rather than inaccuracy.
Yes.
Yes, points to you, Martin Emerson.
Yes, thank you. It's my pet hate.
No, you are quite right. It's
And I bet there were people all over the place waiting for me to raise that with you there, once you straight down Ever Avenue.
Hate, which is the inaccurate use of the word ever, rather than tautological. When people say it's the highest temperature ever, when what they mean is ever recorded, what they really mean is recorded, which means it only in about the last 250 years. That kind of ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, good. Yes, good
Well,
man.
some temperature statistics only go back to about the 70s, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, good man. Yeah, tautology must be brushed out of all media. You're quite right.
It doesn't have to be. It just
No, good for you.
It's something that, I don't know, it rubs a chord. I don't know. Anyway, Durham have got their work cut out. How many overs left today? 75 remaining, according to the scoreboard.
Let's just let's have a little look around the divisions while we wait here for the Durham batsmen to come out. You knew that there was a result. You've heard that already, and that's at Worcester, where Gloucester have won by 6 wickets. That's the first result in Specsavers County Championship so far, and on day 3 too. Derbyshire are 411 for 7, a lead of 318 over Sussex, having had a deficit of 93 on first innings, and that is all down to 184 from Lewis Rees and 106 from Billy Godleman, who put on 274 for the first wicket. And since then, Ollie Robinson is having a wonderful year with the ball for Sussex, has taken 5 for 88 and is still going. Glamorgan dismissed Leicestershire for 263, and despite having the option to ask them to follow on, have decided that they will in fact bat again, and they are 28 for 1, a lead of exactly 200. Lancashire are still just chipping away at the Middlesex lead. They've now reduced it to 14. They haven't lost a wicket today. 64 for 1, Lancashire at Old Trafford, as they try and get themselves back in front. In Division 1, there are 2 quiet games at the moment. One, a nailed-on draw, surely, as Warwickshire now 332 for 4, with Sibley on 142 in response to Nottinghamshire's 498. Yorkshire have not been asked to follow on by Kent, who are now 302 ahead with 2 wickets down, just deciding to set a mammoth target. 89 for 2 they are, with Robinson and du Plessis at the crease. And then the 2 big games, the top of the table. Essex now 211 ahead of Surrey and still 9 wickets down. And 386 for 9, and they have 11 balls left in which to score the 14 runs that would get them their full set of batting bonus points. Somerset need 281 to beat Hampshire, having made only 142 in their first innings. and are 17 without loss, and with a forecast of, well, at least a lot of rain next week, in the massive game between Essex and Somerset, which will decide the championship.
Where's that forecast come from?
No, out of the blue. Suddenly, it's a light rain every day. I mean, it's very early to predict for next Monday, but Somerset.
How many days away are we now?
Yeah, we're still T minus 6, T minus 5.
They can't really tell you anything with a real degree of certainty until about 3 days to go.
Absolutely.
And 5 days is so fluid, would be the word I would use.
Absolutely right. Weather being what it is, the only thing you could really trust. The only thing you could really trust with a week to go would be an anticyclone with an absolute heat wave, but rain is very tricky to predict. Nevertheless, if Somerset could win this game, as I said, as champions would, probably a champion team would win from there. Well, it would make a huge difference.
The end of the season in 2010, when Somerset were last in with a real good, well, was it 2016 they thought they could win the title, but 2010 they had a chance. Came up to Durham, and Durham fought back and got a draw. And it had been raining for days in Lancashire, and Lancashire were playing Notts, and Notts needed 1 bonus point to win the title. And Lancs came out and battered in the final session of the match on the Thursday afternoon, and they got the wicket pretty quickly. And Somerset missed out. Then they lost the cup final at Lords a few days later as well. So it'd be nice to see Somerset actually win it after the near misses. They haven't won it yet, have they? I think they're
Not
the
ever.
only team who have.
There's
Derbyshire shared it one year.
Northamptonshire haven't won it.
Have Northamptonshire won it?
That's the other team not to
I
have
thought
won.
they had. Just before I go, Andrew Tong has just tweeted to say the last 2 wickets in each innings have put on a total for Northants of 144. The first innings, the last 2 wickets added 67 runs, and the second innings 77 runs, and that could be the difference in this game. Also could be the difference is what Adam Rossington's done, particularly his 82 runs in the first innings and some pretty sloppy bowling on the first morning from Durham, when they didn't put the pressure on when the conditions were perfect. I'm going to have to vacate my seat now because I've got to do an update for BBC Newcastle at 12. But the wicket hasn't been doing that much today. Durham have used the heavy roller here. They've got to move their feet, they've got to get forward of the pitch of the ball, because Hutton and Sanderson will bowl tight lines. Too many of the batsmen in the first innings yesterday for Durham, when they were all up for 131, the second lowest score of the season, were not moving their feet. They were trapped on the crease. They've got to be moving their feet.
Gloucestershire have also not won the county championship in its form as a constituted competition known as the county championship, but if you include unofficial points awarded by newspapers and so on in the 1870s under the Grace brothers, then Gloucestershire could be said to have won it. Here we are then. The target is 402, and immediately Alex Lees just drops a ball into the offside and races through for a single, and Durham are underway. Hutton opening the bowling. Good length ball, played with very soft hands, and Durham are chipping away. You're listening to Specsavers County Championship Division 2 game here. My name's Kit Harris, commentating for BBC Sport website and on the app. And you can tune into every ball of every county championship game over the course of today and tomorrow, thanks to our live coverage. Martin Emerson was the man vacating the seat for BBC Newcastle. And I'm now joined by our host broadcaster, Alex Winter, of BBC Northampton, as Hutton comes into bowl now. His first ball to Cameron Steele, and it's a good outswinger on a length, perfect line to the right-hander first up, and Steele plays and misses. Are you feeling confident, Alex?
I think Northants should be, yeah. It's a good morning for them in the end. Not a great start, was it? 2 wickets and 7 balls, but to have hung around for an hour and 20 minutes, adding 90 runs, including that 51 with the 10th wicket. That's really, really annoying for Durham. And again, Northants have just rested the momentum, haven't they?
They have, and that's a good psychological target now. As the next ball, massive booming swing, but it went early, and Cameron Steele picked it up early and shouldered arms and let it go through.
And another good point that Richard Levy mentioned last night is that the Northants bowlers are on a roll. They've been going well in the last 5-6 championship matches really, and they should be confident of defending this, and if they do so, they will be on the cusp of promotion.
402 the target, So Cameron Steele now faces the next ball. It was asking it to swing a long way there. Hutton, it went onto leg stump, didn't swing enough, and it was clipped away off his pads by Cameron Steele. The short leg fielder has actually hit him on the full as he stood up too early.
Yeah.
Who's that in there, Alex?
That's Curran under the lid. That could have gone anywhere. That could have popped up and provided a catch.
I felt like he almost missed it there, but he wasn't low, and by the time it hit him on the pads, he was standing up.
That would have been complete fluke had he managed to grab it, but
Technical, well, a half chance, technical chance, whatever you want to call it. Cameron Steele survives. His next ball is much fuller, and so he's able to lean into a drive, but he finds the wide mid-on, and there's no run. So Durham will have the opportunity to face 75 overs in their innings today to chip away at their target of 402. Well, we're still in the first over, 5 balls gone, and they've scored 1. Here's the last ball. Hutton bowls to Cameron Steele, outside off, late swing away, and Steele brings the bat inside the line to play a leave, if there is such thing as playing a leave. And Martin Emerson going to get me in an oxymoron now. So there we are underway. Northamptonshire will certainly feel confident in making slow and steady progress. Just a wicket here or a wicket there. They won't by any means have to get Durham all out today, but they certainly could.
yeah, I mean, to chase the target down, Durham are going to probably have to get through 120, 130 overs, so there'll be a couple of new balls for Northants to try and break through here. And a very tricky period for Durham to try and get through firstly before lunch. 28 minutes until the interval, lunch at 12:30 again today.
Now here comes Ben Sanderson. It's a good length ball, just wide of off stump to Lees, the left-hander, which is left alone. Now we can be a bit clearer about Division 1 now, because Essex are all out for 395. So Essex have made a total of 7 bonus points in their game, and Somerset made 3 bonus points. Now the lead going into the game that Somerset had at the top of Division 1 was 8. 205 to 197 as Sanderson bowls, and this time Lees swishes and misses at a ball outside the off stump that didn't swing, it didn't seam. He got a bit overconfident early on. So that means then that Essex have reduced the deficit on bonus points alone to 4 points. Somerset have 208 and Essex have 204. So that's worth bearing in mind. Before results,
FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. And they've got 401 runs to defend, Northamptonshire, here in the 4th innings. They added 90 more this morning. They lost 2 wickets to the first couple of overs of the day, but built well with Luke Proctor, who made a fine unbeaten 86, including the mighty strike over long on that ended up in the car park to our left-hand side. They added 51 for the 10th wicket, Ben Sanderson doing his bit at number 11 as well, to boost their second innings to 315 all out. All total, Northants adding another 90 runs this morning, and it's pushed the target to a very imposing 402. We're in the second over of the Durham chase, and they have a lot of work to do to try and get among this run chase. If Durham lose here, they're out of the promotion race. If Northants win, then they will be on the cusp of promotion. And one without loss, Durham chasing 402 in the second over of the chase.
no runs have been scored now as Sanderson is working his way through what could be an opening maiden. Ball number 5 is left alone by Alex Lees. Just to finish this summary for the championship. So if Essex win and Somerset lose, which at the moment seems possible, then Essex will go into the final game with a lead of 12. If Somerset win and Essex lose, Somerset will go into the final game with a lead of 20. And if they both should draw, or both lose, it will stay 4 between them. Sanderson's last is left alone by Lees, so he's opened with a very accurate maiden, very consistently over and around off stump to the left-hander. Right, let's stick in Division 2 now, where this is the game that looks the most likely to finish next. Gloucester have already notched up their win, and well, if Durham should chase 402 here. It will be a superb effort. The secret to it, of course, is survival, is wickets in hand. Here is Hutton to Cameron Steele, the right-hander. He bowls. There's some more outswing there. Not as much as in the previous over. Steele leaving it alone on length as much as anything else. No obvious seam movement and just a modicum of swing. We didn't see much of either when Durham took the new ball. It suggests that if only Durham can now, with the bat, see off the shine for 15 overs or so, they may find it a little easier to bat. This next ball, it's an absolute jaffer. It started on middle and leg and it swung away really late, beat the off stump, and the keeper took it in front of first slip. What a ball.
Well, somehow that's beaten absolutely everything. Steele was looking to play out on the leg side, moved away and beat outside edge in the off stump. It's an absolutely cracking delivery from Brett Hutton. And Northants have a nice little window here, half an hour to come tearing in with a new ball and try and pick up one before lunch.
Here is Hutton again, tries to bowl the same ball, but it's a little fuller, and Steele just leans into an offside push. With soft hands he's able to scamper a single as the covers field, so Steele is off the mark. 1 apiece to the Durham openers, 2 without loss. 400 more to win. Now the scoreboard says it's not going to tell us how many runs are needed for victory. It says what the trailing is. Durham trailed by 399, so we've got to add 1, have we? Every time. Here is Hutton now bowling to the left-handed Lees. No movement really back into him there. Short and just wide of off stump. Lees shoulders arms, lets it go through. It'd be quite nice to see if Hutton can bend one full back into the pads of the left-handed Lees. That should be fun. Just have the feeling that there won't be lots of swing on offer for Northamptonshire for a long time, so a couple of early breakthroughs would be handy. Hutton bowls. There's a little bit of swing back onto off stump again, dropped short into the offside, and you heard Lees was very, very positive. He must have said yes 8 or 9 times as he raced through for the single there. Northampton fielders not back on their heels, just good runs being taken here. So 3 without loss now. Puts the right-handed Steele back on strike. So Hutton has bowled a good line to both right and left-handers so far. Here's his last ball to Cameron Steele. 3 slips and a short leg, the fielders in catching positions. Hutton is in, another big outswinger here, but there's a little bit of width, and Steele tucks into it, plays it away from his body, gets 4 runs forward of square on the offside. That's the first boundary for Durham. Just floated up there, hoping to attract an edge, but all he found, Hutton, was the middle of Steele's bat. 7 then without loss at the end of the 3rd over, and that means there are 395 more runs to win.
Wide tempter, and Steele got a good stride in there and timed it away nicely. It's going to be tricky here. I've seen some movement already. One of the leading bowlers in Division 2, leading bowlers in the country, it must be said, here at the far end, coming with a new ball in his hand.
Sanderson resuming his battle to Lees, and that same accurate line. Just that little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Contrasting styles, these 2 bowlers. Lees able to leave that one alone. Sanderson's natural movement is into the right-hander with his swing. He can seam it away. And Hutton's natural movement is away from the right-hander, and he can seam it in. There's Sanderson to the left-handed, and Lees, and that ball held its line, didn't move away. Lees just played inside the line of the ball, and it sailed over off stump. That was probing.
That's the thing, you bowl enough balls in that area, you'll find your rewards eventually.
Yep, absolutely right.
Fans have just got to stay patient and plug away. That's the beauty of having such a big total to defend. There's no urgency at all.
Sanderson again. This time he finds the bat. Foolish ball. Lees jerks himself into a defensive shot on the offside. And that's Ben Sanderson, isn't it? He doesn't have a great deal of pace, but he's got enough nip off the seam, but he's just relentlessly accurate. I mean, to take wickets at any level of the game at an average of 20 apiece represents a bowler of genuine class. He's in now again to Lees, who leaves it alone outside the off stump, this time that tiny bit of late shape away. And he's now put together 10 balls so far in this innings, all to Lees without conceding a run. He's determined to play as little as possible while the ball is still swinging around. Sanderson in again, and this time does make Lees play, just waits for the ball, lets it come off the face to backward point. Now, am I right in thinking, Alex Winter, that your man Wakely is not, is it Rob Newton is not on the field?
Correct, yeah.
And did he have stitches for the split webbing in the end?
He had, I think it was a bit more than stitches. Just looking to see. Oh, Charlie Thurston is on a backward point.
Yes, he's the man who's just fielded there. Another man just to have a bit of contractual action from Northamptonshire. They're quite keen on him. Next ball is full. This time there will be the first run off Sanderson. Just full enough to drive. Thinking about a second, deciding not to take it, very sensibly too. A good bit of fielding from Thurston, who chased the ball nearly to the cover boundary. And Lees goes to 3 and will retain the strike. 8 without loss. 402 the target. Sanderson completes his second over. Yeah, Thurston, one of the new juniors that are coming up through the rank. Have you had much chance to see him?
Not really. He's had sort of sporadic first team chances, really. Made his debut across all 3 forms last summer. Made a couple of 50s at Headingley, actually. His 50 over and T20 debut both came at Headingley.
Hutton bowls to Lees, swinging in, and he's driven it straight. He won't get 4 here, but he will get at least 1. Comes back for the second, as it was nice and straight and a little bit too straight for mid-off to save it. Just placed rather than smashed, but driven gently. 10 on the board now, as Lees and Steele both have 5.
And Lees, you feel the kingpin here. 180 to his name this year already. The type of guy that can occupy the crease for a very long time, and someone is going to have to go and get a real biggie for Durham to get up here.
So, yeah, certainly are. To get to 402 without 100 would be extraordinary. Next one is just the seam away this time. Hutton going for his first off-cutter, but he started wide of the left-hander's off-stump and went wider. Lees didn't have to play.
Well, they know if they can get a partnership together, get the straight Northants, get the bowlers miles under their legs, take it as deep as possible. So much time to go, isn't there? 75 overs when we started today's play.
And now, this time Lees just pulled away at the last moment. I think he wasn't quite ready for Hutton to bowl, so Hutton's had to...
He was nowhere near ready, and Hutton tried to catch him unawares by sprinting in. Lees took guard, looked up, and Hutton was almost at the crease. Hutton knew what he was doing, but Lees was awares too.
Charlie Thurston, a batsman on a summer contract. No word yet of contractual developments beyond this year. So next ball, ooh, it's a good length there. That really did make him play, and actually in the end Hutton was unlucky not to get an uncontrolled shot from Lees, but he played it with soft hands. It went all the way along the ground past gully to third man. Lees has played a capable shot for a single in the end there. That's the probing line that Hutton wants to stick to. Lees goes to 6. Durham are 11 without loss. Now the field changes round for the right-handed Steele. Steele waits as Hutton bowls to him. There's the movement in the air, just swinging gently away. And Steele leaves it alone.
Yeah, plug away there, we're off to the knot, and eventually you would think you would find your rewards.
Yes, you would, absolutely.
Durham, both innings really, maybe a little bit better first afternoon, but certainly yesterday as a collective they just didn't operate in good enough areas for a longer enough period of time.
Steele faces Hutton again. This one is fuller, and Steele opens up his stance a little and plays with a very straight bat, square on, back down the pitch to the bowler.
We did see this morning as well was a couple of catches carrying to the slips cordon, which is a good sign, because sometimes the pitch can die a bit here. The zip can really go out of it, and when you do find the nicks, they don't carry to the cordon. So it was a positive for Northants that a couple of catches did find first slip earlier on. It's only the third day, remember.
Hutton bowls again, this time some extravagant swing from a very full ball, and Steele is able to leave it alone once more. Now Lancashire, while still behind, albeit only by 3 behind Middlesex, have lost their second wicket. Mahmood is out, Jennings remains at the crease, and as I say this, they're now on level terms with Middlesex, so effectively 2 down Lancashire for naught.
They're aiming for their first unbeaten season since the 70s, I believe.
No way!
Yeah.
Okay.
But that unbeaten in the 70s was only good enough for about 7th in the championship.
Okay.
So.
A lot of draws, weren't there?
Indeed, yeah. 14 minutes to go until lunch, and Sanderson from the far end is into Lees and bowls full outside the off stump, and the left-hander lets it go through. It would be quite the achievement to go through a campaign unbeaten.
Just doff our cap again to the top of Division 1, where Somerset, needing 281 to win, which would be by far the highest score of the match, are 43 without loss. So 238 they need now.
A little chunk taken out of that already as Sanderson moves in again here, and Lees to a slightly shorter ball is playing down towards mid-on, where Luke Proctor does the fielding, and there's no run. Proctor, who played splendidly well earlier on this morning for 86 not out, second half century for him this season, and steered Northants to a very strong position indeed. Proctor's best score of the season indeed, that 86 not out, better than the 81 he made earlier in the campaign. Sanderson once more brings Lees forward this time, pushing out towards Keogh at mid-off, and there is no run. And I just wonder whether Keogh might have a role to play here for Northants. We did see the odd one from Scott Steele, who's very much a part-time spinner yesterday. He's turned a little bit, so maybe Keogh can get himself into the game as well. But there's enough here for the seamers. Sanderson turns at the far end, short sleeve shirt and dark hair, goes in past the umpire, and he's calmly in his crease, dabs into the covers, and they set off for a quick run before Thurston can get around to his left hand side from point. Takes Lees to 7 and Durham to 12 without loss in the very early stages of a mammoth pursuit of 402, a chase that, if they get up, keep their promotion hopes alive. It would not be the end of Northants' promotion hopes, but it would make things very, very tight indeed going into the final round of matches next week. Glamorgan and Sussex can also keep their hopes alive with victories, and both going okay as Sanderson bowls the right-handed Steele, who's pushing to mid-off for no run. Derbyshire 4-3-2 for 7, lead Sussex by 3-3-9. They did have a morning wobble there, but increasing that lead, and still a chance to push it up maybe to 370, 380, which, like here, would be a stiff ask in the last innings of the match. And Glamorgan 59 for 1, decline the option to make Leicestershire follow on. For Glamorgan, they lead by 231, so a chance also to push a massive lead on Leicestershire. Sanderson in, and Steele pushing just past mid-on here. That's nicely played, and a chase away for Fieldsman back to the county pub, away to our left-hand side. Proctor going away there to collect, and they get a couple of runs to end the over. So a calm enough start here for Durham, not without alarm, but Lees and Steele have got through 6 overs here so far to reach 14 without loss. The first task really is to just try and lay some kind of platform. They had nothing to work with at all in the first innings. 14 was the opening stand in the first innings for Durham, but then they slumped to 42 for 6 yesterday morning. Cannot afford anything of the sort if they get anywhere near here. Hutton turns and goes away to bowl his 4th over here, and on the back foot is Alex Lees pushing through square. There'll be a couple of runs here. Sanderson doing the chase around from long leg to his right hand side. In front of the covered stand. And they come back for a couple of runs. Takes Lees to 9, 16 without loss in the 7th over of the final innings of the match. The final innings of the season here at Wantage Road. Not a bad crowd in too.
Oh, let's have a good one.
Hutton past the umpire, ball's full and wide, and waiting for it to pass by is Alex Lees, and then practices a little forward nudge into the offside. Then a matter of Mark Cosgrove, he likes doing that, likes watching the ball go by and then flinging the bat forward as if he can't sit still.
Purely selfishly, Alex, I would like to see Northamptonshire win this game by 1 run. And I'll tell you why that's a selfish point in a moment.
Hutton in once more, and Lees playing inside the line of one this time. That again goes through to Rossington.
Because in my commentary life so far, I have called a 3-run win, a 2-run win, which was here with you, and a tie in the county championship.
Oh yes, that Somerset Lancashire game last year.
So I would quite like to fill in the gap, the 1-run win, but you can tell amongst the neutral commentators, the third voices, I've been really spoiled the last 2 years.
Hutton is in once more. He's bowled him. Lee's shouldering arms, one has swung back and taken out the off stump, and it's a big blow for Northants to take before the lunch interval, and they're on their way. Lee's gone for 9, shouldering arms to a good length delivery. They moved back sharply, and it's taken the off stump clean out of the ground. A big misjudgment from Alex Lees, and a big wicket for Northamptonshire to take. They've got their first one, and Durham are 16 for 1.
I'm afraid that's a massive mistake. Hutton had given Lees every reason to feel he had to play at the good length balls outside off stump. He was consistently getting the ball to move back into the left-hander, away from the right-hander. Once or twice, the swing movement was really, really prodigious. And on that occasion, well, it didn't even go that late. It swung from the arm, and I think Lees thought it might have gone over the top of the stumps, but he left it confidently, and the ball didn't just clip off stump, it rocketed into it, sent it cartwheeling out of the ground. And Lees, well, you said that Lees was going to be absolutely key to Durham's chance of this marathon chase, and I agree with you, and that's a really important first wicket for Durham to lose. Robson, as you hear, the new man. And, an annoying 7 minutes for him to have to bat until the lunch interval. Are we adding time on today?
No,
it's okay.
No. It's
12:30.
Yeah, just back to I think back to 96 overs today.
And fans of us finishing the match today, which I dare say includes pretty much everyone of Northamptonshire bent, well, that's exactly what you wanted. 16 for 1 is an excellent start.
Yeah, an early settler there for Northants. Getting the left-hander out as well is a nice thing to do, because a series of right-handed batsmen to come for Durham. Angus Robson here at number 3, made 9 in the first innings. 6 minutes to go until lunch. And Northants have the breakthrough. Hutton is on his way into Robson with 3 slips, and Robson edges first ball, but it's wide of third slip and away to third man for a single. It just bounced and left Robson, who was playing the line, and it took a thick outside edge and went at catchable height, but well wide of Richard Levy at third slip.
I wish he wouldn't move around so much. As the bowler is bowling, Robson is walking across his stumps every time. He starts well outside leg stump with the bat raised. Backlift is as high as I've ever seen from anyone, way above his head. And as the ball is coming down, he moves across his stumps to intercept the ball outside off.
17 for 1. Hutton is into Steele, and Steele is playing forward down towards mid-on. Bracewell is there, and the over comes to an end. Success for Brett Hutton, and Northamptonshire are on their way in this 4th innings, where victory would see them to the cusp of promotion back to Division 1 of the County Championship on this beautiful day here at Wantage Road. Still a little chilly, with a northerly breeze continuing to They just blow gently across the ground, but brilliant sunshine, and the home supporters very much enjoying the match situation as well. 402 to chase for Durham, and they're 17 for 1.
Derbyshire have lost their 8th wicket, 344 ahead of Sussex, but I would suggest that's now getting into the territory of it being a very difficult target for Sussex to chase.
Lost the 9th wicket now as well.
Oh, they have, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Sanderson is in to Angus Robson, and Robson is poking at one outside the off stump that skids through a little low, goes underneath his bat, and Rossington taking it down very low by his right boot. We saw a few of those from the Wilson end in the Northants innings, one in particular to Adam Rossington that skidded through a bit quicker and took out his off stump. On to Ben Sanderson actually for the final wicket to fall, just skidded through a little bit as well and seemed back. Sanderson in right arm over from the far end. Robson playing slightly across a full delivery, plays down to Gareth Berg mid on, and there is no run, so might have time for one more over after this until the break. And a half an hour period for Sanderson and Hutton to come in with the new ball in their hands. Perfect chance for Northants. They can put them feet up for 40 minutes and come out and have another burst after lunch. Sanderson once again wider on the bowling crease here. Nice area just outside the off stump, but Robson watching it carefully, withdrawing the bat and the hands. It's through to Rossington taking it up by his left hip. Gloucestershire winners already today at New Road, chasing down that 115 target in the end with no drama at all. 4 down overnight, and they won by 6 wickets.
it just looked a little bit fruity yesterday evening, didn't it?
4th slip in place as Sanderson goes in and bowls wide of the off stump, and a more comfortable lead this time for Angus Robson. Glamorgan 60 for 2, leading Leicestershire by 2-3-2. Lancashire 94 for 2, lead Middlesex by 16, and as Kit was saying, Derbyshire in fact now all out for 4-3-7, so Sussex have got 345 to chase at the racecourse ground. A victory they need to keep their chances alive, you feel. Sanderson in, edged and dropped, put down by diving Rossington. He went one-handed out to his right in front of Alex Wakely at first slip when the chance would have carried to Wakely, but Rossington took it upon himself to go out to try and claim that, and couldn't hang on as he dived away. Got a good mitt to it, but couldn't cling on.
Whoops.
And Angus Robson squared up, gets a life.
That was tricky for Rossington because the ball just seemed to keep going away from him as he dived, and in the end he did well to make ground between first and second slip.
Sanderson goes in again, and Robson with bat and pad together, oohs and ahs from around the bat as the ball is played back up towards the bowler, and there's no run to complete the 8th over of the Durham chase. 402 their target, they're 17 for 1, and they should have been 17 for 2. Rossington diving in front of Wakely.
I'm not sure it would have carried to Wakely. What do you think, Alan?
I thought it would have done.
Okay.
I thought it was travelling comfortably enough towards Alex Wakely. As I mentioned earlier on, we did see a couple of chances this morning carry low to first slip, and I think that would have got to Wakely. Rossington was going at knee height maybe. The chance has gone down. Last over at the session, and Hutton it is, going in and pulled away fiercely towards square leg by Cameron Steele. Charlie Thurston trying to save it on the half volley. The ball just squirms away from him. They take a single, but saved his side 4 runs there.
Well, that's a good stop, that.
Fiercely struck, wasn't it?
1 run is a good result from that stop, because as soon as it came off the bat we were all looking towards the boundary, and Thurston got something on it. Restricted it to a single. Good lad.
So 4 slips go in for Angus Robson, who stands with his bat raised very high and then wanders across his stumps as Hutton goes in too, and he's a bit squared up and pushing out to backward point. Well, Curran now fills, no short leg. Short leg was only a brief experiment, now not in place. There is no run.
Yes, this will be the last over before lunch. 4 balls left in it, and Northamptonshire will go into lunch feeling, I should think, quite hungry, quite free of nerves, and serene about their chances.
Hutton in again. Oh, it's a beauty as he edged behind. There's a massive appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Robson again was squared up, pushing his hands at one that was obviously a noise through to Rossington. They were all up, but umpire Peter Hartley shakes his head. So the ball, I think, swung enough to beat the outside edge and maybe just caught the trousers of Angus Robson. But again, he was squared up by the moving ball. Superbly bowled by Brett Hutton.
I don't feel like I saw a nick there, do you? I mean, it swung. It was one of those big booming away swingers from Hutton, but there didn't seem to be a deviation. Tricky to tell from here, but you often get a sense.
Hutton goes in again, probing away here, and Robson touches this behind. He's gone now. And Durham at 18 for 2. And Robson had a tortured stay there. He's only lasted 10 balls, and he's nicked one behind. Hutton has a wicket, a second wicket, and Northamptonshire are on their way to victory. That'll be lunch. Robson, head bowed, wanders off.
I'm afraid
he felt the one that moved away.
He doesn't know where his off stump is, Alex. His trigger movement is so great that he has very little idea about what he needs to play out and what he doesn't need to play out. And if he just stood on his guard, that ball was, foot and a half outside the off stump. No need to play at it. But once he's got himself in front of his stumps in line, you feel that you've got to play at something. It's not the only player by any means to have this trigger movement. Most of them do, but that is a wonder. I mean, this is a situation as a fielding side when you go into lunch, you look at the buffet set out in front of you and you think, right, let's fill the plate.
Very, very much so indeed. Players wandering off, but before the players do wander off, Ben Sanderson is going to take the Player of the Season award as awarded by the Northamptonshire Supporters Club. You can see a couple of the stalwarts of the club down there posing for a photograph with Sanderson. The players have all stayed out, and David Ripley and Phil Rowe have also come out to applaud Ben Sanderson, who has had a tremendous campaign and could have had Robson there in the penultimate over before lunch, but Brett Hutton picked up Robson and they wander off. Durham 18 for 2, chasing 402, and Northants are on their way to victory. See you in 40 minutes time. Come on, get the job done, as so far Northamptonshire are here in this penultimate county championship match of the summer. They've set Durham a mighty 402 runs to win after a great morning. They did lose 2 wickets to the first 7 balls of the day, and at that stage they weren't too far ahead. 324 was the advantage, but they built really well through Luke Proctor, who made his highest score of the season. 86 not out he made, and together with Ben Sanderson they added 51 with the 10th wicket to push Northants to 315 all out, and really frustrated Durham. Proctor making hay at the end of his innings, striking 2 mighty sixes, including one which cleared the players' dressing rooms to our left-hand side and bounced down towards the car park. And then in response with the ball, they got the perfect start to the Durham second innings with 2 wickets for Brett Hutton. Alex Lee shouldered arms and lost his off stump for 9, and then in the last over before the lunch break, Hutton struck again to remove Angus Robson. A really tortured stay for Robson, who was almost caught behind, survived another mighty appeal, and then did fend one through to Adam Rossington. So 2 wickets for Hutton, and Northants on their way with Durham 18 for 2, chasing 402 to win. Do they want it, Helen? For online listeners, I'll fill you in on the context of that shortly as Hutton goes in and bowls outside the off stump.
I'm a little bit confused.
The new man, BJ Watling, lets it go through. He is, yes. Helen Blaby, who's the lunchtime presenter on BBC Radio Northampton, has a crucial bowls match on Sunday.
Oh, bowls, right.
So Graham McKechnie in the studio was finding ways to
Graham's voice there.
Finding ways to try and rev her up. And
Helen used to be on 5 Live doing the travel and
she did, yeah. I was offering my 2 penn'orth worth as well to try and get her revved up. Hutton goes in, and Watling pushing forward plays to extra cover, and there is no run, and that ends Hutton's over from just before lunch when he removed Angus Robson, who stay really was tortured. 10 balls he lasted. He did not look comfortable at any stage. He went for 1 after Lees had gone for 9, and Durham 18 for 2, chasing 402 to win. They quite simply, Martin, have got to have a session where they don't lose a wicket to have any chance.
I was talking this morning about how they fought back at Leicester on a flat track and put on a massive total in the second innings. They showed a lot of fight and resolve on that occasion, but the way they've applied themselves today, the bowling was poor this morning. They did get 2 wickets early doors, but then it got really sloppy and they got hammered around the park by Proctor, as you mentioned in your report there. And then to come out and bat the way they have, they're just showing no fight. As new over starts from the Wilson end and is defended this time by Cameron Steele. They've got to get a big partnership on the board, and I mean, we're not just talking a 50 or a 60. They need a 150, 200 partnership, and it's looking like a monumental task now. 383 runs, worst start with a bat just before lunch, and it looks to me like the occasion has got to Durham here. They've done all this hard work after the worst start to a season, 4 defeats, to get themselves in contention for promotion. 8 matches unbeaten. In comes a bowler again, and Steele pulls that off towards square leg, and that's a good stop there. And yeah, I just think the occasion's got to them. We saw it happen in the T20. They just choked when it mattered. Could have easily gone out of that group in the T20. Some horrendous results against Worcestershire at home and Yorkshire particularly. 2 teams who are there for the taking. And here, they've just not really been at the races, have they? Sanderson in again. This is off towards fine leg. So what they need is, they need some resolve, A, to drag this into day 4, but B, to not absolutely be totally torn apart here and hammered out of sight. They've only won the once on this ground, but at the moment they need another 382 runs.
Yeah, the minimum task is to get through the day.
Yeah.
66 overs to be bowled, so they go with, if they just bat properly, that'll be 3 and over. Just get themselves up to 240.
Sanderson to BJ Watling. Watling got a duck in the first innings, and we were talking yesterday in commentary about Aidan Markram, the South African who came with big billing last year and got 2 ducks on the same day on the opening day of the season last year against Kent in Chester Street. The only player to get ducks twice on the opening day of his county championship career. What a statistic that one became. As in comes Auger ball. Perhaps a play and a miss, or maybe a deliberate leave there. Difficult to tell. It was quite late if it was a deliberate leave outside the off stump. But huge strides for Northants if they can win this one. And see, Ben Sanderson was presented with the supporters group's player of the year as they came off at half time, and he's done a good job with the ball this year for them, hasn't he? 50 plus wickets. Johnny on the spot comes in and bowls again, and that one's through to the keeper. And Watling goes for a little wonder as he plays and misses at that as well. Just needs to get a bit of time in the middle here, get used to the conditions. They have used the heavy roll at Durham, so I mean, the period just in the run up to lunch, is it just poor batting, or was the ball doing too much? Because never saw the Durham players really doing much with that ball today. It wasn't seaming around and going round corners, was it?
No.
Was that down to the fact they were bowling the wrong line and length, so the fact the ball was nearly 80 odd overs old? But with the new ball, they didn't really bowl particularly well with that either.
Or maybe they're just not as good as Hutton and Sanderson.
Well, yeah.
There's an art to getting the ball to move, isn't there?
Yeah. Here is Hutton from the pavilion end, right arm over. That's off the pads, it's low, and that's out. That's the end of Cameron Steele, so he's gone for 8. Durham 19 for 3. And never moved his feet there at all. Absolutely plumb. Pitched on middle stump. No foot movement whatsoever. Thumps in right above the ankles.
Yeah, look, Dad got squared up, all swung away, and might have even been the back pad, and Peter Hartley sent him on his way. So the top 3 dismissed very cheaply. And if it wasn't a huge task ahead of Durham already, it's got a bit steeper now. Needed a huge contribution from the top of the order to get anywhere near this, really. And Hutton, 3 wickets for him. Come tearing into Durham here with a huge prize awaiting Northants if they can complete victory here. Would leave them on the cusp of promotion.
So Durham have managed to add 1 run. Jack Burnham, who got 2 in the first innings. What frame of mind is he going to be in here? Well, the question is, if Durham are skittled out this afternoon, would they head home tonight on the team bus or stay down here? Because I think they're probably past the point of no return with paying for the rooms for the final now. I think I probably am.
Always want to be in your own bed though, don't you?
I'm just wondering if they go back and pack and head up. If it comes to that, it may not yet, but all the signs are that Durham don't appear to be long for this world. They need partnerships, and they need them. They need some resolve. They need somebody to stay out there and show how it's done in an Adam Rossington style, because the Northants skipper led from the front both times with about 82 and 52. He never got trapped in his crease. He wasn't standing there without his feet moving at all. He took the game to Durham and played some nice aggressive shots and took the pressure off his team. Hutton now to Burnham. Right arm over, comes in and bowls. Burnham plays that one towards the gully area. It's a dot ball.
Absolutely dead there on the replay. Cameron Steele squared up, or beats his inside edge as he plays across it. One of the easier decisions for Peter Hart that he did make there. Absolutely no doubt about that one.
Too many of the Durham batsmen in this match have been trapped in the crease. They're not moving their feet. As Hutton comes in again now and bowls, and Burnham goes forward to that. It squirts off the outside edge of the bat along the floor and down towards third man. 4-4. Tiny little half movement of the foot there.
Yeah, good to see that they've got third man up and full slip in for the time being. Runs will be irrelevant for the next couple of hours. And while the new ball is in the hands of Hutton and Sanderson, give your bowlers every chance with all the support they can get. And yeah, Rossington just motioning to Hutton here whether he wants to bring long leg across to third man. I think he's going to leave it as it is.
Here he comes again. Bowls. Burnham forward this time. Bat and pad. Ball pitching on off stump, played back to the bowler.
Yeah, Rossington not quite comparing apples and apples, because he was coming in against the older ball.
But it was his approach.
Innings. Yes,
and he has led from the front.
Yeah, he's played very well and showed a good defensive technique, particularly in that second innings where he made a circumspect 94 ball 50.
Hutton in again, bowls, and this is defended by Burnham, and it runs down towards the third man area, and there's a misfield now. We saw loads of misfields from the Durham players out on the pitch earlier, and they all led to an extra run on that occasion. Burnham and I think certainly Watling could have got an extra run there, but they changed their minds. Who's wearing number 14?
Curran.
He's down as 57 on my scoreboard.
Yeah, that is his own number, but for some ridiculous reason he likes to wear Rob Keogh's old sweater.
Oh, right.
Which is bizarre. Whether he's allergic to wool or something, I've no idea at all. But
that's the old style, isn't it?
He's always worn Rob Keogh's old style sweater. Right. It's bizarre.
Hutton in, bowls. This is played bat and pad off towards square leg. That net back in low, and then Watling is off the mark at last. And that is the end of the over. Richard Gordon tweeted earlier, "It's about time there was a discussion on recruitment, coaching setup and overall policy. As I've said before, the decisions to let Richardson and Smith leave were baffling. Were they really worse?" And he names a number of other players who are... Now he's on about a discussion at Durham about recruitment and policy. They've got a brand new coaching setup which came in during the winter. John Lewis left after 20 odd years at the club. You've got a new head coach, you've got a new batting coach, you've got a new assistant coach, and you've got a new director of cricket. So that discussion was had last winter. Sanderson from the Wilson end, bowling to Watling. Watling defends on off stump, ball rolls back to the bowler. So it's not that things haven't happened. I think what has happened this year, that I think James Franklin came in those first 4 matches. I think he got a fright just about how vulnerable the Durham batting lineup was, but they put a lot of work in. They started to find their way, and then they were being led by Cameron Bancroft, who got into the runs in June and July before his call up to the Ashes squad. In comes Sanderson, left alone outside the off stump, straight as a die, that through to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, I think by and large Durham have had a pretty good year challenged in both white ball competitions. They've been
the weather room
in
and the
the-
one-day cup. So
in the championship race, and until probably now. They of course can turn this around, but likely to lose from this position, and defeat would end their promotion hopes. But to be in the running with 2 matches to go, and to be in the white ball competition until the latter stages as well, great effort.
Sanderson again to Watling, defended the ball, trickles away off towards mid-on.
And from where they were last year, like you say, all the changes they made, I don't think you could ask for too much more with a young developing squad.
Well, next, unless they win this one, which is looking unlikely at the moment, you never know what's around the corner. But I think the winometer might be pointing in the direction of Northants quite substantially with a giant arrow. Sanderson bowls to Watling, that's left outside the off stump. Next season will be their 4th in Division 2, and I felt when they went down and they lost the likes of Stoneman and Jennings and Borthwick from the top of the order, 3,500 runs walked out of the dressing room of those lads, and that's a generation of players who've gone. Paul Coghlan disappears, all come through the academy, and then you add to that Graham Onions leaving and Paul Collingwood retiring. Comes the bowler again, that's left alone. And then if you look back to the squad that won the title in 2013, there's none of them left, is there? Looking through this Durham lineup now, Rushworth, that's it.
Yeah, it's always going to be a rebuilding period, and
I don't think Burnham was in the team then. He might have just been getting into the first team.
it all ebbs and flows, doesn't it?
That's wide of off stump and left alone again. End of the over. Durham 25 for 3. BBC Northampton with your BBC Newcastle.
There's not too many counties who have had a real sustained run in Division 1. You look at Surrey, they've been up and down a few times before.
Well, Durham were the team.
Well, indeed, yeah.
They were the longest serving team in Division 1. They'd been up since they got promoted in 2005. They'd had 5 years down that time. They were up in the first year in 2000 and they got relegated, and they were swapping wooden spoons with Derbyshire for 3 or 4 years, and then suddenly 2005 came to life again with Dale Bankenstein and Mike Hussey arriving at the club. But from 2006 onwards they were up for 11 seasons. Nobody had been in the division that long. Hutton from our end of the ground. That's played 2 point by Burnham.
But yeah, teams come and go, and ebbs and flows of fortune.
It'll be, I presume it'll be 2 up, 2 down from next year, will it?
See, I'm still not sure. I thought that the plan was to go to 10-team Division 1 and only 1 being relegated. I thought that was the plan.
Hutton comes in and bowls. Oh, now that's nearly clipped the off stump. That's left by Burnham, and I don't think it deviated back in much. I just think he left a ball that he really should have been playing out there.
Well, it was a good lead, left it on bounce. I think it would have hit the off stump, because the idea was to increase that first division and give the top division counties a bit more stability and take away that threat of relegation. Now, if you've still got 2 going down from 10, that's still a fifth of the teams who are going to be
3
moving
from
around.
9,
Well, exactly, yeah.
Hutton again to Burnham. Oh, now that did move away from him sharply. That was a good ball, and he did well not to connect with that one. That's gone to the keeper. But if you've got only 1 team coming up each year, invariably 9 times out of 10 is probably going to be the team that's just come down.
Well, that is the idea. I think that is the idea behind.
Well, then Division 2 just gets cut adrift, doesn't it?
Well, again, yeah.
You just become the forgotten men.
This is why these ulterior motives are
What is behind
around.
all of this then? They keep talking about the 10-team county championship. Hutton comes in and bowls, and that was towards middle and leg and played safely away by Burnham.
Which is why it's worked out quite nicely this year that you may have Northants and Gloucestershire going up, because certainly not a couple of counties that will be in a blueprint for a new 10-team county championship, that's for sure. But yeah, that'll be the case next year. 10 teams in the top flight, and I believe only 1 down, 1 up.
Hutton comes in and bowls. It's gone down the leg side, taken by their keeper. A little waft from Burnham.
Because 2 going down, they didn't like the idea of 2 from 8 going down. So surely the same holds for sides being promoted. 2 from 8 would be promoted otherwise. So I thought the idea was
say that
to
it would only be one.
provide a bit more stability.
It just kills the competition if there's only one place up for grabs each year.
Well, it's not as bad from 8 teams though, is it? 1 from 9 is probably too much.
Burnham pushes out towards the covers, no run there. But if you have one team that gets off to a good start, that's it, you know, they just sail away with it, like Lancashire this year. And what's the rest of the division left playing for?
Well, exactly. Yeah, that is the weakness, but that could again be the ulterior motive.
Stephen Chalk's book came out in 2015, I think it was, 125 years of the county championship. In the précis to the book, he says if you think they're messing around with the format now, they've basically done it for 125 years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Sanderson to BJ Watling from the Wilson end. That's left alone. That angles away from off stump. Durham 25 for 3. They lost Lees for 9 just before lunch. Left a ball from Brett Hutton, which swung back in and ripped his off stump out the ground. As they say, that's a bad leave. And then Robson could have been out 2 or 3 times before he actually connected to one from Hutton and was caught by the keeper on 1. And then Cameron Steele going for 8 LBW to Hutton just after lunch. Watling plays and definitely misses at that one. Bit of swing there. Steele rooted to his crease as he went. So it's all about Durham now, just trying to survive, put some runs on the board, eat into some overs, get the ball soft, and actually show some application.
Yeah, just try and bat. Very difficult though against this high-class bowling.
Sanderson in. Now that swings away sharply and low, but it pitched well outside of off stump. Anthony Waterson says this will be over before tea at this rate. Never mind. Sun is shining here in Northampton and there is no wind at all. The flags are limp. Sanderson to Watling. Oh, now that slams in sharply. I think that's hit the bat handle in the box. That caught him thinking, didn't it? That got him thinking. Bernard returns to the Ben Stokes saga, with Jeremy Corbyn joining that debate today.
What?
And the Ben Stokes row with the Sun.
Oh.
So that's good. What were you thinking? The
I have no
DRS.
idea.
Jeremy Corbyn voices his concerns about DRS a month after the event.
I was thinking, I knew Theresa May was a big cricket fan, but I had no idea that Mr. Corbyn paid any interest.
It's not lost on some that Ben Stokes writes for the Mirror, doesn't he? He has a column in the Mirror. And an arch rival has written a story about his family yesterday. 25 for 3 here as Sanderson comes in the bowl to Watling.
Ouch.
That's hurt. That's got him in the box. Hasn't gone down on all fours like Luke Proctor did after he got hit by Bryden Carsey the day. End of the over though, 25 for 3.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite bullseye, but it certainly sounded fleshy.
Yeah. Leaves a little bruise, doesn't it, on the inside of the thigh. I did a net session with some of the Durham players a few years ago when the indoor school first opened.
Oh, aye.
And they had Vic Craven, played for Yorkshire. He'd been released by Yorkshire, and Martin Moxon had brought him up for a trial. And he was bowling to me in sort of little nippy seam deliveries, and I got an inside edge onto my stomach, and I'm not kidding you, for about a month I had Kugabra written backwards on a bruise on my stomach and the pattern of the seam. Hutton from the Wantage Road end, bowling to Burnham, who leaves that one, and the ball shapes away from the stumps and through to the keeper. Got 4 slips in place here. Third man, mid square leg, and you got a mid on, a mid off, and a short mid wicket. Points in there too. The first shadow from a floodlight starting to creep on the ground, which is from the floodlight on our left, and it's heading across in front of the little stand on our left hand side, not quite towards the edge of the square yet. As Hutton comes in once more and bowls, a former Notts man. It's kept out by Burnham. Ball rests on the offside, the strip across. That shadow will miss the square. It'll go behind the wicketkeeper by the looks of the angle it's coming at. But a very pleasant day. I don't know if you had a hobby. I mean, if you were a fisherman. I've never seen the thrill of that, but sitting on the riverbank on a day like this.
No.
I know a golf course. A golf course would be my pick, or a bike ride, or out in the canoe. I like going out on the kayak. If the river's nice and still, slack water. Hutton in bowls. That's left alone. That was straight through to the keeper.
Been sea kayaking?
Yeah, we've got one of these 3-man heavy sort of nylon ones. So I go out in that with the kids. We've been up and down Windermere in it, and along the river where we live. But I would always be very, I mean, you know, we've got full waterproofs, full life jacket and all that. I've done some kayaking courses with my wife in Canada, but I would always be really careful about A, the wind, and B, the tide. You don't want to be going on the river if there's tide banging in or out. So I try to go for slack water when there's no wind. Hutton comes in again. Oh, that nips back sharply, and that's whacked into the, possibly the glove and under the thigh pad there. That was a speedy delivery. Well, on a day like today, the river would just be like glass, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just tootle along.
Very nice indeed, yeah. Can you do a bit of narrow boating today? Can you up the river then?
I'd love that. I love it. I'd love a narrow boat.
I went down to Sussex in July. Our colleague who covers Sussex, Adrian Harms, was actually taking his family on a narrow boat that following weekend.
Hutton comes in and bowls, and that's drilled through the lock gate for 4. Right, Burnham. That was the one loose ball we've seen really since lunch, and it was a half volley wide of off stump, and away it went. Where were they going? Can you remember?
No idea at all. Somewhere around Guildford.
Right, Kennet Naven Canal.
Could
possibly.
be, yeah.
I've been on that one before. Done the Grand Union and the Shropshire Ring and Norfolk Broads. That's a bit of a challenge in May when it's snowing. That was a fun week. It's tidal there as well. 29 for 3 Durham. They only need another 372 runs and they've won this. Hutton bowls, and that was veering towards the leg stump, and he got down low there, Burnham, to play that one away out towards the covers. End of the over.
So we've had just over 20 minutes since lunch, and Hutton with 3 wickets has sent Northants at the moment on their way towards victory. Steele for 8, Lees for 9, Robson for 1. The men out so far for Durham. Their victory target a mighty 402, and the 29 for 3. So again, experiencing the problems they did in the first innings. Slumped to 42 for 6 yesterday morning. Can they find a partnership? Sanderson from the Wilson end is coming into BJ Watling with 3 slips, and Watling is edging, but it's through the slips cordon and down to 3rd man for 4. A little bit of away movement from Sanderson. Genuine nick, but it was between 2nd and 3rd slip, and whistling away to the Spencer Pavilion to our right hand side for a boundary. So BJ Watling, whose previous match before this came in Colombo, finding the going much different as you would imagine. He goes to 5, 33 for 3.
Well, I think Tom Latham, who'd been with Durham for the last 2 years, they'd looked into trying to get him back, but he was getting married after that tour to Sri Lanka, so hence BJ.
Waits for Sanderson again from the far end, and Watling edging, and he's caught behind, is he? There's a huge appeal. Umpire says not out. I think it was pad actually. There was definitely a noise.
So is that not LBW?
Well, yeah, Rossington took it away to his right hand side. It was a good diving catch. Sanderson and the slip fielders can't believe it. It was a full length delivery that went away and beat the bat as Watling looked to clip it away into the leg side. And I'm pretty sure the ball caught the outer half of the pad, the back pad perhaps, and deflected through to Rossington. There was a definite deviation.
Well, then you're just thinking maybe height, because otherwise he's not hit it, and they haven't given LBW.
Sanderson in again, and Watling does play this down out on the leg side for no, and it was quite full though, so I don't know how it was an issue. It was maybe outside the line of the off stump.
I have to say, I was just waiting for the finger there, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that they went up straight away and there was a noise, I thought he'd hit it. But Watling survives.
Interesting times we live in.
Very nice fellow, BJ Watling. Had a good chat to him many years ago now, actually, when he just broke into the New Zealand side back in 2015. Sanderson moves in again, full of length, and Watling leans forward and allows one to pass through.
Does he have a South African accent or a Kiwi accent?
No, very much a Kiwi accent.
He lived in South Africa till he was 10.
Yeah. He was born there, raised there for a little bit, but then his mother took him down to I can't remember whether it was Auckland or Wellington now.
Well, Ben Stokes moved to Cumbria when he was 12, so you'd think he would sound Kiwi, but he's Cumbrian.
Sanderson past the umpire, goes in again, and Watling defends the ball that bounces slightly here out towards Thurston at point for no run. Charlie Thurston on the ground here in place of Rob Newton, whose season may be over, having picked up a fairly significant hand injury fielding in the first innings. Sorry, in the first innings of the match. Left the ground immediately. Did bat in the second innings, but made a golden duck.
How did you interview Watling then? Were New Zealand touring at the time here?
New Zealand were over for a tour, yep. As Sanderson comes in again. This is driven through mid-off for 4. It's a pleasant stroke. Sanderson going very full, and Watling punching through the line and down to the Wilson stand for a boundary. So 2 4s in the over. The first one edged away between second and third slips, but this was struck nicely out towards Abington Avenue. Takes Watling to 9, 37 for 3, Durham. And they were down at Somerset. It was in my previous job, and went down and I was covering the match and had a chat and wrote a little piece about BJ Watling. Very pleasant fella.
First bit of breeze of the day. My pen's just blown on the floor. I think yours has gone the journey as well, hasn't it?
It's been getting warmer this match. Awful day on Monday, wasn't it?
Oh, shocker. It's like being up to Snowdon, wasn't it? Sitting in drizzle and cloud all day long.
Here is Hutton, 4 slips in place, coming into Jack Burnham, another right-hander, and Burnham pushing at one that nips back a little bit, thickish inside edge, runs to Thurston at square leg, and there is no run. But yes, if you do get the chance to chat to him, do take up the opportunity.
Well, when I saw him at Lord's last Thursday, he was practicing with the players on the pitch, and then I tweeted the fact that Durham had signed him because they were about to announce it, and there he was in front of the grandstand, people watching him.
Hutton goes past the umpire and into Burnham again. Ooh. Full of length and driven through it off for 4 more. Burnham's second very pleasant drive, this time up back past the bowler's left hand, and runs it away down to a photographer beneath us. For Burnham's second boundary, goes to 13, 41 for 3. Can't criticise the bowling for being a bit too full with the new ball here. Gives a chance to do as much as possible, particularly with 3 wickets already in the bag. Runs not an issue for a long time here. Hutton turns. He's got elbow protectors on both arms as he goes in past the stumps, and Burnham on the back foot this time, getting one again. It just comes back a shade and he has to adjust very quickly to dab it back at the wicket, and there is no run.
Played that well there, didn't he? Nipping back in sharp. Yeah, I was hoping to try and have a chat with BJ Watling last Thursday, but when the match finished and I got up to the dressing room, he'd already left the ground. So
they're putting him up in Lumley Castle.
Well, we were at Lord's. I don't know where he'll be staying. I haven't got a clue.
Hutton runs in and bowls full outside the off stump. A tempting area there for Burnham, but he rocks forward, shoulders, arms, and it passes harmlessly through to Rossington.
They tend to have flats and houses they use around the sort of, Chesley Street neighbouring villages, and there's a few who've headed off towards Lowfell near Gateshead, and I think Ned Eckersley's moved over towards Newcastle. So
Hutton turning again down beneath us, his jet black hair a bit closer cropped today as he goes in and bowls again. 2 feet outside the off stump and comfortably left here by Burnham.
I mean, in theory, he could have just gone and taken over wherever Peter Hanscom was staying, couldn't he?
Yes, indeed.
And Peter Hanscom's probably taken over where Cameron Bancroft was staying.
Yeah, they would have a residence available.
Might be some kiwi fruit growing in the back garden by next April.
A nice flat in Durham city centre would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Not the students, mind.
Hutton once more wider on the bowling crease here and angled in towards the off stump. It shipped away a fraction. Playing in the crease was Burnham, dabbed it down to point, and there was no run to end the over. We have had 17 in the Durham second innings. They're chasing a mighty 402 to win, and they're nowhere at the minute at 41 for 3. The man out, Lees for 9, Steele for 8 and Robson for 1.
I think most of the accommodation in Durham city centre is student houses and things, particularly in the little lanes around the cathedral and that area. We did a story last year where a lady who was in her 70s had lived in a street for years and years and years, and basically every other house had become a student house. So she applied to have hers turned into a student house and sell it and move out, and the council said no.
Sanderson far end goes in to Watling, who touches the one from just outside the off stump to point. Thurston's there, no run.
And she was saying she would remember all the different families who'd lived there for 30 odd years, and all the kids growing up and moving away, and she was now the only one left. And eventually I think she appealed and won the right to sell her house to have it divided up into student lets. But they've I think they've now brought in some new rules to the council in Durham, and they're tightening up the regulations on where the student accommodation can be.
Sanderson once more, right arm over the wicket, edged and down past second slip. I don't think it carried. Third man comes around Bracewell to collect, and they come scampering back for a second run. Genuine nick there from Bracewell. If it was a chance, it might have been to Richard Levy diving across from third slip. I'm pretty sure it didn't get.
Well, I tell you what, look at the body language of the two of them. That's fingers on that. That's hurt. Who's that at second slip?
Hutton. It was Hutton to his right,
yeah.
Levy to his
I
left.
think Hutton got fingers on it, but whether it was bouncing at the time would be the question. But body language-wise, the two of them both were on their knees staring at each other, and maybe that was a chance.
43 for 3. Sanderson once more, and Watling up on his toes. The defender again. Another ball that bounces slightly out towards point once more, and there is no run. Glamorgan 84 for 2 at Cardiff, lead Leicestershire by 2-5-2. We'll hope to build a massive lead there and give Leicestershire a day and a bit to save the game. Sussex 24 without loss. Solid start to their chase of 3-4-5 at Derby as Sanderson moves in once again. And playing late here is Watling, dabbing it down to third slip. Levy makes a good save, tumbling to his right hand side and his son out down there. Would have only been a single to third man, but the effort appreciated nonetheless. Derbyshire ball out for 4-3-7 early today. Got a rollicking start yesterday thanks to Lewis Rees, and have set a big number. A target Sussex have to chase down to realistically stay in the promotion race, with Gloucestershire having won already today and Northants going well here. Sanderson once more goes in just outside the off stump, but Watling watching it carefully allows it to pass through. Yeah, Gloucestershire chasing 115, got into a pickle yesterday at 40 for 4, came back this morning, needed 60 to win, and they got there very comfortably indeed without losing any further wickets. Lancashire 119 for 2, they lead Middlesex by 41 now. They're hoping to continue their unbeaten run and try and go through the entire campaign unbeaten for the first time since the 70s. Sanderson to Watling once again, and Watling in front of the off stump now is defending with an angled bat out towards Keogh with extra cover, and the over comes to an end. 43 for 3 here, Durham chasing 402. Division 1 boards, Kent 170 for 3, building their lead at Headingley, lead Yorkshire by 383. Warwickshire 416 for 5, responding to Notts 498. It appears that Notts have prepared a pitch just to not lose yet again, already relegated. Essex got a massive lead over Surrey at Chelmsford. Again, they need to win really to keep up their pursuit of the championship title. And Surrey are 36 for 1. So still trail by 185 there. And Somerset been set 281 at the Ageas Bowl. Got a great start, but have now lost their first wicket, 86 for 1. And Somerset Essex, the last game of the season at Taunton next week.
Do you remember when I wrote down yesterday the 100 lead? And you said what you're writing that down for? Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I've just looked back at it now. It's the 7th over when they got to the 100 lead.
It's Gareth Berg taking over at the Wantage Road end, bowling to Jack Burnham, who's up on his toes and pushing away to Ben Curran, who's shed Rob Keogh's sweater out at point, so he's much more identifiable now, and there's no run.
At that point, you wouldn't have imagined that they'd bat another 80 overs and be setting a target of 402, so...
At neither side of lunch, 9 overs, 1 made and 3 for 28. Great stuff as Berg goes in. This is pulled away in the air, but enough bat on it to get it over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary to our right-hand side. Keogh is retreating to collect, and they come back for a second run. Didn't get all of it there, Jack Burnham, with Berg dropping a touch short, but he got enough.
Not sure why he's playing a shot like that.
To pick up a couple of runs. Goes to 15, 45 for 3.
That's come off the splice of the bat. He's timed that poorly. He could easily have been caught out there, and the situation that his team are in. Why play a shot like that to a new bowler?
Just the 2 slips in place now as Berg goes in. Played away from the crease by Burnham up towards Bracewell at mid-on for no run. Third man and long leg are back, and there's 5 saving the single. A point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, where Rob Keogh is just limbering up. So maybe we're going to see some off-spin sooner rather than later. Saw the odd one grip from Scott Steele yesterday, very much a part-timer, but Keogh does give it a decent rip. Berg in, full of length, bringing the right-hander forward, and Burnham playing back up towards the bowlers. Left hand for no run.
You've got a mid-wicket there, but the only other player on that leg side is way down at long leg, but that's probably why Burnham's trying to target that side of the ground with that hook shot, but he didn't pull it off well. Easily have got himself caught at mid-wicket.
Berg once more, past the umpire he goes and gets one to bounce and leave the right-handed Burnham.
It's a snorter.
Superbly bowled, tight line again, similar to the previous delivery that he nudged back up the pitch, but this time it just bounced a wee bit and left the right-hander and goes past the shoulder of the bat through to Rossington.
Just popped on him there, didn't it?
Threat has remained throughout the game. As Richard Levy said last night, if you bend your back, if you bowl the right areas. Berg once again slightly too straight and touched by Burnham down to long leg for a gentle single. Charlie Thurston is wandering in to collect away from the Dennis Brooks gates, and the over comes to an end. Berg's first of this second innings, having picked up 2 for 17 in 7.3 overs of the first innings. It's been pretty good, Gareth Berg, since making his Northants debut at Grace Road, initially on loan for these final 3 weeks of the season, and then a 2-year contract starting next year with a 38-year-old. But already he's proved a solid cricketer.
He always impressed me for Middlesex. He always looked a decent player, good bowler. Is this Doug Bracewell coming into the attack now?
It is, so yeah, Sanderson and Hutton out of the attack for the moment. Can't do it all themselves. They did share 8 wickets in the first innings, but Northants would like the load to be lifted by Berg and Bracewell in particular in the second innings. Again, Bracewell just looked a little rusty first time around, went for 22 runs in his 5 overs and actually sent down a maiden as well during that time, so the other 4 overs were quite expensive. But here he is, back from the Wilson end of the ground with 3 slips, comes into bowl to Jack Burnham and starts down the leg side. Burnham tries to clip it away and misses, and there is no run. It was very rusty in the first innings at Grace Road. Doug Bracewell on his return for Northants, because he played no cricket really. 15 overs for 64 he sent down, but much better second time around. Came on for the run, as it were, and picked up 2 for 44 in the Leicestershire second innings.
Bernard's looked up to see how much it would cost to hire a narrow boat.
Bracewell in past the umpire, bowls on the off stump and dabbed down by Bracewell just out on the onside. They considered a single, but Curran was in very quickly from square leg, and there's no run.
From experience, it isn't cheap, so you need a group of you really who you can share the costs with. If you can get, I don't know, 4 couples on an 8 berth or something, then it doesn't cost that much. But he's saying you wouldn't get much change from 1,200 quid.
Really?
The problem you might have is where your car is when you finish, unless you return. Well, most holidays are circular routes, which you do. But
Bracewell in once more, full of length, and Burnham a late decision, but the right decision to let it go through to Rossington. Would you spend £1,200 on a narrowboat? You can get a
Yeah,
nice
but-
villa in France for that.
Well, what, in the height of the summer?
Is that in the height of the summer, £1,200?
Well, I don't know, he'll reply now, won't he? But it's not cheap. I mean, it is an expensive holiday, a boating holiday in England. But, I mean, there are some firms who... I've ended up getting some emails of a firm recently who do one-way trips because they need boats moving from Birmingham up to Cheshire or whatever.
Bracewell is in once more, but bowls wide of the off stump, and Burnham pays no attention.
That's sort of... That's short notice stuff, but, you know, sometimes you get an email off them, and could anybody move a, you know, an arrowboat this Friday? You've got a week to get it up to Chester, 300 quid or whatever. There's plenty of people will do that. If you're retired and you've got the money,
Yeah, quite.
and you're on those mailing lists, you know,
Why not?
it's a long winter, so you want to do these nice things while you can.
Bracewell once more, short sleeve shirt, charging in, bowling back of a length and getting pushed away by Burnham to Curran at square leg for no run. A boating holiday in the UK for £1,200.
I could probably beat that if I looked around. But I remember I hired a boat for about 3 or 4 days in 1992 down near Reading Field, and we went along the Kennet-Navan Canal past Aldermaston to a little village where there was a football ground and a railway station. Thatcham.
Bracewell once more, full of length towards the off stump. It tails in slightly and Burnham gets down a little late, but in time to push away to point. And there is no run. 46 for 3, Durham, trying to settle after the loss of Cameron Steele after lunch for 8. That's after in the half an hour before the break. Lees went for 9 and Robson was dismissed for 1. All 3 wickets to Brett Hutton. A wicket for Derbyshire at the racecourse ground. Sussex are 30 for 1, needing 315 more to win. And wickets down on the south coast for Hampshire against Somerset. Somerset chasing 281 are now at 91 for 2. And Surrey have lost a second wicket at Chelmsford. They're 38 for 2. Still trailing Essex by 183 runs down there. Gareth Berg for his second over from the Wantage Road end goes in to the right-handed BJ Watling, and Watling is playing late and touching one back up to the bowler's right hand for no run from a good length.
What we did on that occasion was we hired from a private owner, and the pub was moored at a pub. The boat was moored at a pub near Thiel, so we were able to leave the car there. And the reason we went on that route that particular week because the Tour de France was in Britain. So we got to Thatcham, got the train back into Reading, came back and got the car and went down and watched the Tour de France near Portsmouth.
Berg going away from us again, full of length outside the off stump, a long lean forward from Watling, and he lets it go through.
And then came back and did it the other way. But going along one evening, we came round this bend on the problem with the Kennet-Navan is it's half river, half canal, and it keeps switching between the two. We came around this bend one day, you see this beautiful watermill. And I remember saying to my girlfriend at the time, I can't remember that on the way up. And then we suddenly realised we'd gone the wrong way and we were about to go over a weir. That got rather panicky.
Here's Berg once again, back of a length, and Watling is only a small man, is up on his toes to play to Curran at backward point, who bobbles the ball slightly but doesn't concede the run.
We ended up being rescued by these 2 burly fishermen. We threw a line to them and they were able to pull us back away from the weir, but it was touch and go.
Goodness me.
And that was near Aldermaston. That used to be a Ministry of Defence research facility or something,
Oh,
didn't it?
I see.
Aldermaston.
I've been on the Kennet-Navan Canal up near Bath, Bradford-on-Avon.
Yeah, lovely round there. Gorgeous,
Very
gorgeous town,
pretty.
Bradford. Yeah.
It is, yeah, I've got friends that live there. Berg is in, bowling very full, and Watling is driving through mid-on for 4.
Nice shot.
Little nudge up down the ground. It's not the prettiest of players, BJ Watling. Functional, punchy style, but he timed that quite well. Berg going just a fraction too full. And it was nicely played up to our right-hand side in front of the members for a boundary. And the score goes to 50 for 3. Watling is on to 15.
We were in Bradford and Avon the day me and my wife decided to get married, actually. We went to look at jewellery shops there. And beautiful place, right in the canal.
When you say decided to get married,
Well, we decided to get married the night before in Bath. And then we got to Bradford and Avon the next day.
Berg in again, and Watling pushing a full-length ball this time from the off stump to point for no run. So you proposed in Bath.
Yeah, got her drunk. she'd actually ended up in the stocks to do this comedy tour of Bath, and they put her in the stocks, and there were these Japanese tourists throwing tomatoes and carrots at her. And I think she thought...
So you thought that was the moment?
No, I think she thought I'd planned that, and I was too busy laughing at the carrots. But that would have been the great opportunity, wouldn't it?
Bergen to complete the over, and Watling is beaten by one that bounces and leaves him, beats the outside edge and strikes the thigh guard. It runs down to second slip, and the over comes to an end. Boundary from it, 50 for 3. Durham chasing 402 in the Wantage Road sunshine. Gorgeous, gorgeous day on what could potentially be the final day's cricket at Wantage Road this season. But the fourth morning would be appreciated by a few people, I'm sure.
Anyway, we're in Bradford and Avon the next day. We're going to have a walk along the canal, and there was this jewellery shop, and we went in, and some nice jewellery, and the guy said, oh, well, our factory's round the corner, why don't you go there and see if, you know, if there's any engagement rings they might have there. Well, we got this factory, and it was like utter security, steel shutters, this little flap opened, no, you're not allowed in here, the flap closed again, and that was that.
Bracewell, far end is into Burnham, full length down the leg side, almost Yorker length there. No touch on it from Burnham, trying to flick it away, and Rossington diving to his left-hand side, claims it, and there's no run.
I think we did eventually buy one of their engagement rings from a shop in Newcastle. But in Bradford and Avon there's a lock, and there's a lovely little cafe next to the lock and some benches, and it's a really nice area. And there was this guy sitting there talking to some other people, and I said, my wife, he looks like a bloke that goes to the pub where we live.
Bracewell once more, charging in towards us, the New Zealander. Oh, and it bounces on Burnham, who was feeling for it. It was a poor shot, really, trying to force off the back foot. Bracewell just bending his back a wee bit, and it zipped through over his attempted back foot push and through to Rossington. Nervy times for Jack Burnham, who's there on 16.
Bit of extra bounce there. I could hear this guy was sitting on a bench, and I could hear the other people who he was in conversation with, and they sounded like they were from the southwest, so I never went over. And anyway, saw this guy in the pub a few days later back in the northeast, and said, oh, there's a man like you in Bradford on Avon the other day, and he said it was me.
Bracewell is in again and bowling a similar ball outside the off stump, and this time Burnham is content to allow it to pass through. Sensible decision from the right-hander.
Such a off the beaten track place, so far away from home. Why would it be him, you know? And he'd been down there for an army reunion or something like that.
Well, we were down here, weren't we, in Northampton town centre, and you saw a fella from Sunderland.
Yeah,
like,
two of the lads I played football with came in the pub.
What on earth?
I looked at them and thought, this is not right. There's something wrong about this. And then I thought, yeah, we're in Northampton. Why are they here?
Bracewell again, past the umpire he goes, and Burnham drives it away through the covers. Pleasant piece of timing, and time well enough to find the fence to our right-hand side. Bracewell tempting Burnham with a fuller one, having gone just back of a length twice in a row, one that beat the bat, but Burnham was on his toes to get forward there, pleasantly enough, and steered it away across the square and out towards the nets on the far side of the ground, and the covers that are parked up over there, but no need for the covers since that horrible first afternoon. Stationed over there by the bank of white seats. 54 for 3 with that boundary, and Burnham goes to 20.
This is a bit better from Durham, but they need an awful lot more of this, don't they? They still need another 347 to win. It's a monumental task.
A little start here with the partnership now with 35 for the fourth wicket as Bracewell is in, bowling back of a length, a bouncing ball around the fourth stump. Burnham lets it go, again up on his toes, getting bat and gloves well out of the way. Oh, suddenly Somerset are 3 down at the Aegeus Bowl. James Hildreth is now out, and suddenly Somerset in under a bit of pressure there in that crucial chase. 92 for 3. Somerset now chasing 281 to win as Bracewell is in again, bowling wide of the off stump though. Let go through to the keeper by Jack Burnham, and he's still there on 20. Watling is with him on 15, and Durham are 54 for 3. A double blow from Brett Hutton just before lunch set Northants on their way. Lee's shouldering arms lost his off stump for 9, and then Robson tortured stay. Really terrible innings it was. 10 deliveries, scored 1. Could have been out twice before he did eventually feather a catch behind. And then Cameron Steele trapped LBW by Hutton after the break. He fell for 8, 19 for 3. He was just what Northants would have wanted. And leaves Durham with a lot of work to do to get even a foothold in this chase. 402 is the target. Durham need to win, have to win, to keep their chances of promotion alive. If Northants were to go on to complete victory here, they would return second in the County Championship Division 2 table. Gloucestershire have gone second momentarily, having beaten Worcestershire earlier today. They got 176 points. A Northants win would give them 181. A Durham defeat would only move them to 150 points, so out of reach for Gloucestershire. Berg's third over from the Wantage Road goes into Watling, who's playing as late as possible to dab to square leg. Thurston rushes up to his left-hand side to collect, and there is no run. A Glamorgan victory over Leicestershire at Cardiff would put them on 160 points, so within range of both Northants and Gloucestershire. A Sussex victory would take them to 165, which would also leave them within striking distance of the two sides above them. But it would mean that, well, not quite, because Gloucestershire could, in theory, only get a couple of points from the game against Northants next week, but would need, really, Sussex having to beat Worcestershire next week, and Glamorgan would have to win at Durham next week to have a chance of promoted. And both those sides would need, really, Northants to beat Gloucestershire, and preferably very heavily. Kit Harris is back alongside. Good afternoon once again.
Hello, Alex.
Berg running away into Watling with 2 slips, bowling way outside the off stump, and Watling lets it go through. There was a concerted conversation there between Rossington, Alex Wakely, who came down to this Wantage Road end as well, and Berg the bowler, as they seek out a plan here for Watling. Berg on his way, short sleeve shirt, bowls outside the off stump, a bouncing ball that is steered away in the end of third man for 4, but that climbed on Watling, who was trying to push off the back foot, and it was an outside edge that flew wide of second slip. Hutton diving away to his right hand side, couldn't get there. Only a couple of catches in place now. Had a third catchman in place. That was catching practice kid.
Why are there just 2? I mean, I don't get it. Northamptonshire still have 343 to play with. They've got Durham 3 down, and there are 2 slips, no gully.
Berger's in again. Watling defending back up towards the bowler. FM right now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Northants on their way to victory for the moment. They've got Durham 58 for 3 in their second innings, chasing a mighty 402 to win. Earlier on today, Northants took their overnight 235 for 6 to 315 all out, with Luke Proctor making a season's best 86 not out. 90 runs added for Northants in the morning session, leaving Durham with a mighty target. And then Brett Hutton has taken 3 wickets at the start of the Durham chase, 2 before lunch, getting rid of Alex Lees for 9 and Angus Robson for 1, and then the other opening batsman, Cameron Steele, falling after the break, leg before for 8, leaving Durham in all sorts of bother at 19 for 3. But BJ Watling, the New Zealand Test player, is there with Jack Burnham at the moment, trying to resist for the visitors. Again, they have to win to keep their promotion chances alive. If Northants pick up victory here, they'll have 1 foot in Division 1, and they're going well for the moment at 59 for 3, Durham. Watling getting one, just comes back slightly there from Berg and working it down to long leg for a single, and that'll end the over. So Watling will keep the bowling. He's got 20 along with Burnham here, and they've got a little partnership together here so far. 23 overs gone in the chase, 59 for 3, kid.
Yes, if you're following the Durham innings, 75 overs will be the point at which this day ends, unless it's so close to being over by then that Northamptonshire are given the option of taking the extra half hour to bowl Durham out. Durham, they've just got to bat and bat. Rather the thing to do here is to treat it like a first innings. You've got 2 days, you can bat for as long as you like, try and get 400, but at the moment this partnership is
Here is Bracewell, far end, bowls outside the off stump, and it's a let go by Watling through to Rossington. Yep, time not an issue, just a case, well, as always is the case in first class cricket. When is time ever an issue, really? It's a case of batting 3 or 4 sessions. If you do that, you bat 100 odd overs and you'll score 300 plus just by being there.
These two have put on 40 and scored exactly 20 apiece.
3 slips in place for Bracewell, who comes in from the far end and bowls way outside the off stump. A full delivery that's ignored completely by BJ Watling.
Now Sussex have lost their first wicket. That's fun. Wells is out and they're 38 for 1 and they still need 307 more to win.
It's a tough ask, but no Ravi Rampal there for Derbyshire. He's being rested for Saturday's T20 finals day. Derbyshire-Essex is the second semi-final at Edgbaston. Notts Worcester to open proceedings as Bracewell goes fuller and much straighter. Watling leaves it well, bending forward and allowing it to pass through to Rossington.
Do you still consider Sussex to be a threat to these two teams in terms of the table?
Well, yeah, very much so. If they complete that chase, they go to 165, so they'll be within 11 points of Gloucester. And if Northants were to win, they'd be within 16 points of Northamptonshire as well. So it would need some work to do for both Gloucester and Northants next week to get promoted, as Bracewell is in and Watling is dabbing it down from a decent length, straight line, out towards Proctor at mid-on for no run. Because it would mean that a draw probably isn't enough for certainly Gloucester next week. If Sussex were to pick up 22 points or so, I suppose a maximum points draw would possibly do it, because Sussex could get, if they win today, could get to 189 points, which would mean that Gloucestershire would need 14, and maximum points for a draw is only 13. Bracewell once again, past the umpire he goes, full of length, nipping away a little bit, still a bit of nip out there, bit of movement available. Watling again, able to let that one go through. That's assuming that Sussex can beat Worcestershire with a maximum 24 haul of points on the south coast last week. They'll be playing a Worcestershire side off the back of finals day, and also off the back of a defeat to Gloucestershire this week, being dismantled in the second innings as well. Bracewell bowls down the leg side but gets clipped to long leg only for a single. 5 yards either side of Berg down there to our left, and that was 4 runs, but Watling could only push it away towards the players' dressing rooms for a single. He goes to 21 and Durham a 60 for 3. Alex Wakes removed his sweater and handed it to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is back jogging around, which is very good news indeed. Picked up a nasty ankle injury playing football back in July up at Chesterfield in the final championship match before the T20s got underway, and Vasconcelos' season was over with that injury. Needed surgery. Was limping around on crutches for a while. Had a big moon boot on, but is shed of the boot now and is moving much more freely, which is good to see. But it won't be until next season that we'll see Vasconcelos again, unless he can make a remarkable recovery to play next week, as Northants will be needing an opening bat next week, because I don't think Rob Newton is going to be alright with his hand injury.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It could be a debut for Emilio Gay.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Poetic. Is he the next cab off the rank in terms of top order batsman?
Well, yeah, definitely. No one else in the squad that could do it, unless they did something like move Luke Proctor up to open, which he's done in the past. A Berg from the wanted row continuing, angling one back into Watling, who's playing to point. Curran is there, and there is no run.
What's out of left field? Could Josh Cobb do it?
No, no, that's far too far left field. Oh my goodness me! Somerset have collapsed to 95 for 5.
Oh, they're 5 down now. They were 4 down when I just looked. Well,
yeah.
Abbott's running rampant again, isn't he?
I just looked, and Tom Bantam was LBW, and George Bartlett is out first ball as Berg goes in and bowls full outside the off stump, and it's let go by Watling. The ball gently moves away into the gloves of Adam Rossington. So suddenly Essex with the whip hand in the title race. Surrey 62 for 1, trailing by 160 there in their second innings, and Somerset chasing 281, 95 for 5. But Somerset have provided great powers of resistance, particularly with their lower order.
Oh, not this time.
In the last few rounds of championship matches, as Berg is in once more, and this comes back at Watling, who's waiting for it in his crease, waiting to negate that movement, and nudges it back up the pitch for no run. 60 for 3.
I think you can forget about the Somerset tail, Alex. They've got the wind up them now.
They moved the score along quite nicely in the first innings because they were in all sorts of bother, and they reduced the deficit to around 50, but still a lot of work, isn't it?
86 more. Can't see them doing that.
Would have thought so, as Berg steps up once again, and Watling playing slightly away from his body to a ball foot wide of the off stump, pushes out to Curran at backward point, and there is no run.
Well, so it's all going to come down to Somerset-Essex. Assuming Somerset do lose this game, Essex will have a lead of 12 points if Essex beat Surrey going into the last game.
So a guaranteed a result pitch.
Well, we may not get result weather because the forecast is really dodgy for Taunton next week.
Berg into Watling again, and Watling again playing nice and late, right under his nose there, waiting for the ball to come to him and dabbing it down out into the onside. Thurston is rushing in from square leg to collect, and there's no run. But at Taunton, you've seen some pretty quick matches this year, haven't you? You've seen some three-day affairs. So, and with Somerset, if Somerset have to go there and win, it's definitely going to be a pitch to generate a result. Berg once more pushed away by Watling just in front of point. Across comes Curran to collect, and there is no run. The only thing against that is, of course, that Essex will be able to bowl first. Yes. And Essex possess a fine seam attack of their own.
Well, and you wouldn't want to produce a spinning pitch at Taunton because you'd have to deal with Simon Harmer.
Absolutely, yeah. Jack Leach should be back for Somerset, I think.
What it comes down to, I think, is that it's almost it's a bit like India, almost a bit like the Ashes. Australia and England, they've got equally good bowling attacks. One side has the edge on the batting, which is Essex. They have a better batting setup than Somerset.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think Essex deserved to win at the championship.
Yeah, Somerset haven't batted too well, have they? Their top order has been very poor.
It certainly has now.
Bracewell far end is continuing to Burnham. Strikes the thigh guard here. The ball runs not too far behind the leg stump, but safely passed and to the left hand of Adam Rossington. And there is no run. Durham are 60 for 3 here, but a much calmer period. This pair have got through 15 overs now, sharing a stand worth 41 for the 4th wicket. But a lot to do. And talking of Simon Harmer, he's got a 3rd wicket at Chelmsford. Surrey are 63 for 3. Bracewell once again down the leg side. This time it can't be collected by Rossington. The ball running away to the fine leg fence. Berg should collect, he does, just inside the boundary down in front of us. They come back for a second byes signalled by umpire Russell Warren. Now Adam Rossington has taken off his left glove and he's just sucking away at a finger in a bit of pain here. Dived away to his left, maybe just caught one on the end of the finger perhaps. And in fact, yeah, he's calling for Barry Goodry, the physio, to come on here and provide some running repairs. Wants some tape, I think, Adam Rossington. And with that wicket with Simon Harmer, he's got a 50 for the summer. Very impressive stuff indeed. It's been one of the signings of recent times, really, hasn't he? Simon Harmer helped bowl Essex to the championship title a couple of years ago.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, an outstanding signing. And also, you don't have to prepare necessarily Simon Harmer friendly pitches to do it because he's just so accurate. He has an end to bowl out from Chelmsford. it works very well. He gets wickets all around the country.
He does, yeah. Yeah, all services. Just the type of spinner that England, sort of English counties don't really produce, really. Ollie Rayner, he's gone on loan to Kent, and I think that's with a view to a permanent deal as well, which is unusual to see Sussex letting him go, because he still does a fine job, wheels away, holds an end up. Very good slip catcher as well, not bad with the bat either.
He's not doing much down there though. I mean, yeah, England don't really have a full stock in the cupboard when it comes to spin bowlers.
No, not a bit of it at all, really. Which again is the argument for, well, what they tried to produce in the challenge. The toss rule was designed to try and produce more spinners, wasn't it? Flatter pitches. I mean, I've always been an advocate of when they changed the 50-over game, didn't they, to 250 overs to replicate international cricket. Why doesn't Championship cricket replicate Test cricket? Why don't we play on flat pitches as you get in Test cricket and play for 5 days?
Flat pitches that gradually deteriorate, whereas what we tend to get 4 times out of 5 is spicy pitches that gradually flatten.
Yeah, absolutely.
By which time the game is as good as done.
Yeah.
But then, you know, as you've seen with Taunton, when it's not just the occasion when Taunton have produced, Somerset produced down there the very, very difficult pitch that Middlesex had to bat on at the end of the season 2 years ago, but frankly I think it's fair to say that every time that Somerset have produced a pitch that's favourable to spin, it's dismissed out of hands as a load of old nonsense.
Which is ridiculous.
The spin clinic, you know, it would be nice to have a couple of counties that resemble the subcontinent. Where
well, of course it would. I mean, Wantage Road used to be a haven for spinners in the days of Graham Swan and Panesar and Jason Brown.
Either end. But now, you know, the one county who does it is derided for doing so, to the point where it's said by many that any championship win is undeserved on account of the Hyderabad featherbed. So you can't win. We have a prejudice in this country against not only producing spinners but producing pitches that are conducive to spin.
Back and away here, long delay because Rossington has had his fingers strapped up, but he's okay now, and Bracewell is coming in to Burnham, who's very late down to that ball that nips back slightly, but he plays at a thick inside edge through square leg and will get a run out to the covered stand to our left hand side. Curran retreating to our left hand side to collect over there. Burnham goes to 20 while matching his partner, and this pair have taken the score of 63 for 3. Still a long time to go, even on this third day. 50 overs for Durham to try and get stuck into this chase. Bracewell in the middle of his 4th over here comes into Watling, and Watling is forward, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. This pair have been involved in many a test match together for New Zealand. Bracewell having played 20 odd test matches.
Yes, they don't play together domestically. Bracewell plays for Central and Watling plays for Northern. It is nice to have a New Zealand on New Zealand battle out there at the moment.
Bracewell once more, and this short of a length outside the off stump, and Watling turns on it, drops the hands and allows it to pass through to Rossington behind the stumps.
Somerset now 6 down. They've lost 6 wickets for 10 runs in 8 overs.
Oh, goodness me.
And 5 of them have gone to, guess who, Kyle Abbott. It's Steve Davis, the last of the recognised batsmen who's gone for 51. Gregory and Bess at the crease. 96 for 6, needing 185. Well, I think they can forget about that.
Bracewell in again, full of length this time. Short then full, but Watling down to push up down towards mid-on. And there is no run to end the over. A more sedate affair at Trent Bridge this week. It's 63 for 3 here, by the way. But perhaps a significant innings for Dom Sibley, who's under 191 now in Warwickshire's 437 for 6, replying to Nott's 498. So a bit of a snore ball, but if you are going to try and train players to bat a long time and build big innings, you're going to have to play on a few flat wickets. Flat pitches, brings spinners in, brings pace more into the game as well.
So here we go with Berg trying to get that big loopy swing to Burnham. Comes forward to a full length ball and just blocks it out in the offside. And well, I think Northamptonshire are to be commended here for just plugging away. They also have a lot of time. I think 96 overs tomorrow plus 48 after this one today. They will consider to be ample time to get to 7 wickets. And in this position you'd far rather be Northamptonshire than Durham. Now there is a bit of an arrangement. Berg is now going for the 2 men back on the hook gambit, and there's a 3rd man. 3 men in front of square saving the single. 3 slips. Berg's next ball is a wide half volley, and Burnham plays a drive, not very convincingly in the offside. It's gone straighter than he intended, but it's not quite been saved. I think it hit the rope and came back. Yes, it's 4. A long chase down there. And, long off. The flick back only succeeded in carrying the ball over the line. So 4 to Burnham, 25 he has now, 67 for 3.
Saw how in good nick the outfield was there. That he sped away from the chase of Keir, was quite quick.
Nice to see this partnership flourishing. Burnham's next ball from Berg is a bouncer. He ducks underneath it. It was well directed actually. Shoulder height straight over the top of the middle stump. Burnham saw it early and got down on his haunches to avoid it. We had a fair day yesterday with a smattering of cloud, and today it's completely fine. As blue can be overhead. Still quite cool. Good batting conditions, you'd have thought. And Berg's next ball is short and it hits Burnham on the visor as he shapes to hook. The ball got up on him quickly and was over the top of off stump. And, well, may actually been the shoulder, but he's all right. He hasn't gone down. The only thing Burnham looks rueful about there is the shot.
He played one pull earlier on that just looped over the head of mid-wicket. Got the 2 men back now. They're going to try Burnham here, I think.
Yes, that was the ball for it. Berg's next ball is just back of a length, outside off, left alone by Burnham. That's the ball that it might be tempting for him to try and pull. Shortish outside off, and if he didn't get hold of it, it might well go up in the air to one of those 2 fielders behind square on the onside. Berg doesn't quite have the pace to hurry Burnham with a fast bouncer, but he does have this nip off the seam to get Burnham trying to hit the ball too hard, which is slightly different. Here is Berg again, a bouncer again, just going for that ball for the hook, and again Burnham ducks underneath it. That concludes the over. Berg's 5th. He's taken 1 for 16. Burnham has 25, Watling 21, 67 for 3, still 334 shy of victory. But, a strategy here for either team is quite unnecessary. Simply both of these batsmen have to bat and both of these bowlers have to bowl, and just stick to it. And wait for one side to make a move or produce something special or be lured into indiscretion. Bracewell now bowls and is driven back past him by Watling. That's going to go for 4. A solid off drive. On the up as well, it was hardly a half volley. Watling decided that he had enough width to wind up and flay it. Now he's matched his partner Burnham, 25 apiece. Brings up the half-century partnership for the 4th wicket, 52 between them. They came together with the score at 19 for 3, and now it's 71.
Yeah, much needed stand And a little start here for Durham.
So how does Bracewell reply to that? And it's a long hop outside the off stump, saying to Watling, why don't you drive me? Probably could have. It's taken them 17 overs to add this half-century stand.
Brett Hutton just limbering up again at second slip. 3 wickets for him already.
They're ahead of the over rate as well, 2 overs ahead of the rate. Next one from Bracewell is just straight and on a length, and Watling's in behind it defending to the onside.
Yeah, Northants have been tremendous with their over rate throughout the year, really. Umpires have become very, very strict on over rate, and Durham were only just level at the end of the Northants innings. But yeah, Northants have been well ahead, and for saying there's been no overs of spin sent down.
They can just afford to rotate the seamers all day. Bracewell is in again. This one is outside off. Non-striker Burnham is ready, backing up for a quick single, but Watling's watching the ball backward of square, and I think Watling was right not to come for it.
They've got no one that charges in off a silly run-up, which is good news. Sanderson and Hutton very economical. Berg here is also very economical. Nathan Buck not playing, he just come in off a few longer strides. Once again, Keogh is limbering up out of that extra cover. Saw him wheeling his arms over for hours on end at Leicester without getting a bowl.
Yeah, no, never a chore to watch Rob Keogh bowling. Another accurate delivery from Bracewell now, line and length again. Blocked by Watling, and there only seems to be a lot of swing for Bracewell when he throws it down wide. And he gets it to bend towards the slip, but when he's wicket to wicket, there isn't much.
An okay holding job though so far, Bracewell. 5 overs, 1 maiden. Ball to go in his 5th over, 1 maiden, 0 for 10 so far. Berg also okay at the far end, at this end, sorry. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16, so they've done okay.
Yeah, holding's the thing to do, isn't it? Be patient. Watling faces Bracewell. Another good length ball, just comes forward defending it. Turns down any single into the offside. Very sensible. That concludes the over. 28 of them gone. Durham are 71 for 3. We say farewell for the time being to Alex Winter, who from BBC Northampton. My name's Kit Harris, BBC Sport, online and on the app. Broadcasting every ball in both the divisions of Specsavers County Championship Division 1. And, I can bring you the news now that Kyle Abbott has got 6 for 34. In the Hampshire-Somerset game, as Dominic Best goes, Somerset 100 for 7, having been 86 without loss. 7 wickets for 14 runs, 6 of them to Abbott, who now has 15 wickets. 15 for 74 in the match is Martin Emerson.
Hutton then bowls, and returning to the attack here, is he? Yeah. It's gone off down towards 3rd man. Burnham squirting it away down there. Scoreboard seems to have frozen. No, there it is. Right. Burnham 26, Watling 25. Durham 72 for 3. 329 more runs needed. Much needed partnership this from Durham, because they were in chaos earlier on. 19 for 3 after 10 overs. Chasing 402. Watling facing Hutton. Hutton bowling a very tight line there to Watling. It just veers away, swings away at the last moment there. It's Hutton and Sanderson who've caused all the trouble for Durham in this game. They've really backed each other up well. Hutton's taking the first 3 wickets here, 3 for 29. Scoreboard's a different way around to the one at Durham, because they always have the wickets column at the end and the runs in a bit, whereas here you've got the runs and then the wickets. Certain balls again. Watling defends, the ball runs up to mid-off, no run there. See, Rhys Topley had got a few wickets in that match, hadn't he? His
Has he got
county
4
championship
wickets?
return. He's been out for nearly 2 years with a back injury.
There was a time when it was thought that Rhys Topley wasn't even going to be able to play red ball cricket, just like Tamal Mills, fit enough for the occasional burst of 4 overs, but couldn't bowl 20 overs a day in the red ball. It's nice to see the young man coming back.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, and that's a late cut there from Watling down towards third man for one. Yeah, he's been through the mill with back operations and injuries and all kinds of problems over the last couple of years. I know it's caused his dad Don a great deal of stress, wondering if his son's cricketing career would ever get back on the tracks again. Got a bit of a breeze here now for the first time today. It's drifting in from the... feels like it's coming in from the northwest at the minute. Hutton from the pavilion end, bowling to Burnham. Burnham drives at that one, it's gone towards point, no run there. The shadows from the floodlight pylon on our left hand side, which I said were likely to go behind the square, and of course we're moving, aren't we? We're hurtling through space, so the sun's altered its position slightly, so that shadow is now heading straight for the wicket. About another half hour or so you'd think it'd be right on the stumps. Hutton turns, comes in and bowls, and that's defended by Burnham. That pitched on a length and stayed quite low, and Burnham picks it up from around about middle and off and turns it out towards mid-wicket along the ground, no run. Gareth Hart's bringing out some tape for Burnham's bat. Richard Levy needed to tape his bat yesterday as well, didn't he? So the bat tape has been in use this game.
Wilson and Luke Proctor.
PA announcer Terry Blake announces double change. Luke Proctor, who had a lovely knock in the first innings, 86, playing the Rossington role.
There's Proctor the bowler who he doesn't quite deliver it off the right foot, and has the batsman guessing as to where the delivery moment is. He has a little hip hop as he comes in the bowl. Is that Proctor or not?
Yeah, but I don't think... See, but people often say X bowls off the wrong foot. They used to say that about Mike Proctor, didn't they? The South African bowler of the 1970s. But actually, Mike Proctor didn't bowl off the wrong foot. He just bowled with very, very square on stance. Actually let go of the ball at the same time his wrong foot was on the ground.
Here he comes, right arm over. Yeah, it's just that little stiff leg delivery stride as he bowls, and it's played this time by Watling to point. I remember talking to some of the Durham batsmen a few years ago when he was playing for Lancashire and saying it's difficult to second guess when the ball is actually going to be released from the hand. We were talking earlier, myself and Alex Winter, about how many teams would go up and down as of next year. I said surely it would be 2, and Alex said 1 because he thought they were trying to stabilise things. And I thought that would just leave people marooned in Division 2. Oh, that's played and missed by Watling outside of off stump. Michael Gordon's emailed. He said the ECB website says it will be 2 up, 2 down from 2020. And he says Durham must rebuild their first 5 batters to make any progress. These short-term players cannot be the answer. Well, I mean, Alex Lees is not a short-term thing, and you know, Cameron Steele had a terrible blow to the head from Dwan Olafia earlier this year in a pre-season friendly in South Africa and missed 10 days because of concussion. As Proctor bowls, Watling turns that off towards mid-on this time, and then missed the first match of the season at Derby because they felt he was just too far behind in his final build-up to the season, but it clearly affected him psychologically and he struggled, and he's been trying to get his career back on track these last few weeks. But he has had some big knocks. He's had a double 100 at Leicester 2 years ago. They do need a settled opening partnership, Durham. As Proctor comes in again and bowls an inside edge from Watling, and that's going to race away to fine leg for 4. I'm not sure how that missed the stumps. It's either just gone wide of the leg stump bail or over it. But what a scare there for Watling. It's a streaky 4.
Yeah, big change in the county championship next year. 10 in Division 1, 8 in Division 2. The teams in Division 1 will still play 14 games each. They will not play each other twice. That will, if not next year, then at some point in the future, result in the situation where a team is relegated without having the chance to play its relegation rivals twice,
Yeah, happens.
and where a team is champions without having to play the championship challengers twice.
Oh, lovely drive from Watling. Half volley outside of off stump. That's away off towards the far corner of the ground for 4. Well, you've had that daft scenario in the second division now for the last 3 years.
You call it a daft scenario?
It is a daft scenario. It's not a fair reflection of cricket, because you're not playing each other twice, and
Yep.
yeah, the weather can come in and intervene. But for instance, this season, Durham have only played Lancashire once. Lancashire are the best side. Durham actually didn't lose to them; they drew. But Lancashire.
You could use that as an argument.
Yeah,
that
well, last year Durham only played Glamorgan once, and they were dreadful. Glamorgan, they were there for the taking. Durham won in 2 days. They were one of the worst teams I'd seen in years. Glamorgan.
You call it a daft scenario. Well, if you've decided you're going to have a daft scenario in a cricket tournament, well, at least if you must have it in Division 2, not Division 1.
Don't have it in either. Proctor comes in and bowls. That's a middle stump played up to mid-on. It worked perfectly for years. 9 teams in each division, you play each other twice. Then they were complaining there was too much cricket. So what do? They take away 2 rounds of county championship, and they increase the T20 to 14. And there's so many dead rubber matches in that T20 every year. And whether it's only 1 day of playing in the T20, it's all the travelling in between. Some daft scenarios last year where Durham on a Friday night are at Worcester, having had to drive down from Chester Street, having just been playing at Cheltenham a few days earlier. Why are they driving all the way down to Cheltenham and then driving all the way back past Worcester to come back down to Worcester 2 or 3 days later? Hutton comes in and bowls. This is pushed out towards the covers by Burnham for a quick single. You had a scenario 2 or 3 seasons ago where a 7 o'clock match at night, Kent were playing Middlesex in Canterbury, and then both teams drove up to Middlesex for a start of a county championship match the next morning at Lord's. Where's the sense in that? Some of the planning's appalling.
I wanted to get too militant, but if you think the reason for splitting a 9-9 tournament into divisions of 8 and 10 because there's too much cricket is bad enough, wait till you hear the reason why they're swapping the divisions round.
In comes Hutton and bowls. I've heard all of their reasoning. I still don't.
You know what the principal reason is? That there's so many directors of cricket towards the bottom end of Division 1 and the top end of Division 2 feel that they're under enormous pressure to deal with promotion and relegation, because in Division 1 there are 2 teams down out of 8. That's 25% of the teams will be relegated each year, and it's very difficult to be a director of cricket. Well, I don't care, Martin, frankly.
Hutton bowls. Oh, this could be risky. They've gone for a quick single. They get away with it. Short on the leg side there from Watling.
I care more that the spectator gets an even, fair, consistent division of cricket than 8 people feel under pressure for their jobs because too many teams, in their view, are relegated. Anyway,
here's another scenario for you, right? What if you are a middling side, like say Durham this season, in Division 2, for instance? In comes Hutton and bowls. It's left outside the off stump. So say Durham are an okay team, but of the sides who are at the top in the promotion battle, like Lancashire and whatnot, and Gloucestershire, for instance, they've played them once. So in theory, Durham are playing the weaker teams, majority of the weaker teams, twice.
Yep.
So they're gaining an unfair advantage. They haven't quite taken it, but they've gained an unfair advantage, would you say?
At some point, what someone is going to do after, if not 2020, then 2021,
Hutton in bowls, defended again on a length.
someone is going to produce a rudimentary table at the end of one championship season saying, this is what would have happened to the table if all the counties had played each other twice, and the counties who only played each other once have the same result twice, which is rudimentary, but someone will produce that table and use it to demonstrate that the champions wouldn't be the champions and the relegated team wouldn't have been relegated. And it just discredits the public consciousness, that competition.
Hutton comes in and bowls again. Turned away late by Burnham out through mid-wicket. He'll get... well, I was going to say he'll get 2 here, but he was happy for 1. Watling was away looking for a second, and it was Burnham who said no. I mean, the other thing is, when the fixtures come out, you try to work out who you think your favourites are for promotion, and this year you would have had Sussex there or thereabouts. Worcestershire, I think most people tip for. They've been up and down 6 times or something, Worcestershire, haven't they? And Worcestershire just hasn't happened for them this year. They're down near the foot of the table. Whereas Lancashire, the strongest side, having come down, go back up again for about the 4th time.
Now look, we've been very, very moany and gripey about this, Martin and I. You tell us what you think. Look, it mustn't just be us. Some of you probably want to chip in with your own strong thoughts, for or against. At Marty Cricket for Martin Emerson, at Cricket Kit for me, Kit Harris. Put us in our place if you need to, and we'll contribute your views to this discussion as well.
Proctor from the Wilson end, an edge from Burnham, but it was a controlled edge down towards the 3rd man, who is a subfielder. Who's this subfielder? Do you know?
It's Blessing, isn't it?
Blessing. Very tall.
Another one of those.
Blessing Muzarabani from Zimbabwe.
Another of those who has rather given up in, dare I suggest, some exasperation with the vagaries of the Zimbabwe system. Decided to come and be a pro here.
Driven straight by Watling, and it's grabbed by Proctor, or he stops it anyway.
But at the moment, that Zimbabwe situation is not quite the same as the South African situation, where it's just a question of how much you are going to be paid and how secure you perceive your job to be in terms of national team selection, which is what it is in the South African situation. Well, poor old Blessing would have no international cricket to play in Zimbabwe at the moment.
Proctor balls turned out through mid-wicket by Watling, no run there. It's cut off on the edge of the square on that leg side.
Because Zimbabwe are not in the ICC anymore. They've been chucked.
Yeah.
They find themselves relegated to the same status as countries such as Switzerland, or Iceland indeed, my own national team.
Mountain decline.
So, good job Blessing for getting over here.
Oh, Watling's bowled. Didn't get across enough there. Proctor's absolutely delighted. Big punch of the fist into the air. And a gap between bat and pad there from Watling. Just not far across to that ball at all. And he's out, and Durham now 85 for 4. And he made 35.
Now, it's a good ball there, and Watling didn't do much wrong. He came forward to play a defensive shot against a good length ball, but he left a gap between bat and pad, which is all very well if the ball had done what it normally been doing, but this one, Proctor managed to get to seam back quite substantially.
DJ Watling bowled by Proctor for 35.
And it beat Watling through the gate. The off stump came out of the ground, so that attractive little partnership, which had taken Durham from 19 to 85, has come to an end. Watling 35, bowled by Proctor. Burnham remains there, not out 29. So 85 for 4, and the target for victory is 402. And it recedes ever further from the sight line of the Durham batsman.
Incoming batsman Scott Steele.
Now Scott Steele has he's got an opportunity to prove something here. He's got lots of time to bat if he can. He made his first class debut last week. 39 and 2 was what he made. And then it would have seemed a bit churlish, given that he's on a summer only contract with 2 games left, to drop him for the returning Jack Burnham. So what Durham did was they gave Gareth Hart a rest. Burnham came back in and Scott Steele retained his place. In the first innings he was bowled by Ben Sanderson for 6. So you'd think now, if he's going to manage to negotiate a further contract, after your summer only contract, you tend to get a 2-year contract. That's your next aim. And, he has this opportunity and possibly 2 more next week. Try and get some runs on the board.
Scott Steele was bowled in the first innings, never moved his feet at all to a ball. Proctor bowls too many drives at this one, and it goes off to mid-off, no run there. His family played their club cricket initially for Durham City, who were originally in the Durham Senior League. Their ground is on the banks of the River Wear, next door to the racecourse ground, which is used by Durham University, where Durham did play quite a lot of their early years championship matches in their nomadic days. Steele again plays this one out towards short mid-off, no run there. And, the target left is 316. Good over from Proctor there, and a big wicket to get, and as I was saying, Watling didn't get cross enough, but as Kit was mentioning there, it was obvious the gap between the bat and the pad, and the ball came right through the gate. Don't hear that phrase used these days, do you? Through the gate, really?
Do you not?
I haven't heard that for a while.
Is there something else people say now?
Just,
there are various expressions which we didn't have when I started commentating, which we do have now. Nicked off.
Yeah.
For caught at the wicket. No one says caught at the wicket anymore. Caught behind, nicked off. And well, there's another one which I'm going to ask you about in a minute, which may be a northern thing.
In comes Hutton. It's gone through to the keeper. No run there.
Now, I feel like for the whole of the 1990s and 2000s when I was following cricket that no one ever said buzzers for overthrows.
No, that's an Australian thing.
But David Lloyd, dear old David Lloyd on television, buzzers, yeah, has come in and started saying it. But
I think it's an Australian phrase, isn't it?
I'm told when I ask people about this in club cricket, they say, "Oh no, that's been around since the 70s." But
I never heard that when I was playing.
Must have gone quiet for 20 years in hibernation.
Hutton bowling here to Burnham from the pavilion end, and Burnham gets a late edge to that and squeezes the ball out down towards long leg. He'll get two. There's a bit of a misfield down there as well. I don't think this ground has been easy for any of these teams to field on. There's a lot of the players. I don't know whether I would say it's more the rough nature of the pitch and the fact it's so worn. And a lot of players who are coming in to pick up the first, the one-handed pick-up, they're not getting it cleanly. And Durham missed quite a few in the field. Northants have done it a few times in this innings as well. Does remind me of the old rugby, the old shared grounds with football pitches or rugby pitches at one end. And Hutton again comes in with a short one, which Burnham leaves, goes past his right ear. I was saying in commentary the other day, getting one in the mouth at South Shields when I was fielding down at the rugby stand end, and there was loads of stud marks that had dried out off the rugby pitch. Similar scenario playing at Ashbrook in Sunderland, because
when you were fielding, you got one in the mouth.
Yeah, because the ball comes along the ground, you go down to pick it up, and then suddenly it hits some old stud marks and whacks you in the mouth. In comes Hutton, veering down the leg side, turned out through mid-wicket by Burnham. Should get two here. Cut off on the boundary, and good fielding there. There wasn't much room to play with.
I got a freakish injury earlier on this season which kept me out of cricket for about a month. I was umpiring in the seaside town of Hafnarfjörður in Iceland. Umpiring at the non-striker's end. The bowler ran past me, the batsman hit one to extra cover, and I changed position. I ran for the run-out call.
Comes Hutton again, and this is played down to third man this time by Burnham.
Now, umpires are told that when the batsman hits the ball to one side and you're at the bowler's end, you should run to the same side where the ball goes, for the reason that if a fielder comes up to collect the ball, you'll be able to see the stumps, whereas if you run to the side where the ball doesn't go, you might not see the stumps because the field would be in the way and you wouldn't be able to see if the fielder had broken the wicket cleanly. That's the logic. It doesn't make much difference for a direct hit though, and in this case, as I ran towards extra cover for the throw, there was a direct hit and it was me that got hit direct.
Hutton bowls. Steele plays it to short extra cover.
And I was so nimble, Martin, that I'd made it 3/4 of the way from my wicket to the extra cover fielder, and when the ball hit me it broke 2 ribs.
Nasty.
Now that's not supposed to happen when you're an umpire. Yeah, I was unlucky. I went down like a sack of the proverbial.
I remember a couple of seasons ago at Warwickshire, and Keaton Jennings playing a shot and his bat snapped off the handle and nearly took the square leg umpire out. Went flying through the air like a...
Did the batsman still holding the handle?
Yeah. In fact, Phil Britt, who does some of the commentaries at Warwickshire and takes the photographs, got a great photograph of that one. New over, and Burnham is facing Proctor, who suddenly looks like he's coming in at a couple of mile an hour quicker than he was after that wicket.
Right, no great surprise up at the top of Division 1, where Simon Harmer has now started running through the Surrey batting order like a dose of salts. He's got 5 for 21 of 14 overs, all 5 With the Surrey's second innings wickets to fall. They're 80 for 5, still 141 behind.
Proctor balls, and that's a nice shot from Burnham. It was a Yorker length ball. He pulled his back foot out the road to give himself a little bit of room to steer that one, and he's driven it up past mid-on and away for 4 to the far end of the ground. So Harmer's going to have about 80 wickets now then, isn't he?
It is, yeah. I think he started with 72.
Oh, it's Chris Rush who's got 69 in the championship.
And Somerset, Lewis Gregory is still pretending that Somerset can win. I really don't think they will. 122 for 7, still 159 more to win.
Well, for Anthony Gibson's sake, they pull it off this year. I felt so sorry for him in 2010. And again, in 2016, he was just crestfallen. The Somerset commentator.
He's writing his book, isn't he, this year?
Proctor 2. Burnham gets to that one sharply. Fends it down into the ground on the offside, no run.
Mark Church at Surrey last year must have had some sort of intuition or premonition that it might be a good idea to
Typical Surrey.
put together a diary, a journal of Surrey commentator's life. Lo and behold, Surrey went and won the title. Now, Anthony Gibson thought it would be a similarly good idea at the start of this year.
The thing is, with cricket books, and I mean, I remember a few years ago, Tim Wellett used to cover Durham for the Northern Echo and for BBC Newcastle. He wrote a book when they won the title for the first time in 2008, but other than your core audience of your members, you're then struggling to sell beyond that. And Stu Rayner's brought out 2 books, one about the War of the White Roses, the infighting when Jeff Boycott was trying to take over the dressing room at Yorkshire.
That's a good tale.
Yeah. Now you're going for an audience of Yorkshire, you're going to do well, but I think you might have had a few boxes left. And then last year, out came 4 trophies and a funeral about the rise and fall of Durham. But it's a difficult market to sell in, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to get a
niche book like that. Yeah.
I mean, Graham Fowler's book Outfoxed. I read that a few months ago. I think that did well. Proctor bowling to Burnham. I think there's a bit of a issue about the ball a moment ago, so the umpires have just checked it and possibly trimmed some loose leather off it.
Well, Mark Church insured himself 27 sales because he was very careful to name all the other commentators at various points.
Well, I never bought them.
And did you not?
Yeah.
All the other commentators got mentioned, all the neutrals got in there as well, so we all bought one, conceited as all media types are, apart from you seemingly, to see what it said.
Proctor in bowls, that's pushed off towards mid-wicket, no run there. Half the issue is, I just don't have time to read books. I get Private Eye comes through the door when Saturday comes.
Well, that's thousands and thousands of words.
Yeah, and 3 little kids as well. And when you get the chance.
I haven't read that one.
No.
Bernard Whittaker says he's astonished that there isn't in a 9-team division there isn't enough time for the 2 extra 4-day fixtures. He says some teams are inactive for a fortnight at times during the season.
This season there's been 3 weeks where there hasn't been a match for Durham. In comes Proctor and balls. Burnham plays that up to mid-on, no run there.
So yes, good point, Bernard. I mean,
I know it's a hard workload, and particularly if you're a bowler and you know the county grind coming towards the end of the season and the miles and stuff like that. But what's the first thing these lads do when they've got a few days off? They're straight on the golf course, aren't they?
Well, if they're not in the golf course, they're in the gym. They're keeping fit. You could, well, I mean, we've got to be careful just having an argument, you and I here, which is identifying the precise nature of our agreement, because that can become quite tiresome. But I agree with you that it was working 9 and 9.
I can see a need for some periods of rest, and particularly if you're geographically hamstrung like Durham are. You know, it's another hour and a half up the motorway past Leeds. So go back to a smaller T20 campaign where you're playing in a regional group again. I mean, we have games here. This is 200 miles or more from my house to Northampton, and it's in the North group.
It's still nominally regional, isn't it? Still say North.
This is not the North.
No, but you could have,
this is the South.
You could have 3 groups of 6, each playing home and away.
Well, that's what they used to do. Yeah,
that would work. North, Central, and South.
Here's Ben Sanderson into the attack from the pavilion end. I don't think we've seen them both from this end this match. Durham are 94 for 4. They need another 307 to win. It's coming up towards 3 o'clock on this 3rd day. What's the date today? Wednesday the what? 18th
18th
of September,
today.
halfway through September. Got 1 week of cricket left next week. Do they start on Monday next week, the matches?
They do.
The old Monday. And a little trip to London on the 1st of October, I think it is, for the cricket writers do, and then that's about it. In comes Sanderson, bowls. This is turned off through mid-wicket, and they'll get a run here. Scott Steele wasn't quite taken cleanly. Again, it's that scruffy square. Who's got 96 on their back?
That's Charlie Thurston.
Right, he's another
One on a summer contract.
I thought I hadn't seen him.
Yeah, batsman.
So I think anybody who's been fielding on this square during this game's had a real tough time of it on either side. He dived down there to try and get the ball and it bounced awkwardly. He managed to get a hand on it, but it was a run for Steele. The Durham end of season dinner's on the 10th of October. It's a week later than normal because on the 3rd at Lord's is Chris Rushworth's testimonial dinner with Sir Ian Botham in the long room at Lord's. As Sanderson comes in and bowls to Burnham, and it's defended and it runs up the mid-off.
My team was invited to come over to play an exhibition match for Chris Rushworth's testimonial.
Where at?
Well, somewhere in Durham, I suppose.
Which team?
Iceland.
Do they actually exist? There
Yeah,
is an Icelandic team. That's
yeah.
not just you.
No, we're playing in a European tournament in 4
Alright.
weeks against Malta, Hungary and Czechia.
Czechia.
The new name for the Czech Republic. Do you not know?
Czechia,
Czechia.
no.
Yeah. Catchy, isn't it?
In comes the bowler. Oh, that's a good ball. That spits and pops and goes through to the keeper. I've never heard of Czechia.
Well,
Czech Republic and Slovakia, isn't it?
Well, Czech Republic is a funny name, isn't it? Because so many countries could call themselves the something republic.
Well, plenty of them do.
But as a short name on the map. Anyway,
Who did that guy play for with the spinner in that Euro League recently? Was he Slovenia or Slovakia?
Pavel Florin
Yeah.
from Romania, a friend of mine.
Was he playing? Who was he playing for? Was
He's
it
playing for Romania. Yeah.
Romania were playing with him. Right. In comes the bowler. This is played off past square leg and through mid-wicket for 1 by Burnham. Yeah, had he had a shoulder injury, an accident or something?
He had a broken leg.
A broken leg.
When you watch the clips of him batting, yeah, he had the plaster cast taken off just before the tournament, but he was so keen to play in the tournament. He plays for a club side called Cluj in
FC
Romania,
Cluj,
which is 200 kilometres away from the cricket ground in Bucharest. He was so determined to play it.
Sanderson bowls to Steele. No movement of the feet at all, and Steele's cleaned up. Bowled off stump, and that ball just pitched on a length and went straight through him. He tried to drive, and he's nowhere near it. And he's gone for 1, and Durham are 96 for 5. And in a mess, and they need another 305 to win, and another huge stride towards promotion for Northants. They won't be quite there, but they'll need about 4 or 5 points to sort it out next week, and Durham look destined for a 4th straight season in Division 2. Their longest spell in Division 2 was 5 years, from 01 to 05, when they eventually got up again. And this one, though, is going to be year 4 next year. At least they'll have a trip to Trent Bridge to look forward to, and another trip to Lords. But on that note, I've got to go and do an update. See you all later.
Scott Steele, bowled by Sanderson for 1.
It's Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle, the visiting commentator. My name's Kit Harris here, helping you through what now appear to be the closing stages, the end game of this Specsavers County Championship Division 2 game between Durham and Northamptonshire. Alex Winter off the microphone just at the moment, but he'll be back with us shortly. Eckersley makes his way out, number 7, 96 for 5. Still the target there is 402. Well, you can write that off. Poor old Durham. It's going so well when they collapsed Northampton from 99 for 1 to 217 all out on the first day, but it's been very much in Northampton's favour since then. Let's have a little stroll around the rest of the division. Sussex are 67 for 2 now, still needing 278 to beat Derbyshire, having taken a 93-run lead on first innings. Glamorgan are 164 for 3, having chosen not to enforce the follow-on against Leicester, so their lead... Oh no, now 4 down just as I speak, 164 for 4, and the lead is 336. Lancashire are now 111 ahead of Middlesex at 189 for 3. Next ball is from Proctor to Burnham, plays and misses outside the off stump. Burnham on 39. Eckersley has arrived. He'll be at the non-striker's end because Sanderson took the wicket with the final ball of his over. He did get a little bit of that in-swing that he can tend to get. Not extreme, but as Martin Emerson told you, Scott Steele was rooted to the crease, didn't stride forward and was bowled. And Burnham digs out the next one from Proctor, full in length. Northampton are not trying to take wickets here, not striving for that magic ball. They're just bowling patiently, trying to get the ball as accurately as possible down that fourth stump line, outside off stump, just a little bit of swing and waiting for the mistakes. And the mistakes are coming. Burnham prepares to face Proctor again. This one is a bad ball on leg stump, far too straight, and Burnham's able to whip it away backward to square for 4 all along the ground. Perfectly poised and balanced there. He advances to 39. 96 for 5. Oh no, it becomes 100 for 5, Burnham 43. So there is the 100 up for Durham. It doesn't mean much, I'm afraid, in the 4th innings, but it's a question of reducing the margin of victory at the moment. But Burnham certainly has opportunity to try and improve upon his highest first-class score of the season in the Championship. Was 86 in the last game before his injury. Next ball is full and straight and he comes forward defending. Just had a little back niggle which kept him out of the game last week in which Durham beat Middlesex. Week before that he scored 86. He does have Championship 100 under his belt. He's a good player. Now really Durham have to try and get some overs batted in preparation for next week, because Burnham leaves a lifter outside off stump. He's let it go on length and it was well judged, went over the top of middle and off stumps. Proctor just being as incisive as he can be, plugging away. 2 slips, 3 fielders saving the single, 3 on the off, 2 on the on. A wide third man and long leg on the boundary. So Proctor bowls again. Straight ball, very wide of the stumps. Burnham leaves it alone, and that concludes the over. We've had 36 of them. Durham 100 for 5. The target 402. All of today. That is to say 39 overs left to bat, and 96 tomorrow. I'm banging on because I'm hoping to say Alex Winter is now going to give the FM update, but this is a very long news report we're hearing in our earphones. Here he is, Alex Winter with the FM update.
Thank you very much. Northants are on their way to victory here. Could they be on their way to Division 1 of the County Championship as well? They've got Durham 100 for 5, chasing 402. Some resistance from Durham here after lunch. A partnership worth 66 for the 4th wicket between BJ Watling, the New Zealander, and Jack Burnham, but Luke Proctor got the breakthrough, a full delivery that nipped back to take out the off stump of Watling for 35, and then Ben Sanderson, as he did in the 1st innings, producing a full delivery that beat the drive of Scott Steele to bowl him for 1. So Northants with 5 more wickets to take here. Acres of oodles really of runs in the bank. Still 301 runs to win. 301 runs behind our Durham here. We've got 6 overs to go until tea on this 3rd day, and Northants at the moment on course for a big victory with Durham 100 for 5, chasing 402.
I preferred acres to oodles.
Yeah, but acres of runs didn't quite work, did
that's
it?
fine.
Acres of runs?
No such thing as an oodle. Next ball from Sanderson is just blocked out into the onside.
You have oodles of time, don't you?
What is an oodle anyway?
I've no idea, but it's a saying, isn't it?
Now, in as much as Division 1 matters, you'll probably, if you're an England fan, you'd be interested to know that Dominic Sibley is still going at Trent Bridge. He has 213. There's a risk of him carrying his bat, as Warwickshire are now 486 for 8 in response to Nottinghamshire's 498. Next ball from Sanderson is left alone outside of stump by Eckersley. So Sibley's runs providing a tonic to what may in other regards be this week's most boring game. Somerset clinging on, 127 for 7, 154 to win, but surely they won't come back from losing 7 wickets for 14 runs in 10 overs. Essex still have just those Simon Harmer 5 wickets. Surrey 85 down. Sanderson bowls outside off, and Eckersley played and missed, or at least brought the bat inside the line at the very last moment. And a ball from Sanderson which didn't swing back in. That's the difficult thing to pick with Sanderson. He does get it to swing late. You put the bat out there expecting the swing, or is it going to be his straight on one? Occasionally, in addition to the straight on and the in-swinger to the right-hander, Sanderson can pull out his Jaffa, his great ball, which is the leg cutter, just every now and then when he gets tall and hits the seam. As he bowls now to Eckersley. Another straight on, well wide of the off stump, and Eckersley pleased to be able to leave alone without much caution. He has faced 5 balls. His innings so far constituting just the 5 dots in this over from Sanderson. It's a difficult situation as captain when you simply have pride and your own form to play for. They will talk, if asked by the media, about anything can happen in cricket, and they still could get 302 more runs, but they won't be thinking it. This next ball is going to be runs, though, because Sanderson has bowled a rare misdirected one onto the pads of Eckersley, who, as sweetly as anything, clips it away forward of square for 4, and he's off the mark. To conclude the over from Sanderson, who has 1 for 20 in his 11 overs, Durham 104 for 5, still 297 short of any victory. Alex Winter.
6 overs to go until tea then, I believe. As the ball is going to flick over to our right hand side. Yes, indeed, 6 overs to go until tea. So 38 overs to come in the day. So, well, I suppose 10 past 3 would be the advertised tea time, wouldn't it? So we are going to go on a little bit later. No bonus overs today, but 102 yesterday. Keogh is warming up once again at mid-on, so maybe we'll see some spin before the second interval of the day. Proctor here coming on to pick up a wicket. Just emphasises the point that Northants have bowled as a unit really the last few rounds. Sanderson and Hutton have taken the spoils largely, but Proctor in particular has done his job, and he's coming in here from the Wilson end to bowl to Burnham, the right-hander. He's well forward and pushing down towards Bracewell out at mid-off for no run.
Sussex, whose target is 345, have lost their 3rd wicket. Ooh. 72 for 3. Ooh. Salt, Wells and Beer are out. Now, why is Will Beer gone in at 3?
He did the job earlier in the season, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, he had a few games opening the batting. Proctor was in here bowling a full straight delivery, which is driven by Burnham to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, he did the job for a few matches. Not entirely sure with how much success, but he was asked to open the batting earlier in the summer.
Well, it would be nice if Derbyshire could turn it around, because they don't get a lot of luck.
Proctor once more, and Burnham in defence here to a full of length delivery around about the off stump, pushing away this time to mid-off, where Bracewell is doing the fielding for no run. Keogh's warm-up is one of the most vigorous you're likely to see. He's been flailing his arms all over the place, and now he's flicking his foot up and back.
It's like Basil Fawlty doing the silly walk backwards and forwards. I don't think he's been asked to warm up at all.
Proctor was in again, wide on the bowling crease here, and a touch too straight though, and Burnham can work with that angle to play away through mid-wicket. Keogh's got to abandon his warm-up to chase back towards the wide mid-wicket boundary by the bank of yellow seats on the far side of the ground, down towards the county pub, and they come back for a second run. Takes Burnham on to 45, so a good little hand here for Durham from Jack Burnham at number 5. They needed a big score, and Burnham could yet provide it. 106 for 5.
I think Keogh is simply saying to his captain, I'm available to bowl. I've scored 0 and 4 We need 5 wickets in about a day and a half.
Let me do something.
Yeah, come on, get me on. I took 9 for once, and I know that because those are exactly the points that I would be making as a spinner.
Proctor is in again. Burnham is defending with an angled bat. Again, a tight off-stump line pushed away to Thurston. To our right-hand side at backward point, there's no run.
A 4th innings bowler. Get me on, lad. I know the over rate doesn't matter. There's no likelihood at this stage of any slow over rate problems for Northamptonshire, but you know, let's get this done. I could get clean up here with a quick 4 or 5 wickets.
Proctor skidding in again, and Burnham forward on the 4th stump line, playing away out to Levy at extra cover, and there's no run to end the over. Thought for a moment there that the shin guards and helmet were going to come out from Nathan Buck on the boundary's edge, and they are indeed now coming out, so we are going to get some spin, and Keogh is going to relieve Sanderson at the Wantage Road end.
Excellent. Good. We did a little bit of spin from Scott Steele when Durham were bowling yesterday, and that worked okay. That was his first bowl in first-class cricket. Mind, he's only had 2 championship games. The little bit of byplay I'm now interested in Division 1 is whether Dom Sibley can carry his bat. Warwickshire are 487 for 9 in response to Nottinghamshire's 498. Wouldn't it be brilliant if both those teams ended up being all out for 498? Sibley 214 as he is joined by the last man, George Garrett. Let's have 498, 498, then it really would be the biggest waste of 2.5 days for everyone except Mullaney and Clark and Sibley, the 3 centurions in the game so far. Right, Rob Keogh, he's got his banded sunglasses on. He's a tall man, more a roller than an exploder into his action.
He's an attacking spinner, Keogh, not really the bowler who can come on and just block up an end.
It gives it good flight.
Yeah, gives it a rip, does find turn, and he bowled well during the T20s. Been used much during his career in T20 cricket, but did bowl well this summer.
He could get 3 overs in here because there are 5 left before tea, and I'd fancy him to get a wicket.
Slipping a short leg in place, he's going to bowl to Eckersley on 4. Steps away from us, and Eckersley's back and across to move his first ball to Levy at short mid wicket. Does go across to collect to his right hand side, and there's no run. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid off and mid on as ever for the off spinner, a little deeper than orthodox. 45 is in place around the corner and deep square together with Levy at short mid wicket. Keogh steps in again, gives us plenty of air, and touched with the turn with what angle there is there by Eckersley to the man on the 45. It was a bit slightly wider than 45 actually, Brace. Well, he can call him a backward square leg, and in fact now he is being just moved around by Rossington to a genuine square leg position. The man in the deep is going back at a square, Thurston to his right hand side. Eckersley just looks around the field and checks his guard here. As Keogh, long sleeve shirt, sleeves rolled up, steps in, bowls outside the off stump, gives it a rip, and Eckersley kicks it away, showing his back to the bowler in the end, getting his gloves way out of the way of this one.
Every time you say by Eckersley, I keep thinking you're going to say by Eckersley.
Keogh again, plenty of air. Eckersley's down the pitch, driving, no timing. Finds Safe Zabe, who's out here as a substitute fieldsman, a second substitute fieldsman, because Hutton's just popped off for a break. No, he hasn't, I beg your pardon. Someone definitely popped off for a break, because Zabe's on there at extra cover.
But is Thurston still out there?
Keogh again, down the leg side, and Rossington, who did stump Eckersley in the first innings, was threatening to do so again there, but Eckersley kept his back foot planted. Yeah, Thurston's at deep backward square in the distance.
You know it's Thurston because he's got the wide-brimmed white hat.
Quite. Keogh in again, just outside the off stump. No real turn there, and Eckersley can kick it away again. The over comes to an end. Keogh begins with the maiden. 4 overs to go until tea time, and Durham are 106 for 5, chasing 402, and need something extraordinary to try and get up from here.
That's how Keogh should have bowled that. It can be very tempting for an off spinner to want to get through overs and bowl maidens, which involves just pushing the ball through and trying to bowl dry, a bit like you do in a 50-50 game. Perversely, in a T20 game, you actually vary it so much you do end up bowling flighted deliveries. You can't just push everything through because the batsman gets used to your consistency, but Keogh has given it lots of air there.
Proctor far end is into Burnham, who's driving a full ball quite pleasantly actually, but Bracewell is across to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run. The shadow of the floodlight pylon by the players' dressing rooms to our left hand side is
That's funny, isn't
across
it?
the wicket now.
Right on top of the wicket. It's like the book Masquerade by Kit Williams, where you had to find this location somewhere in Britain at a certain time of day, and if you dug in a certain place where the cross of the saint's statue was on the grass, you'd find this treasure. And
Proctor in again, it skids through a bit low, and Burnham did jolly well to keep that one out. Saw one of those yesterday that removed Adam Rossington, and that also from Proctor, just skidded through a little bit low. He is a skiddy bowler, Proctor, and will never get much bounce. Small man, quite a low action as well, and Burnham did jolly well to push that back up the wicket as it threatened to skid into his off stump. What's the book called? Masquerade by who?
Masquerade. Do you remember Masquerade?
Proctor once more, and Burnham just in defence here to mid-off no run.
Well, this is even more off topic than normal for any cricket commentator, but there was this book in the early 1980s called Masquerade by Kit Williams, which was a series of paintings in the book, all of which contained clues that you were supposed to use to decipher a location somewhere in England where treasure was buried, and it was a golden amulet of a rabbit that had been made by Kit Williams.
Proctor back of a length. Is there an edge? There is an edge. He's gone. Burnham is out, and Rossington has taken a tremendous catch down low to his right hand side, and Jack Burnham peels himself away. He can't believe what he's done. He's followed a ball that's left him trying to force off the back foot. He threatened to do that actually a while ago against Doug Bracewell. He survived on that occasion. He hasn't done so here. He's edged behind. Rossington has claimed a beauty, diving across to his right, and Burnham's resistance is over. He has gone for 45, and Durham slipped further before tea, 106 for 6.
Oh, Durham. I should think Durham supporters would rather have heard a lot more about the book Masquerade than have it cut off by Jack Burnham's indiscretion. Dear oh dear, that was not a smart shot. It was just wide, short of a length. If you're being charitable to the bowler, you say, well, he was putting that in deliberately to try and get Jack Burnham's eyes to light up and to try and smack it through the covers, but there was no footwork. He just flailed his bat at it on the up, and he got a thick edge. And it was a good catch from Rossington, diving in front of first slip. But now I fear the 35 overs left after this one, just 4 wickets left to be taken today. I think we may be going to see a vacant day tomorrow. Durham really could have done with putting more of a fight into it than this. But certainly Scott Steele with his leaden-footed swish of the bat into LBW to Sanderson, and now Jack Burnham similarly weighted on the crease, swishing away to a wide ball. Not great shots. They are young. These things do happen. So keen to score runs. But unfortunately, they have both thrown it away a bit. Now, in comes rain, and not the kind of rain that Durham would want.
Perfect day. And a great day for Northamptonshire once again as Proctor bowls. Oh, it's way down the leg side. A horrible. Please give wides umpire. Yes, he does. Because Adam Rossington had absolutely no chance to collect that. The ball started down leg and swung further down the leg side, and there was no chance for the Northants keeper. But Russell Warren has sensibly decided that is wides, and it's whistled to the boundary beneath us to add 5 to the total, and it brings up Nelson, 111 for 6. Horror start for Proctor, but it was actually the same ball that got Burnham out.
It was exactly the same.
A wide delivery back of a length that swung away. And well, Burnham will look back at that replay and be very disappointed with himself. feet went nowhere, just pushed his hands at a ball. Great catch from Rossington though. Proctor tries again and bowls outside the off stump. It gets cut away, not collected cleanly by Thurston, diving to his left at backward point. And so they will get a single to get Ben Rain off the mark. And to get Durham off Nelson. 112 for 6.
Yes, there have been quite a lot of not collected cleanly at point. Not just from Thurston, but from what seems like a cast of several. Anyone who's found himself in that position has struggled. A lot of runs have gone on offer as a result of half stops and fielding stumbles and fumbles. Eckersley, well, captain of a ship that's going down.
Proctor in, Eckersley touching through mid-wicket here, should get 4, does. Proctor slightly too straight, and Eckersley, who played nicely in the first innings, has shown good timing there to touch that away. Out towards the covered stand to our left-hand side for a boundary. Eckersley there on 8 now, Rain with him on 1, but, well, you never say never, but the game looking up for Durham with their target still miles away, 402 the target, and to have any realistic chance of getting anywhere near, they needed a big score from one of their top order, but Lee's made 9, Steele 8, Robson 1. Watling played well for a time but went for 35. Steele failed for a second time in the game, and then Burnham went for 45 as well before tea. We've got 3 overs until the break, and Keogh is now going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain. There are 2 slips in place, and Rain to his first ball from Keogh, flicks leg side, slightly too short from Keogh. We did see a little bit of grip for Scott Steele yesterday from this angle.
Keogh loves bowling to left-handers as well, doesn't he?
1 or 2 footholds for Keogh to aim at here as he bowls. Rain forward and beaten. That would dig grip and go past the left-hander's outside edge as he pushed forward. Much better. Bit of flight, luring the left-hander out to push at it. And the outside edge was beaten. Encouragement straight away here for Keogh. 3 men around the bat, 2 slips and a short leg. Keogh steps forward once again and bowls a bit too full though, and Rain trying to work it away on the leg side, only finds the boot of Curran, who's in at Boot Hill there. The ball ricochets back to Rossington for no run. Keogh once more, his right arm round, and Rain is in his crease, waiting for this one to turn quite slowly. He plays back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. A few times this year, later in the game, Keogh has had a long old bowl and found little joy because what spin there has been very slow. Comes in again now, Rain forward to smother this. Round about a 4th stump line. Just drops the ball almost at his feet there. Ben Rain, who also played well for a time in the first innings, made 18 before being caught behind off Hutton. Keogh once again throws one up, and this is worked around the corner by Rain. Runs here. Rossington is having to go himself from behind the stumps here to collect, running out down towards a long leg position, and they get a couple of runs to end the over. So 2 to go until tea time here at sunny Wantage Road, and Durham are 118 for 6. So 34 overs left in the day, plus potentially 8 if the umpires want to use the extra half hour. So can Durham get through 42 to take us into day 4, Kit Harris?
No. That's my prediction. Well, it's tea time at some of the other grounds, and as we approach our own 20-minute break, I'll give you updates from both divisions as the teams go off, starting with the high-scoring, surely a draw at Trent Bridge. Nottingham 498, Warwickshire all out 488. A moral victory for Nottingham in getting a 10-run lead.
Here is Proctor far end, bowls a bumper to Eckersley, he ducks beneath, no run.
And Sibley did carry his bat for 215.
Fabulous.
If he doesn't find himself on what used to be a boat but is now at least 2 aeroplanes to New Zealand, then everyone will be very surprised. And there are a couple of games, one in each division, where the follow-on wasn't enforced and the team in the ascendancy is setting a target.
Deep square out here as Proctor bowls to Eckersley, but he's half forward, pushing back up towards the bowler, and Proctor feels the need to gather and shy at the striker's end stumps. The ball misses the leg stump. Eckersley was back nonetheless, and the ball runs through to Rossington.
Now, in the Division 1 game, you'll remember Yorkshire-Kent at Headingley. That's the one where Darren Stevens made 237 in the first innings for Kent. Well, Yorkshire weren't asked to follow on. Kent are now 5 wickets down and 489 ahead.
Proctor in again, and whipped leg side by Eckersley. This is running out through mid-wicket. Curran is back there on the deep square boundary, runs around to his left-hand side, bends down to collect with his left hand, and they come back for 2. Eckersley goes into double figures. He has 10, 120 for 6.
And Sam Billings, who made 138 in the first innings, has gone into tea, not out 99.
Oh, tremendous.
Guess who his partner is? Darren Stevens.
D. Stevens, yeah.
He's only got 10 not out so far.
Proctor past umpire Warren, bowls to Eckersley, who pushes just wide of mid-on, and they set off and successfully go through for a sharp single before Keogh can come around. Short of his sweater now in the field. Rain goes to 11, 1-2-1 for 6.
Now the other game, when the follow-on could have been but was not enforced, is in our own division. Glamorgan are trying to set Leicester as big a target as possible at Cardiff. 171 for 4 they are at tea. That's a lead of 343. Craig Brathwaite, West Indies overseas player, is not out 68. Proctor
round the wicket to Rain, the left-hander, and he plays with soft hands just wide of mid-on here, working with the angle. And Bracewell doing his best to trip over the ball there as he collects it, bouncing around his ankles as they go through for the run. Rain goes to 4, 1-2-2 for 6. Now, it's not tea at Derby yet, but we will want to know every time something happens there, because Sussex's performance in Division 2 is highly relevant to both of these teams. Well, their target, you remember, is 345. They are now 91 for 4 as Rawlins becomes the third wicket for Anuj Dal. So probably not now, maybe. Well, I mean, as bad a position as Durham were. Very much so. Proctor is into Eckersley. Short mid-wicket is in place. It is full at the pads and slides down the leg side as Eckersley flicks it in and misses, and the applause is for Rossington, tumbling away to his left to take that. End of the over. One more until the second break of the day. One more until possibly the second and final interval of the season at Wantage Road. 1-2-2 for 6. You can forget the target. Northants need 4 wickets to win. There are some games that are racing us to tea. And well, there's one game that I haven't mentioned in Division 2, which is definitely going into a 4th day, and that's Lancashire Middlesex in Manchester. Lancashire 226 for 3. That's a lead of 148. Keaton Jennings has 88, and Liam Livingston is there with 53. Last over of the session. Keogh is right arm round to Rain, getting a very full ball to drive to Sanderson at mid-off, no run. At the top of the county championship, Essex and Somerset still both very keen to go in to the last match with a chance of winning the championship. Essex have the better chance at the moment. Keogh is in again. Rain is defending, one that just slides on, inner part of the bat, runs back up towards the bowler, no run. Surrey are 108 for 5 still. Simon Harmer took 5 wickets. He has 5 for 28 off 19, so it looks like a Simon Harmer paradise there at Chelmsford. But Ricky Clark and folks are clinging on. Keogh bowls a low full toss here actually, but such is the predicament of Durham's position in the game, Rain can only pat it back up towards the bowler, and Keogh rather gets away with one. Surrey still 112 behind, making Essex even have to bat for a second time. Keogh once again lands this one, but a bit too full and smothered by Rain back up towards the bowler. There's no run. Somerset 140 for 8 now, with 281 required to win, and Abbott has 7 for 42. Keogh plenty there again, and Rain was letting it go, and Keogh wanders away in agony to the offside, as if to say, how on earth did that slide by the off stump? The ball didn't turn, it skidded on. Very close to taking rain out on the stroke of tee. Last ball of the session coming up. Keogh to bowl it, and rain survives, steering it away towards point. But that's the end of another really good session for Northamptonshire in this match. Bar the first afternoon, they've won every session really. More excellent cricket from the home side, continuing to dominate this game. They've picked up 4 wickets between lunch and tea, and Durham have found very little resistance and have gone nowhere really in pursuit of a mighty target of 402. They're 1-2-2 for 6 at the break, and myself, Alex Winter, Kit Harris and Martin Emerson will be back in 20 minutes time. Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winder, for what possibly could be the final time in 2019. Durham are resuming here 122 for 6, having been set a mighty target of 402. You can forget about that. It's the wickets column that matters, and Northants need 4 of them to complete victory. Ben Sanderson to get us back in the way from the Wilson end. Comes into bowl to Ned Eckersley, who's back and across and playing down to mid-off for no run. Durham have got nothing going really in this second innings at all. One stand of 66 between Watling and Burnham took up 21 overs of the afternoon session. They've lost clusters of wickets. Lees for 9, Robson for 1, Steele for 8, Watling for 35. The other Steele, Scott Steele for 1, and then Burnham for 45. They needed a big contribution from somewhere to get anywhere near this total. At the moment they need this pair really to try and get them even into a day 4. Sanderson is in right arm over, and Eckersley dabbing one down towards point. Too close to point for a single they considered. Brett Hutton is limbering up at second slip. Looks like it's going to be he from the Wantage Road end, having picked up 3 wickets already. 1 for Sanderson. Clean bowling Scott Steele for the second time in the match. Steele playing an almost identical shot at Sanderson for the second time in the match, and nipped back at clattering into his stumps.
Yeah, being out the same way in both innings is ignominious, isn't it? Says something.
Sanderson in, Eckersley again defending a ball around about the 4th stump from the crease out towards Bracewell at mid-off for no run, and Luke Proctor has picked up 2 wickets as well, and both set batsmen. He angled a ball in that just nipped back slightly to bowl BJ Watling for 35, and then got one to go the other way, a long way the other way, that Jack Burnham followed. It was an awful shot really, but a really good catch down low by Adam Rossington. It's Kit Harris alongside me. Martin Emerson will be back shortly as well. Well, I dare say won't be in the best of moods.
Well, that does make a change.
Sanderson past the umpire he goes, and Eckersley gets one to touch down the leg side. This will be 4. Rush to fine leg, just down to our left. Sanderson getting one to nip back, ever so slightly too straight, and Eckersley helps himself around the corner to get Durham underway for the evening session. 126 for 6. And if Durham are going to extend us into day 4, you feel, Kit, that this pair have got to take us deep into this evening session.
Yeah, but why would they do that? I mean, they're in an absolute lose-lose situation now. Even if they carry on batting, they're just, you know, they're eating up their own training and recovery time. And this is where chess can teach us a thing or two. Alex, just knock over the king, Durham, and get up that motorway.
Not a bit of it. Personal pride to play for, and still, even though it is unlikely, you've still got to believe that you can pull something off. Victory may be 275 runs away as Sanderson moves in once more, and Eckersley on the off stump is playing back up towards the bowler. It's spilled through the hands of Sanderson and into his shin, just taking a blow there. But all you can do is think, we can pull something off, we can get a partnership together, we can keep our side alive in the promotion race, because if Durham lose, they will be out of the promotion race.
Mathematically out.
Mathematically out, yeah. They'll only pick up the 3 bowling points. Sanderson is in again. Eckersley forward, thick inside edge, runs away to long leg to our left-hand side. And the over comes to an end with a single to Eckersley. He'll keep the bowling, he's got 16. And Durham a 1-2-7 for 6. Yes, a Durham defeat here will give them just 3 points and they'll go to 150. So they'll be out of range of Gloucestershire, whose win early today took them to 176 points. So Durham could only get to 174. So they couldn't get past Gloucestershire, and they won't be able to get past Northants either if they lose here, because victory will take Northants to 181 points.
And if Sussex lose, the same would be true. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. There is still a scenario where Northants could be promoted this week. That would happen if Sussex and Glamorgan don't win. For the moment, Sussex are struggling at Derbyshire, aren't they? 94 for 4, chasing 345, so looking unlikely, I have to say, there for the moment. But Glamorgan are going well.
Yeah, you'd back Glamorgan.
Yeah, 200 for 4, a lead of 372. They'll just be picking their moment after the tea to declare, really, and then asking Leicestershire to try and survive more than a day to get out of there with a draw. Victory for Glamorgan will take them to 160 points. Here is Hutton running away from the wanted road, going in to Eckersley, who drives his first ball from Hutton after tee, down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, straight as a die past the non-striker stumps and down beneath us for a boundary. Eckersley played nicely first time around and is up to 20 pretty quickly here. 131 for 6. Yeah, Glamorgan win takes them to 160. So they would be 21 points behind Northants. That would mean that Northants would only need 4 points down at Bristol next week to confirm their promotion. A Sussex draw would take them to 155 and out of the picture to get past Northamptonshire, but they still could get past Gloucestershire. Hutton is in again. Eckersley defending a length ball this time, down to Sanderson at mid-on for no run. Sussex defeat would put them on 149, and they also would be out of promotion contention. So at the very least, Sussex have got to try and hang on there for a draw, but if they bat out the remaining time, they will score the remaining 251 needed.
Well, I hope you guys out there had a spreadsheet open while you were getting those numbers, because it was comprehensive.
Hutton is in again and defending. Here's Eckersley pushing forward down to Sanderson at mid-on for no run. I did the maths yesterday.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yesterday tea time. My little chart here. Various stars and daggers.
It's the crossing things off, isn't it?
Do you know what those things are called? They're sort of
the little
hyphens,
the little hats.
Hashes that are turned upside down. So they're open brackets, closed brackets, but turned upside down.
Well, it's a circumflex over a letter, but I bet it's not called that when it's not
Hutton
open.
in, and this is flicked down the leg side by Eckersley. There was a distinct thud of thigh pad there. We'll see what umpire Peter Hartley is going to give. It's going to give runs. There was a bit of inside edge involved. Ball runs away out towards the Wilson stand, and Eckersley takes the run. Goes to 21, 132 for 6.
Yeah, I think it's called the circumflex.
Circumflex.
Even when I know it's a circumflex when it's over a letter.
Well, it's a circumflex next to a number for me. 2 diagonal lines pointing upwards and 2 diagonal lines pointing downwards I've got on my sheet. Here is Hutton round the wicket to Ben Rain, the left-hander, and Rain is taking a length ball to push out to Gareth Berg at mid-on, and there is no run. Various symbols and signs. My little sheet in front of me.
Yes, it's what when you've used your asterisk and your crucifix, is what do you use? What's the third one?
Absolutely, yeah.
Captain, wicketkeeper. It's a good job we don't need a third one.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Hutton is in again. Wide of the off stump here, and Rain lets it go through. You know, I was after something else and thought, I can just draw this little
With the owner of
sort of an up arrow and a down arrow.
registration number OY17ZPX, please return to their car. Thank you.
Well, There used to be, and oh dear, this is a rail timetable thing, there did used to be a third cab off the rank in terms of a footnote mark after the asterisk and the crucifix, which was the pilcrow.
The pilcrow. Oh, yes.
Paragraph mark.
Oh, the paragraph mark.
You don't see that much except in marking paragraphs.
It's a bit clumsy, that, isn't it?
It's very clumsy if you've got a biro out. Yes, it's very hard to draw that.
Sanderson, far end, third over after tee, bowls wide of Eckersley's off stump, and he's pushing away towards point, and there is no run. Once again, Rossington is up to the stumps here for Ned Eckersley, and he produced a tremendous stumping in the first innings. And a friend of mine made a good point that had the stumping been completed by a Ben Folkes or a Sarah Taylor, it would have gone absolutely viral on social media, that clip, wouldn't it? Because it was a tremendous piece of keeping. The take in itself was good enough down the leg side, but to get the ball back to the stumps in that fashion was absolutely awesome work. Sanderson is in again, and Eckersley is forward, playing just in front of point, and Thurston is racing across to his right-hand side to collect, and there is no run. But dear old Alan Rossington will just have to take our adulation.
Yes, he's an unfashionable wicket-keeper. And therefore, I mean, that's the Dhoni stumping, standing up to a seam bowler and taking the leg side stumping right-handed over leg stump.
Rossington waits as Sanderson goes in, and Eckersley's turning to deep square to our left-hand side. Berg running to his right does the work out there, and there is a single more to Eckersley. Goes to 22, 133 for 6. And let me find the tremendous description provided by Richard Hobson, who's been here for the last couple of days covering the game for Cricinfo, who put it in wonderful words about the Eckersley stumping. Richard Hobson said it was the wicketkeeper's equivalent to the time warp: 2 skips to the left and a sweep of the arm to the right.
I found out what your upside down circumflex is called now as well.
Oh, I say.
Thank me later. It's called a caron, or presumably that's a hat check, because it's very common in Czech.
Caron.
Caron.
Oh, okay.
But of course a hat check, you know, because you get that in all kinds of Czech words. How's your Czech?
Sanderson over the wicket to the left-handed Rain, plays forward down towards mid-off for no run.
I surprised Martin Emerson earlier on by using the word Czechia. You familiar with the new name for the Czech Republic?
No.
On a map it's now called Czechia.
How so?
Well, in the sense that Czech Republic is a bit clumsy, because lots of things are republic, aren't they? I mean, Ireland is the Republic of Ireland, Iceland is the Republic of Iceland.
I'm adverse to the word republic as well, so Sanderson comes in again.
As a monarchy.
Pushing forward is quite pushing down to mid-off for no run.
What about countries that have never had a monarchy and were republics from the start? You'd let them off, would you?
Countries that were republics from the start? Such as?
Well, Iceland was a republic from the start.
Was it not governed by some overlord back in the day?
Well, it had a governor, yes, I mean to say, but... and it had the King of Sweden and the King of Norway and the King of Denmark.
Sanderson round the wicket. Rain plays with the angle to long leg to our right-hand side, and they take a gentle single. Rain goes to 5, 134 for 6. Thurston at long leg doing the fielding there, and the over comes to an end. We have got 29 to come on this third day. 29 overs for Durham to try and survive. We can have 8 more for the extra half hour to try and get this game done, but a bit of hazy cloud has just come over as well, which may affect the light later on in this session, so we could need tomorrow morning to get this game done, which wouldn't be the worst thing.
I have mournful news from Southampton, where Liam Dawson has taken a wicket, thus depriving Kyle Abbott of the opportunity to be the first person ever to take 18 wickets in a county championship match.
Hutton is round the wicket and going into Rain. He goes to turn the ball legs up, that just jumps on him. A little bit of a leading edge, jumps up on the offside and bounces down towards point, and there's no run.
But if Abbott takes the last one, so 9 wickets in the first innings and 8 in the second, he will at least become the first person to take 17 wickets in the county championship since 1939.
Oh.
And indeed, only the third person to take 17 wickets in an innings since World War II.
Hutton going in again, and on the back foot. Rain blocking down to mid-on. Berg is there, coming to his right, no run taken. 134 for 6.
Here's some fun, Alex. can you name the two people who have taken 17 wickets in a first-class innings since the war?
Ooh.
You can name one of them because it's one of the great cricketing stats, but can you name the other one?
I'll have a think in a moment. We should have an FM update coming in a moment as Hutton goes away from us. And he's bowled him! Ben Rain driving at Hutton. The ball has nipped back and smashed out the middle stump, I believe. Off stump it is, it's been pegged back. Wonderful sight for Hutton, and a big obstacle removed, and now we do have an FM update for Radio Northampton listeners. Moving towards victory here, Northamptonshire. Brett Hutton has just picked up his 4th wicket of this Durham second innings, taking out Ben Rains off stump for just 5, and Durham are now 134 for 7. They were set 402 just before lunch, always looked a mighty target, and Northants got the perfect start before the break with 2 wickets for Hutton, and Hutton got a 3rd after the break. They chipped away in the afternoon session, Northamptonshire, a wicket for Ben Sanderson and 2 wickets for Luke Proctor, to remove both set batsmen, BJ Watling, who made 35, and Jack Burnham for 45, who had shared a stand of 66 that took up 21 overs to just delay Northants before tea. But after tea, Hutton has just struck a swinging delivery into the off stump of Rain, and now Northants need just 3 wickets to move to the cusp of promotion in the county championship. 134 for 7, Durham, and we've still got 28 overs to come on this 3rd evening. Back of the online.
Better press you. So the most famous match bowling performance of all time in all forms of cricket
Is Jim Laker.
So that's one of your post-war 19 wickets. Now this is a total trivia, you either know it or you don't. Do you know the other post-war taker of 17 wickets in a first-class game?
I'll just interrupt to say that Somerset have lost.
Oh,
Kyle Abbott has got it. He
so
takes
that's it?
17 wickets in the match. Somerset were 86 for none, and they've collapsed to 144 all out. So Hampshire have won there by 136 runs. Simultaneously, Surrey are now 115 for 7 at Chelmsford. So it looks as if Essex could well win there by an innings, because they still trail Surrey by 106 runs.
So
Extraordinary.
He's taken 17 for 86 in that game.
What a match. Here is Hutton then to the new man, who's Bryden Cass, and he struck on the pad first ball, surely going down leg, yes. Umpire says not out. Was a little bit high as well. But caught in the crease first ball, the one that just nipped back. This so often happens for Northants that Hutton and Sanderson, they sort of trade hauls of wickets in either innings. They work so well together as a partnership. Sanderson 6 for 54 first time around. Hutton now has 4 for 43.
I can tell you that Kyle Abbott's figures of 17 for 86 are the 11th best first-class match figures of all time and the 4th best in the Championship's history.
Hutton goes in, bowls full, and it's pushed away off an outside edge by Bryden Cass. The ball runs to 3rd man for a single. Cass is away, but Durham are 135 for 7. So who took 17 wickets since the war?
So Kyle Abbott today, Jim Laker of course in the Ashes Test at Old Trafford in 1956, and the other one, John Davidson, took 17 for 137 for Canada against the USA at Fort Lauderdale in 2004. A first-class game, no less. Alex Winter.
Well, that's a big disappointment, because I wasn't expecting that. Gully comes up here for Eckersley as Hutton goes in, and Eckersley forward to a ball that leaves him slightly from a very full length, but he defends down towards mid-off, and there is no run, and there's more applause for Brett Hutton around Wantage Road, because he is helping bowl Northamptonshire to the cusp of county championship promotion. 135 for 7, Durham here, and a job now to take us to day 4. And I think even now, if we got to the end of the allocated number of overs, the umpires might still be inclined to give us the extra half an hour, where 8 overs are bowled, a minimum of 8 overs. But the light is potentially an issue in this evening session now, as Sanderson comes in from the far and bowls a bumper to Bryden Cass, and Bryden Cass ducks beneath, because a long thin layer of sort of medium layer cloud has come across the sky to the west of us. I think you call that alto stratus. It's invaded the sky.
I think you call that alto stratus.
Just interrupted the brilliant sunlight we've had all day.
It's not quite high enough to be cirrostratus, is it?
Sanderson once more, right arm over, cast defending in front of the off stump, and there is no run.
But we need our shade up here from somewhere, don't we? It wouldn't be Northampton if we didn't freeze our little socks off in the commentary position by the end of the day.
It's alto something, it may be alto cumulus.
Oh, it's not thick enough for cumulus, is it? Stratus is a layer and alto is middle.
Sanderson strikes the pad, the one that nips back, and the ball runs away to second slip, and there is no run. Yeah, I think it is alto stratus. Got a picture here of a medium, thinnish layer of cloud, but it's still thick enough to disturb the sun. So yeah, as I always say, first rule of gambling, go your gut. I'll go with alto stratus.
Yep. Good call.
7 for 86. What a performance from Carl Abbott. Sanderson is in, full of length, and Cass is driving him down the ground. And we'll get runs here towards the Wilson stand, possibly 4. Luke Proctor giving chase, doesn't get there. And the ball bobbles in front of the rope, just beneath one of the hospitality boxes down there. It's a good strike from Cass, well timed as well. He goes to 539 for 7. How much further can Durham take this second innings? What more stomach for the fight do they have?
Yeah, so you mentioned Somerset's defeat. They are at the top of the table only as long now as Essex's victory against Surrey is delayed. 208 points, Somerset.
Sanderson in again, and defending very late is Cass. So late that they thought behind the bat it might have been pad first, but Sanderson didn't get involved with the appeal. The ball runs away to extra cover for no run.
Essex have 204 with their bonus points, and if they draw this game, which seems incredibly unlikely with Surrey, they will go into the final showdown 1 point ahead of Somerset. But if they win, which seems eminently plausible, they will be 12 ahead, and no other side can challenge the top 2.
Deep point to deep square now go out for the last ball of Sanderson's over. Comes from the Wilson stand with 4 slips, and forward, half forward is Cass, pushing out to extra cover, and the over comes to an end. 139 for 7 Durham. Northants got another 27 overs, plus 8 potentially for the extra time to get this done tonight. But as I say, light could be an issue.
Yeah, it wasn't yesterday.
Yeah,
What time did we finish yesterday?
It was about 6:10.
Later than we will today, that's for sure.
It was brilliant sunshine all the way across the ground. That won't be the case tonight, because that sun will soon dart beneath that thickening layer of cloud to our left. Away goes Hutton, looking for a 5-wicket haul here. And it's flicked away from quite a straight line by Eckersley, down to long leg. He wants 2, but he's not going to get 2. Very good work from Gareth Berg in the deep, and he gains widespread applause for that piece of fielding, coming to his left-hand side. The return was right over the top of the bails and kept them down to just 1. So just what Northants would have wanted. Cast back on strike. Eckersley goes to 23, 140 for 7.
Kent have declared at 337, setting Yorkshire a target of 550 to win. Billings finished with 122 not out, his second ton of the game.
That's an in outside the off stump of Cass, and he lets it go through.
I think his third in consecutive innings.
Let's look at this picture from the dismissal of rain. That looks like the middle stump, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he, like a steal before him, has had his middle stump knocked out of the ground there. Thought it was middle stump. Hutton, past the umpire he goes, and pressing forward is Cass, and he's steered it away through the gully, and there'll be runs here down to third man. 4 of them, in fact. The ball's run away there from 2 fielders who are giving pursuit out to the county pub on the far side of the ground. So Cass picks up his second boundary, goes to 9. That's 144 for 7. Got a game next week, kid? On duty anywhere?
Yeah. Yes, I'm.
You at the big one?
I am at the little one. Lancashire's victory procession
Okay.
at Leicester.
Hutton goes in again. 4 catches in place. Ball slightly too straight though, and Cars can dab it down just wide of Sanderson at mid-on and picks up another run. Cars into double figures very quickly here, and almost to run a ball. 145 for 7.
Yeah, so very much the end of term feel for me next
Yeah.
year. With Leicestershire, I believe I'm right in saying certain to finish bottom, and Lancashire certain to finish top.
You're right in the first count. Leicestershire,
It depends on whether Derbyshire beats Sussex today. If Derbyshire do win, Leicestershire will be nailed to the bottom.
Hutton in outside the off stump and let go. They could still get past Worcestershire, couldn't they, Leicestershire? Because they'll get at least 4 points from this game
That's true.
at Glamorgan, so they will at least go to 99, which will leave them 19 points behind Worcestershire.
Your efforts to build in jeopardy are much appreciated.
Have Leicestershire got the wooden spoon more than any other county?
Oh, now that's a good call. I don't know if I have that one.
I do.
Yeah, of course you do. Oh, he's got the wisdom there.
Hutton is in again, bowling a bumper outside the off stump, which is ducked beneath by Eckersley, and Washington takes it by his right shoulder.
You can have as big an internet as you want to, but sometimes only the Wisden Cricketer's Almanac will suffice. Other cricketing Bibles are not available.
Wooden spoons, Derbyshire 16, Leicestershire 13. Derbyshire hold that particular unwanted record. Somerset actually have finished bottom the third most times with 12. Glamorgan and Northants have 11, Gloucestershire 9, Notts and Sussex 8. Which county have only finished bottom of the championship once, as Sanderson bowls outside, casts off stump and he lets it go.
Well, I'm going to go Surrey or Yorkshire. I'll go for Yorkshire.
Yorkshire is correct.
Thank you.
I'm trying to find Surrey on here. Surrey have never finished bottom. Surrey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I got the top 2.
Lancashire, Middlesex and Surrey have never finished bottom of the county championship. Leicestershire have also shared bottom place twice. Once with Hampshire, once with Somerset. Yeah, Yorkshire just the once. In comes Sanderson. Tight line, moving back in towards the right hander who was shouldering arms. But it was safely enough wide of the off stump and through to Rossington behind the stumps, and that last place finish for Yorkshire came all the way back in 1893, just the 4th season. Sorry, no, that's complete rubbish. I'll try that all again in a moment when I find the correct number. Must have been in their fallow period in the 70s and 80s, I would imagine. It was, yeah. It was back in 1983 Yorkshire finished bottom of the first and only time. Sanderson once more is in and bowling quite a straight ball to Cars. He turns it around the corner down to our left hand side. Berger's there and they get a single, so Cars goes on to 11, 146 for 7.
I've done myself some post-2002 Division Championship stats, which I like to have at the end of my fingertips. So Martin Emerson made a point about Worcester, or was it you earlier on, about how many times they've been in Division 1 and how many times they've been relegated.
Yeah, Worcester I think have been up and down 7 times, haven't they?
They've had 7 seasons in Div 1.
Sanderson in again, Eckersley forward, playing just in front of the short mid wicket that's gone in, but the ball runs away to mid-on, no run.
And been relegated in 6 of them. The only year Worcester were in Division 1 and weren't relegated from it was 2011. They were relegated the following year.
Northants have had 3 years in Div 1, 3 years straight back down. If they do go up, it will be a mighty challenge to try and survive next year, but that's all to come. For now, they're pressing for 3 more wickets here. Sanderson in, and one nips back to Eckersley, who gets an inside edge that runs down to long leg for a single. Exclamation from around the bat as that just squeezed away towards the players' dressing rooms to our left hand side. Eckersley goes to 24, 147 for 7.
But here's a sad tale, given what may be about to happen next week. The team in 2 divisional statistics with the highest ratio of seasons in Division 1 to relegations from Division 1, with the longest
Sanderson in again outside the off stump, and Cass lets a rising delivery go through to Rossington, and the over comes to an end. We have 25 more to come on this increasingly watery, sunlit third afternoon. 147 for 7.
The longest period in Division 1 without a break, and the average length of stays in the Championship, all Somerset, and the only team in Division 1 at the moment never to have won it. And of course Northamptonshire have never won the County Championship in any form, and Gloucestershire technically have never won it in its constituted form, though in the 1870s in other forms. Here again is Hutton, a little bit of shape outside the off stump, and there's room for the square drive for Eckersley and also 2 fielders on the line. So he collects 1 run down to deep point, rotates the strike. He has 25, 148 for 7, Durham. Yes, the starting point of the County Championship is sort of disputed, isn't it? Because it was first called the County Championship in the 1880s, but newspapers put together a league table of how the counties were doing as early as 1864. This next ball is chipped in the air by Cars to mid-wicket, trying to clip it off his pads on the leg stump. But he just got onto it a little bit early. It was short of the fielder. You heard the cries of catch, but it wasn't a chance. There's no run.
Yeah, by all accounts that W.G. Gray's side has swept all before them. They had to be
it been the county champion. If you read the newspaper, because the newspapers put that they made their own league tables from 1864 up to the championship beginning. Gloucester won it more often than not. The next ball is full and straight. Cars comes immaculately forward in defence. So to say Gloucester have never won the county championship is a bit harsh. I think that the correct thing to say would be Gloucestershire have never won the competition that is called the county championship. That kind of makes sense. 1890 was the first year it was constituted as such. There are authorities, not least Wisden Almanac, who've attempted to reconstruct who the champions would have been from 1864 to 1890. Next ball is shaping away from the off stump. Hutton just finding that outswing still, though the ball is 50 overs old and Cars leaves it alone. Now at Derby, Sussex are 5 down. 120 for 5. Remember their target is 345. Finn Hudson-Prentice now has 2 wickets, and Anuj Dal has the other 3. Brown and Visa are now at the crease.
So surely Sussex can't get up from that position now.
Surely. Hutton now bowls again to Cars. Tight line, he flashes at it outside the off stump along the ground and forwarded. Forward point is where it's fielded, just in front of square. It's not forwarded, it's not an email, that's an interesting thought. One day in digital cricket. There's no run. Keaton Jennings hasn't got 100 at Old Trafford, is out for 97. It's a pity. Lancashire lead Middlesex now by 175 runs, and they are 4 down. They're not at the point of looking for a declaration, just trying to set the best target they can. Kent's declaration, which set Yorkshire 550 to win in Division 1, has worked well so far because the first wicket has gone down. 4 for 1 Yorkshire. Darren Stevens took it, what a surprise. And this is another wide half volley, and this time it is hit forward of square, and the point fielder has gone out to the boundary to allow Cars to take the single and retain the strike. And he does the first and he does the second. 11 he has now. No, he has 12, 149 for 7. There are 51 overs gone, 24 left today. Should take us up to about 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Still, yeah.
Nothing's ever on time these days.
No, this cloud is only light, but it is uniform away to the west now. And we've only got very watery sunshine across the ground, so I'm just wondering whether we will get all the overs in as the sun begins to set. So if Sussex were to lose there, and they need 225 to win with 5 wickets in hand, so it does look unlikely, then Northants will be promoted if Leicestershire can hang on for a draw at Cardiff, and Glamorgan have now declared that Leicestershire have been left 420 to win there, but
There goes the sixth of the Sussex innings. 120 for
Oh,
six now.
goodness.
Hudson Prentice has his 3 wickets. Reeser is gone.
yeah, that's done. That is done.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
Yep.
And Glamorgan declared once Craig Brathwaite got to 103. Okay, here comes a ball that's short, very straight from Berg, and it cuts Cars in half. He played all round it.
Yeah, had he tried to let it go, it would have been fine, but at the last moment he thought he needed to play at it and
Just
got
jumped
right on
into
tape.
line.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Jumped across his stumps, tried to play it with a
Yeah.
straight bat, and it went right through him. Berg's got this nip, you know. He's sometimes described as, when it's written down, as right arm medium, but he's a bit quicker than that.
So it's going to be Northants 181, Gloucester 176, Durham 150, Sussex 149.
Next one is Fuller. And Cars walks forward into a defensive shot into the offside.
Which means that Glamorgan were the only team who could get past Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. Glamorgan win will take them to 160 points, which will mean that Northants will only need 4 points to be mathematically certain of promotion at Bristol next week. So a draw will be good enough.
Berg bowls outside off, a lot of width there, and Cars just waits for the ball and pushes it through the covers on the top of the bounce, and he's going to get 4 runs there. Charlie Thurston concedes the chase to the longest boundary on the ground. Cars, well, accumulating responsibly. 16 he has now. 19 runs have been added with Eckersley, so Cars has made the lion's share of those. The captain has 25. Durham 153 for 7. Well, it would be an achievement to get to the end of the day without the match being over. This next ball from Berg is dropped into the offside, short of the fielder this time, and Cars runs through for a nifty single. Has played it with softer hands. 17 to him. 154 for 7.
Will be, well,
It'll be another 8 overs, of course, so it would
Yeah.
be 32 rather than 24.
I would strongly suggest that even if Durham were 7 down when we got to the end of the allocation of overs, then umpires would allow extra time to try and get the game done with only the tail end to come.
Here is Berg again, outside off stump, and this time Eckersley rides the bounce, thinks about dropping the ball into the covers for the single, but he hit it a little too firmly to set off for a run there. Essex have Surrey 120 for 8 now, so their job is nearly done.
Oh, it's going to be a massive win by Innings.
It is 101 behind still,
Yeah.
Surrey.
And 23 points in the bag as well, so that's a nice haul.
And defending champions, of course, no less, Surrey. Here is Berg again. This one is down the leg side, shapes to play at it, but plays inside the line. Rossington moves smartly to his left to collect, tosses the ball up. Impishly, flings his cap to a colleague, takes the helmet, and now he's going to stand up, I think, to Hutton again.
I think Rob Keogh is going to bowl now. We are going to get some spin. The shin guards and helmets are being brought out.
That's fun. Good idea. Let's try and get these batsmen to be tempted into an indiscretion. Hit
Yeah,
it in the air.
It's often a good move to the lower order. Caused problems for Ben Rain before tea, but Hutton picked up Rain since the break. That's the only wicket to go down since we resumed. But Northants need 3 more wickets, 23 more overs scheduled in the day.
Pavilion end, Rob Keogh.
Durham got through 48.3 overs in the first innings in far worse conditions than this. So far I've only got through 52 overs of the second innings.
Is there a PA announcer anywhere on the circuit with better enunciation than Terry Blake?
He's tremendous, isn't he?
We don't need to say a word because we know that you're hearing it. Every announcement. He could commentate from that microphone.
He could. You don't compete with the PA system at Wantage Road.
So he's going to have
booms around this roof.
a slip and short leg, which is what he had when he bowled just before tea. 3 fielders saving the single on the offside, 3 doing the same on the on, 1 boundary fielder, that's a deep mid-wicket. So he'll toss it up here, won't he? Keogh bowls. A drifter, turns very sharply in the footholds on leg stump, turns down leg, keeps low, and it's going to be 4 byes. And those are the kind of byes that really aren't the keeper's fault at all. There's nothing Rossington could do. He made his quick movement to leg, and it was a leg side ball, hit the rough and crept along the ground. So 4 bonus runs for Durham. The extras go on the board, 158 for 7.
So I've updated my statistics.
Here we go.
To account for a potential Glamorgan draw, and I've had to use the new little symbol. You see that?
I don't know what that symbol's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be the paragraph thing.
Got the paragraph symbol, okay. This next off break is just a little shorter. Cars moves across his stumps and works it to leg and takes a single. As a deep mid-wicket fielder is pressed into action. 18 to the bowling all-rounder. Eckersley back on strike now with 25. So much to keep up with around the counties during the final 2 weeks of the championship. So many points at stake. This next ball is a little fuller, doesn't turn much, and Eckersley has just defended it into the offside.
I had a tremendous email over tea time actually that I've just forgotten about, Kit, but I'll
End of the over, I'll give you all the time you need.
Yeah,
Keogh's not going to let you get a word in here. Keogh's next ball is tossed up, down the pitch comes Eckersley and smothers it at the last moment, deciding he's not going to go through with a shot, and short leg boots it away to mid-wicket. Just for a moment looked like he might be going to go, and you know that actually for Eckersley, point and mid-on have moved back to the boundary too, so they've now got 3 boundary fielders. Next ball is short, really quite wide, and although it turned back in a little, Eckersley decided not to try and play a cut against the spin. Seems reasonable, and now point and mid-on come back into the ring to try and stop Eckersley taking the single this ball. It's the last of the over, and he works it to leg mid-wicket fields. I feel like Keogh was just a fraction short in that over, short and wide of the off stump. And he's only gone for a 1 run, and it's 159 for 7. That's 242 behind the target.
So Steve Everett from Amptill has emailed. Thank you very much indeed. The subject line is masquerade.
Yep. Oh, well, now I know what he's going to say. Shall I tell you what he's going to say?
What is he going to say?
He's going to say he lives in the small town, large village, where the treasure was buried. That's what he's going to tell you. If he doesn't say it, it's a strange thing not to say, because it is in Amptill.
Is it really?
That's where it was buried, yeah. No wonder he knows.
Oh yes, here we go. Sorry.
Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. I got excited, I do apologise.
I'd only just glanced over the email at tea, but that does make sense, yes. And he says at Amptill Town Cricket Club we're having a masquerade ball on the 28th of September to celebrate the 40 years since the golden hare was found at Amptill Great Park, close to our cricket pitch. I remember playing at the park on many weekends when the puzzle was coming to a climax and seeing lots of people walking around with trowels and looking for various structures, including Catherine's Cross. So thank you very much.
So a bouncer now from Berg goes over the top of cars. He ducks underneath it. Well, of course it's in your manor, isn't it? It's in Bedfordshire, Amptill, which is, well, not Northamptonshire, but
just south of there,
it's part of the Northampton cricket catchment, isn't it?
Amptill Cricket Club is actually Alex Wakely's club.
Right, well, they'll have a great link.
So glad you brought that up, Masquerade. That sounds tremendous fun, by the way.
You should have a little read of it on the online encyclopedia. Next one from Berg is full. Cars plays it to leg, and there is no run.
So thank you, Steve, for emailing me there.
We're going to go over for your FM now, aren't we?
We do, indeed. So bear with. Northants moving towards victory here. It's been another fine performance from them with the ball. They've chipped away at the wickets regularly throughout this Durham second innings. This morning they resumed on 235 for 6, hoping to build up their lead, and they did so thanks to Luke Proctor's unbeaten 86, his highest score of the season. They added 51 more for the final wicket as well, eventually ball out for 315. It left Durham the mighty task of trying to chase down 402 to keep their promotion hopes alive, but they've had no chance at all thanks to some superb bowling. Brett Hutton picked up 2 wickets before lunch, 1 shortly after, and now 1 after tea as well. In between those couple of wickets for Luke Proctor and 1 for Ben Sanderson. Only one partnership has really sprung up for Durham between BJ Watling and Jack Burnham, but both fell to Luke Proctor before tea. And now just a question of whether Durham can survive to take this game into day 4. Still got 21 overs to come in the day, and Durham are 160 for 7. Victory here will take Northamptonshire to the cusp of promotion, with the other results that are going on around the country which are in Northants' favour for the moment, and they could even be promoted at the end of this week if Leicestershire hold on for a draw at Glamorgan.
Yeah, that yes, it was St Catherine's Cross.
Yes.
A statue of a saint with a cross in its hand, and where the cross fell on the equinox, I think, onto the grass was where the treasure was buried. Next one from Berg is very, very wide. Umpire has a think outside the off-stump, not going to give it. Well, it's a county championship game. Let's not extend our arms unless absolutely necessary. No run. But 2 people solved it and found and dug. But the first person dug and didn't. They actually dug up this clay. What would you call it? You know, clay casing, which this golden amulet was in. And didn't spot the clay casing in the soil, so
put it back.
Naffed off.
Oh,
this
no.
ball has gone off the thigh pad, up in the air onto the leg side, and there's no run. So the next person who came along, which was days later, had a little hunt around in the soil that was left. Oh yeah, here it is. Can you imagine being the person who missed it? You dug it up, you just didn't know that was it.
Oh, goodness me.
So yeah, Masquerade. It's well worth a read online. There are various stories about it. In fact, BBC News covered it when the anniversary came along in the spring. But yeah, Ampthill Town Cricket Club's Masquerade Ball. Well, that sounds absolutely smashing. What a great way to celebrate. Bye-bye, Alex Winter. Martin Emerson is coming to join me. He's just been electrocuted by the mixer.
Yes, a little electric shock there. Keogh coming into ball. Oh, that's nibbled off down the leg side. It's racing away. Might go for 4 byes this. Did it touch the pad on the way through? It didn't. And the previous over, one seemed to hit the foothole and shoot away in an erratic manner. Durham just holding up Northants at the moment, but I have to say, I've just said in my report on BBC Newcastle, I'm surprised by how poor Durham have been this week. Can't take, don't take the credit away from Northants, who really put in on the first morning in awful conditions, went after Durham with a bat, got the runs on the board, even 217 runs. Adam Rossington leading from the front, but Durham's bowling that first morning just set the scene for the entire match. The 1 wicket, 99 for 1 they were, didn't put on the pressure, and then their batting in this match has just gone back to their first few weeks of the season, where they looked like they hadn't seen a bat before. And after going 8 games unbeaten and winning 5 of those, to put in a performance like this in such a crucial game, I'm just surprised by the manner of it, to be honest with you. 165 for 7 as Keogh comes in to bowl once again. Eckersley whips that off the hips out to Levi at short mid-wicket. They've got in now a leg slip, a short leg. First slips in there as well, got a deep mid-wicket. A man at backward point on the boundary, cover, and a mid-off and a mid-on. And that's gone down the leg side and bounces out of Adam Rossington's gloves. And you look at the batting, really. Adam Rossington 82 in the first innings, 52 in the second. And then this morning, Durham came out looking to keep it tight, trying to give themselves a realistic hope as Keogh bowls a full toss, and that's played down towards third man. And 1 run for Eckersley. And they got the 2 wickets early doors of Bracewell and Berg, but then they just bowled some really poor stuff and got smacked around the park by Luke Proctor, put on 51 with Ben Sanderson for the final wicket, and suddenly, rather than looking at chasing something around about 350, they're looking at 402. Keogh again bowls. That's a little drifter. It's played away by Carson, the offside. Dot ball. The question now, of course, is where the game is. Eckersley and Carson putting a partnership together here. They came together on 134, so they've added 32 so far. That's left. It's gone down the leg side. The one thing that Northants wouldn't want to have is that comes to the end of the over, 166 for 7. 235 more left. Is the game drifting into a fourth day?
Yeah, definitely.
They really wouldn't want that. And to be honest, I don't think Durham would want to be here tomorrow either. Unless, of course, we were to witness some incredible sort of Headingley Mark II.
Yes, or if the forecast were really iffy.
Well, it's not, is it?
Not at all, no. Clear weather.
Has clouded over a little bit the last few minutes. I hadn't noticed that high cloud base drifting in. New over from the Wilson end, from Berg bowling to Eckersley. Turns that towards square leg on the boundary, 1 run.
But it's good practice for Cars and Eckersley. Certainly Cars, as a lower order batsman, you don't often get an opportunity to bat with almost no pressure. There really isn't a lot of pressure. Cars is not expected to contribute towards getting another 234 to win. So he can just bat as though he's a top 6 batsman, carry on as long as he can.
Berg balls, cast blocks, ball rolls back to Berg. Have you seen the Kyle Abbott's figures?
Yeah, I've been all over them actually.
Yeah, incredible.
Best in the county championship since 1939.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? Somerset had a bowling point after about 20 minutes on the first morning at Hampshire on a green deck, and then Hampshire have ended up winning by 136 runs.
Amazing.
Berg in bowls, turned nicely off the legs this time by Bryden Cast. That was heading towards leg stump. Plays it along the ground out towards mid-wicket.
It's the 11th best first-class bowling figures of all time.
Yeah.
And 2 in the list above him.
What was it? Fred Laker was the lad, was it?
Yeah. Laker was number 1, of course, with a 19 for 90 in 1956.
In comes Berg again. That's a bouncer. Keeper takes it. Yeah, it's wasn't it the best performance in the championship since the 1930s?
Since 1939, yeah. But the 2 other 18-wicket hauls were both, one was against in a 12-a-side, one was in a 16-a-side game, and they were both first-class, 19th century, obviously. So, the 4th best county championship bowling figures of all time. At Southampton, that's really something. You know, batting records seem to fall all the time. And Kent broke their 6th wicket.
Here comes Berg, and this is pushed up towards mid-on, no run there.
But bowling figures, you know, if you look at any of the top 10, top 20 lists of the main bowling figures, best innings figures, best match figures, you know, it's all 19th century, pre-war.
Yeah.
Kyle Abbott has done a great job. And the other bowlers have done a great job too, not taking wickets on that pitch. That's almost as impressive as anything else, like Tony Locke, only managing to get 1 wicket when Laker took 19 at the other end.
Berg comes in and bowls. Attempted Yorker, and he's kept that out just. Bryden Cast, feet off the air, leaning on the bat. Feet in the air, sorry, leaning in the bat. And Chris Rushworth, 15 wickets in an afternoon against, was it 15 or 16 or 17? 15 against. I've left my notes in the press room, against Northants in 2014. I think he took 9 and then came back and got another 7. So Northants still looking for these final 3 wickets. The damage in this match really has been done by this Hutton and Sanderson partnership. Have been excellent. They've taken 13 wickets between them. Sanderson taking 6 in the first innings and Hutton 2, and then Hutton got the first 3 in this. He's got 4 now, Sanderson 1. Keogh bowling from the pavilion end. That's dealt with by Eckersley. Played towards short leg. Same setup as the previous Keogh over, with a man out in the square leg boundary. Leg slip in, short leg. Keeper up to the stumps, first slip in there close as well. Mid-wicket cover, mid-on, mid-off. And this is pushed by Eckersley off to Levi, mid-wicket. You've got a man on the point boundary, sort of a deep backward point. Keogh coming round the wicket now, bowls from really wide of the crease, and that's steered down the ground past him. And On to mid-on to Thompson. Thurston, sorry. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Field coming up now, Martin.
Yeah. Well, Cars is on strike, so they all come in. You can hit the big ball, Bryden Cars.
They're giving him the opportunity to do it here with 3 men round the bat. Now, that's something you don't see so often. A genuine silly mid-on.
Yep.
Not short mid-wicket.
No.
Silly mid-on. And Charlie Thurston at real mid-on is being moved back and wider. So they're saying to Bryden Cast, go on then. Go over the top.
Keogh balls. Cast plays it in completely the opposite direction instead to wide mid-off along the ground. Dot ball.
Yeah, that's a part-time off-spinner's execution there. Full-length ball outside off stump. Nothing to do with the field at all, that ball.
Yeah. Here he comes again. A little walk up to the crease and then he bowls. And Cast looks to play that, pull that down the leg side, and it went into the leg slip's hands. He's missed it.
Fairly filthy ball.
Yeah, fairly filthy shot.
Good cricket all round. Now Keogh's going to come over the wicket to him. This might work a bit better if he spears it in on Midland leg.
Here he comes, balls.
Which he doesn't.
No, he gives it a bit of width, and Cast just easy to deal with that one outside off stump. Kills it on the spot. That is the end of the over. 168 for 7.
Yeah, that's the thing about having a spinner whose ability to become a quality spinner is limited. The fact that he doesn't get to bowl very often. I mean, he's obviously a quality spinner because it's really impossible to take a 9-for in an innings unless you're decent at your craft. And Keogh does not get the opportunity to bowl enough, so the plan and the field were set there, but he couldn't quite pull off the right line.
Berg comes in and bowls. That's played up towards mid-on. Mentioning Sanderson and Hutton, Joe points out that Rushworth and Rain had 14 wickets from 18 this morning. Yeah. Problem is, there's been just too much loose stuff elsewhere, and it got quite damaging this morning, to be honest, when Proctor was taking them on, just like Rossington did on day one. Started slamming it around the ground. There was a 6 from Proctor this morning, which went straight onto the roof of the pavilion and hit the back apex of the roof and shot off into the car park. It just got a little bit sloppy and a little bit too loose from Durham after they got those couple of early wickets this morning, and proved quite damaging. Berg comes in again and bowls, and Eckersley plays that to mid-off. Bobbles awkwardly across 3 used strips. Eventually stopped by Doug Bracewell, mid-off. The starlings have arrived, circling around above us. Well, now they decide to choose what the favourite floodlight pylon. Bergin again. It's a bouncer, which Eckersley ducks out the road off, but his bat was still high up above his head there. Nearly clipped the toe of the bat on the way through. Just great over here. Then take my sunglasses off. 18 overs left today. Well, 2 balls and it'll be 17, so we're virtually into the last hour of the day's play. Berg to Eckersley. Eckersley pushes that off towards the covers. We'll get a single. Durham move up to 169 for 7. Heavy roller used today. 232 runs more needed though.
It's difficult to know how to approach this batting innings, isn't it? When it's not simply the case that, well, the players would like to have a rest. It's like any workplace. The extra day actually could be used constructively for development.
That's thumped back down the ground by Karst Berg, who then does a runner as he thinks Berg's going to hurl the ball back towards his stumps. If Northants push on and win this one, then they'll open up a 31-point gap over Durham, and Gloucestershire have opened up a 26-point gap over Durham. So that's it from Durham's promotion point of view. What's Sussex getting? How is Sussex doing at Derby? I've not looked at that for a while.
Now 7 down.
Because that was
just
a tough
the moment
one for
you said
them.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
Sussex 137 for 7. The target is 345. So Derbyshire on course, having conceded a deficit of 93
Well, that
on the
may
first
well
inning.
end Sussex hopes there. And the other thing is, Gloucestershire were looking. Glamorgan were looking for a maximum points haul this morning against Leicestershire, weren't they? So Keogh starts a new over from the pavilion, and that's thumped into the shin of short leg. Have they wrapped that up yet?
No, still going.
Are they?
Yorkshire set 550 to win by Kent in Division 1. And now 16 for 3.
Turn by Eckersley off Keogh from around about leg stump off towards backward square leg for 1.
Yes, we just need something to happen here, don't we, to break the stalemate. Disrupt the flow of this cricket, which is starting to slide inexorably towards a 4th day.
Keogh up to the stumps, balls, and Cars comes 2 or 3 steps down the track to snuff that one out.
And well, it's working well for 2 people, Eckersley and Cars, who they don't need a net session tomorrow because they're having this one now.
Cars back into the crease, defends that one. The ball just rolls out on the offside. The keeper comes to collect it. Chris Pinkney says, I don't suppose we nominated Ben Stokes to come in as a second innings replacement, did we? I don't know where he'll be now. He's probably on holiday, dealing with a national newspaper. This is cut hard by Cars. That was too much width on that delivery from Keogh there. And that's gone for 4 towards the short offside boundary. Kyle Abbott's best, it was the best county championship wicket haul since 1925 apparently. And comes the bowler again, and that's defended on off stump. That is the end of the over. 174 for 7, BBC's Northampton and Newcastle with you. I think I said Fred Laker earlier, didn't I? Instead of
I didn't jump in. I felt it was impertinent.
Wasn't
Freddie
Fred,
I know
Freddie Laker had the airline, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's who I was. Got him mixed up with Freddie Laker. In
Jim,
fact,
Jim Laker. Yeah,
Jim Laker. Yeah.
Jim Laker had very good flight, but it just wasn't it wasn't transatlantic.
Yeah, that's right. Freddie Laker had a particular type of plane, and
From
I
within
think
Wilson and Doug Bracewell.
Doug Bracewell coming into the attack here. He was in a bit of turf war with British Airways for cheap flights to New York, and then he had a particular type of aeroplane, and one of those type of aircraft crashed, and British Airways convinced the airline authorities to ground all of that type of airplane while they did out safety checks. Well, of course, it grounded Laker's entire fleet because he only had the one type of plane, and he went under. In comes then Bracewell. This is turned by Eckersley off through mid-wicket for 1. But when we went to
What
the
type
West,
of aircraft was that, by the way?
I can't remember.
I enjoyed the conversation we had about types of aircraft yesterday. I know it couldn't have been an
Somebody can
Osprey.
look. It wasn't an Airbus. It was a TriStar, was it? Something like a TriStar. Anyway, when we were in the West Indies for the England tour in 2004, we were in Barbados and Antigua, and Laker Airlines were buzzing around the West Indies.
Oh, yes.
Bracewell bowls off stump, blocked by Cars. I presume it was the same Laker family.
It was the DC-10.
DC-10, was it?
The ill-fated DC-10. Watch the Boeing 737 MAX 8 of its day. The same safety reputation. The DC-10 kept flying, but there were accidents.
Bracewell to Carson, edge down into the ground and down towards third man, and that's going to go for 4. You can hear it whacking into the advertising hoarding. John Hutchison emailed, he said, yes, Fred Laker took 19 for 90 against the Aussies in Manchester in 1956, just before inventing package holidays.
No. Package holidays were
that
invented.
was Thomas Cook.
No, Thomas Cook invented. I don't know. I'm getting on at this.
Well, the Grand Tour of Europe, wasn't it? Thomas Cook's first sort of.
The package holiday was invented by Vladimir Reitz.
Not of the Wrights brothers. He says the other wicket in that match was taken by Devon Locke, just after jumping an imaginary fence at the 56th Grand National. In comes Bracewell to Carls, who leaves the ball as it goes beyond the off stump and through to the keeper.
Devon Locke is a good name actually for a.
Yeah. Well, that was the horse that it jumped an imaginary fence, didn't it?
Devon Locke, Windrush generation, British West Indian.
Yeah.
Trailblazing the.
He's a fast bowler.
Yeah.
So was Tony Locke the other bowler in that match?
Tony Locke was the other bowler, yeah.
Well, there's the thing with Chris Rushworth. As in comes Bracewell to bowl. Chris Rushworth in 2015 got a hat-trick across 3 overs and 2 innings at Hampshire. And I think he was the first person to do that since Tony Locke had done it in the 60s in Portsmouth or somewhere. So the first wicket of his hat-trick was the penultimate wicket for Hampshire, and it was the end of the over, so he came back and got a wicket with his next ball at the start of his next over. That ended the innings, and then he got Michael Carberry, I think it was, first ball at the start of Hampshire's second innings. Here comes the bowler again, and this is played away off the off stump by Cars towards the cover boundary for 1. Well, Durham are still out there, and they have 180 on the board, 180 for 7. They trail by 221 runs. Eckersley 32, Cars 28, so they came together on 134.
A couple of other developments in Division 2.
4 more runs for the 50 partnership.
Leicestershire have been set 424 by Glamorgan in the rest of today and all of tomorrow, and they are 18 for 2. Carey taking the wickets of Houghton and Ackerman. Lancashire are now 271 for 6 against Middlesex. That's a lead of 193, so they need to extend that a bit more, don't they?
Carson strike here to Keogh. They're packing them in on the leg side again, short on that leg side. You've got a short leg, silly mid on, and a leg slip. First ball goes to silly mid on. Then you got a mid wicket. You got a mid on, backward square leg, slip, mid off, and point. Keogh round the wicket, right arm round, and that's just nudged down into the ground. Top arm heavy there from Cars.
He's playing smother. Have you ever played the cricket game smother? 1 hand, 1 bounce. Fielders all stand round you, much the same as they are here with Brighton Cars.
Keogh again, bit of width on that one. It's played along the ground towards point.
You probably have played it, but it has a different name in Durham.
Yeah, it's called rounders in Durham.
The fielders are all closely round the bat. Someone bounces a tennis ball at you, and you have to defend it. You're not allowed to play an attacking shot because you're out, and you can be out caught 1 hand, 1 bounce.
This is played off towards point again by Cars.
It may just be called 1 hand, 1 bounce, but the aim is to smother the ball so effectively that nobody can dive forward to catch it on the bounce.
Can't remember ever playing that.
I think Cars would be very good at it, because he gets so low and the bat is almost horizontal as he pushes the ball into the ground.
Keogh again. Cars with a big stride forward there to push that one out on the ground and the offside towards the covers. No run. Well, I think the Durham team hotel's already paid for tonight, so they probably wouldn't have gone home anyway. But at the moment, they're doing their bit to resist these two. As we come up towards 5 o'clock on this 3rd day. That's played from Keogh's bowling to wide mid-off end of the over. So Durham is still out there. They're 180 for 7. That was a maiden. BBC Northampton and BBC Newcastle with you, Martin Emerson, Kid Harris and Alex Winter, who will be back with us shortly.
Martin, 14 overs to go. If another wicket isn't taken,
Then
Durham
come back
is still.
tomorrow.
Do you think the umpires would say, well, look,
Yeah.
Northamptonshire, you've had plenty of time to get the 8th wicket. You haven't. No extra half hour for you. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. As Bracewell comes in the bowl to Eckersley, and that's turned off towards long leg. It's
That is
caught.
poor. That's poor.
Who's that?
Now you just don't use your feet to stop the ball on the boundary. That is, yeah, that's not on. That's club cricket, I'm afraid.
Well, it's a short boundary, and he was right on the rope, and he tried to stop it with his instep.
Yeah, but
Is that one of the substitute fielders?
that's what we do in club cricket. And it hit his instep, and it just bobbled over his foot and went for 4. You're supposed to get your hand to it as a professional. You're being paid for something out there.
Short boundary, but that was third team stuff. In comes Bracewell again with a bouncer, and Eckersley ducks out the road of that one. Nice, the 50 partnership, by the way, with that 4.
Well, they've earned that. They've both batted very well together.
Second one that Eckersley's been involved in this match.
The reason why we can't identify the player 47 is because we don't have a player with 47.
57 it is.
57. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, it's Ben Curran.
This is lobbed in the air now towards deep mid wicket. 1 run. Quite a few of the squad numbers on the scorecard don't relate to shirts that players are wearing.
Yep.
Which is rather confusing, and some don't have squad numbers
That's
against
fair-
their names, but
that's
do have
fairly
squad
third 11
numbers.
as well, isn't it?
Mm. So what was that? They came together halfway through the 47th over. So 14 overs for the 50. Bracewell to Carse from the Wilson end.
Ooh.
It's another short one. Carse lets it go. There's lots of dust comes up from Bracewell's feet there as he delivers that, and then comes to a standstill on the wicket. So, when you next off to Iceland?
Not for a little while now.
I thought you were quite busy with tours and
Yeah,
stuff.
quite busy with tours, but not this winter. It's started to shift towards summer tourism now.
Right. Do they still have people going up out there for the Northern Lights or not, or is it too far away?
Yeah,
or?
it's great for the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
Start of October's when it kicks in. The trouble is it's so cloudy.
Yeah. Bracewell bowls, and this is played by Bryden Carse from off stump out towards the covers for a single. Well, when we were in Finland, we went on Boxing Day just gone, and we were at the bottom of the ski slopes one night, and all the floodlights had been turned out, and we just thought it just looked like a sort of sea fret drifting in. And then a guy who had been near where we were had been taking photographs with a time lapse on his camera of about 30 seconds, and of course they were all bright green and swirly patterns, so it looked fantastic. So we watched the Northern Lights without realising we were. Bracewell to Eckersley, that's played on the back foot off towards point, end of the over. So Durham are 186 for 7.
Sussex are 146 for 8 now, still 199 short of their victory target of 345. Derbyshire just working away at them, but it looks like Sussex are going to be out of contention in but a few moments. It's nice to see that in Division 1, in a game that isn't terribly important but is just very, very interesting, that Darren Stevens has taken the first 3 Yorkshire wickets. He has 3 for 7 in his 6th over. What a comeback.
Keogh bowling to Carse from the pavilion end. Dot ball, just played short on the leg side. Alex is back in to come and do an update in 5 o'clock bulletin, so I'll let him have my headset because I've got to go as well. You need to sit down because you're right behind the bowler's arm. That's played away short on the leg side by Carse, and I'll pass over to Alex. I've got to go and do updates now for BBC Newcastle and BBC Tees.
There's a lot of updates going on. Martin Emerson going off for his, as Alex Winter settles into his place. Here is Keogh bowling to Cars, who reaches forward. I have to say he's played the defensive shots to the spinner very, very well. There's been a little bit of spin, but it hasn't been fast or unpredictable at all. He's got the ball into the right areas for the most part. This next one is a bit full, and Cars plays it from the crease. It's a bit quicker, and he's able to leap into a backward defensive shot pretty quickly. 29 he has now, Cars, and that represents a very good performance from a man batting at 9. Next one from Keogh is tossed up, no spin, very full. Cars plays from the crease, drives back to the bowler, and Keogh just picks it up in his follow-through, or in as much of a follow-through as he has. He's a slow bowler with economy of movement. Makes his way to the crease now for the last ball of the over. Fizzes one through a little bit flatter and shorter outside the off stump. Again, Cars with no footwork, just waits for it and pushes it out to the cover boundary where he can collect a single. So he now has 30. He's joined his captain Eckersley in the 30s. Eckersley has 37, 187 for 7 as we go over to Alex for an update.
Thank you very much. Need 3 wickets to win here at Northamptonshire. They've got Durham 187 for 7, still miles behind their victory target of 402. That target has never been threatened at all because Northants have chipped away at the wickets really well throughout the day. 3 wickets for Brett Hutton either side of lunch, and 1 after tea have snuffed out any threat that Durham could provide at all. There's one partnership mid-afternoon that sprung up between BJ Watling and Jack Burnham. They shared 66 for the 5th wicket, but Luke Proctor removed both of those. But now some delay to the Northants victory charge, with the captain Ned Eckersley and Bryden Cars trying to take us into day 4. We've still got 12 overs to come tonight, and Durham are clinging on, 187 for 7.
They are going to take us into day 4 now. There's an irresistible feeling about it. I've resigned myself to it. This partnership is a good one. 54, 53 it's worth now between these two, and they have batted well. In fact, they've found it so straightforward, it's a case of what might have been. So Bracewell bowls. Oh, he's done it. He's got the breakthrough. It was wide, cast through the bat at it, tried to drive, and he's caught at 3rd slip. And a really nice diving catch low to his right. And at last, that long partnership, which is really holding up Northamptonshire. And they were together for the best part of 18 overs, but finally Cars has gone. 30, caught by Richard Levy at 3rd slip off Bracewell, and it's 187 for 8, and now maybe we will finish this afternoon, Alex Winter.
Tremendous catch from Richard Levy. That went very, very quickly to his right-hand side. He missed a couple of opportunities at 2nd slip last week and in the 1st innings here, and has almost been sacked from his 2nd slip position. He's been moved a bit wider, but he's taken a blinder there. That went very quickly around hip height to his right-hand side, and he's clung on really, really well. So there's 2 more now for Northants to get through, and again, certainly now, if we did get that far, then we would be using the extra half hour to try and get this game done.
Yeah, we would now, wouldn't we? Just before you came back, Martin and I were figuring that if another 12 overs passed and there were still 7 wickets down, the umpires would say, well, why are you suddenly going to get 3 wickets in an extra 8 overs when you haven't got them for the last 30? Well, right. you can just scrub all of that from your mental record, because those odds are now reset. 11 overs left after this, 2 wickets left to get, so for sure, even if no more wickets fall between now and the end of those 11 overs, you will get another 8. As long as the light holds, which I feel it would. It is gradually getting more overcast. The sun is slowly receding. And so to Derby are Sussex's chances of victory, because they're going to get an extra half hour too if they need it. I don't think they will. Sussex are 154 for 9.
Oh, goodness. They're done.
And the target 345, so Derbyshire are all but done. And well done to them, as they did not look like having a sniff at the halfway stage. That immense partnership between Rees and Godliman has not only got them out of a hole, but put them in a winning position, which is about to come to fruition. As Bracewell's next ball has a rather crab-like Salisbury opened up in his stance, coming forward and across his stumps, defending back to the bowler. Northamptonshire, having been in something of a doldrum now have the wind in their sails again, with a fourth slip going in. Just 4 men in front of the bat, saving the single. There's a long leg as the right-handed Salisbury settles to face Bracewell. There's the sucker ball again, wide of off stump. Go on, have a drive. It worked for Cars. Well, not for Salisbury, who won't be tempted. Lets it alone. There's some real enthusiasm behind the stumps now from the slip cordon of Northamptonshire, because they will be absolutely desperate to have a day off tomorrow to recuperate before the final sorties of the weekend. Next ball is shortish, outside off. Oh, it's a no ball, so 2 bonus runs there for Durham. Front foot job. Short outside off, Salisbury left it alone. And, Doug Bracewell is going to have to go back and re-bowl that one. I don't know what that squeaky noise is. I'm just trying to work it. It sounds like someone playing a saxophone.
It is, yeah.
Another ball outside the off stump, which is short, wide. Salisbury leaves it alone. What is it? This saxophone thing? You seem certain to know.
Yeah, well, it's been played as long as I've been covering matches here. I just assume it's someone on the Clark Road there that is a keen saxophonist and likes playing.
I see.
You often hear it on Sunday afternoons. Rarely in the week actually, but certainly Sunday afternoons they often play.
Any good?
I've no idea. You just hear the sax, don't you?
Salisbury's next ball is wide. He leaves it alone, and Bracewell 3 wasted opportunities there, running a little too wide. Salisbury, but he was firing it in wider to try and get him to slice one into the slips. Gets a polite applause from a grateful crowd who, as much as they enjoy cricket, would be very satisfied if they were sent home at the end of this 3rd day without having to come back tomorrow to see 1 or 2 wickets falling. An invitation which, in spite of their loyalty and passion for the game, could very reasonably be declined. Keogh has been relieved of his bowling duties, turner stand end, because Northants sniffed an opportunity. Hutton, as you heard, he's come back. He's taken 4 for 52 from 16 overs, one of which was a maiden. He has an opportunity to put a 5 for next to his name. He's bowling to Eckersley on 37, down the leg side, and Eckersley doesn't leave it actually. He plays well wide of his own pads and kind of bunts the ball to mid-on with a straight bat.
Good game at Old Trafford Brewing up there. Lancashire 276 for 7, leading by 198. Could be an exciting 4th innings run chase there. Lancashire trying to keep intact their unbeaten season.
250 would be a sporting target, I think. This next ball is outside off, and Eckersley just leans gently into a push out towards cover, who is so deep that he can stroll the easiest of singles, and he's more than happy to cede the strike to Salisbury. Eckersley 38, 190 for 8 Durham. Their target 402. Well, you can treat that as academic for the rest of the day.
Notts, despite making 498 in the first innings, are in danger of losing there, aren't they? Because they're 60 for 4.
60 for 4, having scored 490. Well, that's extraordinary.
Only lead by 70.
Long way to go, mind you. Here is Hutton's first ball to Salisbury. The 3 slips are in now, and it's it kept low. It was straight. Salisbury stayed back deep in the crease to play it off the back foot and had to plunge his bat groundwards to keep the ball out. Not sure, maybe on reflection, that it did keep quite that low. It was more the case that he should have come forward. And now Eckersley comes all the way down to the striker's wicket to have a little word with him. Perhaps on the lines of, you should have come forward. There's another catcher, a short mid-wicket here as Hutton comes in to Salisbury outside off, a wide ball, and Salisbury plays a Steve Smith leave, shoulders, arms, and as the ball is collected by the keeper, then moves the bat to point it at mid-wicket. It's catching on, this Steve Smith affectation. It's not an affectation in his case, I hasten to add, it's an eccentricity, but more and more people seem to start to do it. Rossington did it earlier on in this game, so did Richard Levy. And now we have Matt Salisbury with this extravagant leave. What a homage to Steve Smith that is. Next ball outside off stump, nibbled at it, it just shaped away. Really good ball there. Salisbury not good enough to get an edge on it.
And just prove once again the ball has continued to move around, even in its older age now, into the 65th over, but just all game. It was almost exaggerated earlier in the match when there was a bit of moisture in the pitch, and particularly on that first day when the cloud was so low and heavy and the floodlights were on. But throughout the game there's been movement available.
Yeah, even when the ball was old. And it is old now, just about to finish its 65th over. Hutton bowls a ball that swings wildly late away from Salisbury, and he picked up the line very quickly and knew it wasn't going to come back into him. He left it again, so he's now negotiated pretty safely his first 9 balls. Just the one he had to dig out. He hasn't scored yet. 190 for 8. There are 10 overs left in normal time. We anticipate, if necessary, a further 8. Although, just for the first time, I might venture to suggest that it could get too dark. Just get to that point now where it's by no means murky, but it's now cloudy and overcast, and the light has just started to fade a tiny touch. Here comes Bracewell bowling to Eckersley. This one is very, very straight. Eckersley walks across his stumps and plays it to mid-wicket. Watchfully, defensively, keen not to surrender as the captain on the ship. And, they may have hit an iceberg in the form of Northamptonshire's bowling attack, but Eckersley is determined to remain on the bridge until he is the very last to go. Equally, Northamptonshire determined to get him to the non-striker's end. Wide ball, asking Eckersley to drive loosely, but he resolutely refuses, leaves it alone.
Yeah, he's shown the gumption that his colleagues up the order have lacked, really, Ned Eckersley. Stayed out there for 69 balls so far, totally untroubled. Of course, it's easier coming in down the order, but he's a decent player to come in at number 7. Just wonder whether he might be pushed up the order next week. Not that it'll matter, but...
Next one is hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal, but it's going down the leg side. And that bang is the ball going into the boundary boards behind us, where it's behind the keeper. It's 4 leg byes. He certainly played a shot, and it did seem as though it was heading down the leg side. The appeal was answered in the negative by the umpire, and correctly so.
All done at Derby.
Jolly good.
Sussex have lost by 181 runs. What a remarkable turnaround. Derbyshire bowled out for 138 in the first innings. Sussex made 2-3-1, took a massive lead, and then Derbyshire smashed, and they did smash yesterday afternoon. The scoring rate was electric, 4-3-7, and Sussex bowled out for 163.
Next ball beats the outside edge of Eckersley, just playing inside the line. There's a little bit more venom in that one from Bracewell, who has not been at the top of his game. Hasn't been called into service by Adam Rossington when the ball has been particularly new in either innings. He was preferring to have Hutton having a go. Bracewell very much second or third string here. Next ball is outside off stump, left alone by Eckersley. Sanderson and Hutton have done the bulk of the new ball bowling, but actually in this innings Gareth Berg was brought on first change, as he was in the first innings. Bracewell could hardly call a New Zealander acclimatising in atmospheric conditions like this, but he must be tired after all the journey over here. His next ball is very full, and Eckersley can come confidently forward, defending it back to him. So that concludes fairly harmless set of 6 from Bracewell, who's now bowled 9 overs and has taken 1 for 24. He's at least been economical. Well, that's more because the batsmen have been leaving rather than forced to defend. Durham keeper and captain Ned Eckersley has 38 from 73 balls. Matt Salisbury yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9. 194 for 8 Durham, and there are 9 overs remaining. You're listening to Kit Harris alongside me, Alex Winter, here on BBC ball-by-ball county championship cricket coverage as Hutton bowls to Salisbury, who goes for the drive and is fielded very well at mid-off. He played it on the up from his crease. Big swing of the bat, but didn't quite time it. It was a little bit short for the drive, in fairness. BBC Newcastle and BBC Northampton, the local stations, carrying our commentary today, and of course every ball on the BBC Sport website and the app, as indeed you can get from all domestic professional games here in England. Next ball from Hutton is full and defended by Salisbury.
So just to confirm the significance of that victory for Derbyshire over Sussex at the racecourse ground, in that utterly incredible turnaround that Derbyshire have produced there, it now means that if Glamorgan are denied victory by Leicestershire and Cardiff, then Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire will be promoted ahead of next week's game at Bristol. If Glamorgan win, it'll mean Northants will need 4 points at Bristol and Gloucestershire 9 to mathematically be confirmed as being promoted. That's assuming that Glamorgan win with maximum points up at Durham.
Hutton beats Salisbury first ball of the over outside the off stump for a ball that's gently swinging away. I think Glamorgan will beat Leicestershire, I hasten to add. The target there 424, and Leicestershire, having to negotiate the closing overs of tonight, are already 23 for 2. No night watchman sent in either.
So they've basically got to try and survive all day for a draw there, so it'll be all eyes on Cardiff tomorrow.
Hutton trying to get his pace up for one last go at Salisbury, outside off, full. Salisbury picks up the gentle movement through the air, and as it moves away from him he leaves again. The pitch has always supported a modicum of seam movement, but it's mainly been a swingy sort of match for the bowlers, but the swing has not been particularly exaggerated and the pitch is not quick. I wouldn't quite go as far as say the pitch was totally even between ball and bat. It's a good pitch for batting, but the atmospheric conditions have enabled swing to counteract it as Salisbury plays inside the line again to a ball outside off stump.
Well, it's just been what we have got here for a couple of years now at Wantage Road.
A good cricket
Yeah,
pitch.
definitely. When the sun has come out, when batsmen have got set, when the ball's got a bit older, batting has looked very, very straightforward, and you thought, where the hell are we getting wicket here? But on other occasions, you've thought, how the hell can we survive out here? That's just what you want.
Salisbury poised again. His next ball is outside off, leaves it alone, and that concludes another over from Hutton, and another maiden it is. He's striving for his 5th wicket of the innings, but he hasn't got it in that over. Full for 53 he has, off 18 overs. He has bowled tidily. Bracewell perhaps less threatening. 194 for 8. Were Durham to win, they'd have to get to 402, so we're discounting that. 8 overs left.
From the Lynn Wilson end, Luke Proctor.
A normal time today. And then another 8 if Northamptonshire and a combination of the light conditions and the umpires support it. Luke Proctor, as you heard from Terry Blake, the PA man, is coming to bowl at the far end. Eckersley has an in-outfield, 3 men saving the single, 4 on the boundary and 2 slips. This first ball is played where cover would be, so he's going to collect a single. Mid-off runs round to field it. And I think Luke Proctor will be pleased to get Eckersley off strike so he can have a go at getting tucked into Matt Salisbury, who's negotiated 15 balls without much cause for alarm, hasn't yet got off the mark. But you do want to bowl at the number 10, even though he's looking a little bit secure. Now the field comes in, converges. 3 slips. 5 in the infield, just a long leg on the boundary. As Proctor bowls an awkward ball which rises on Salisbury. He tries to play it to leg and he gets a little bit of an outside edge. Point has to run all the way down to third man. Manages to prevent more than two. Has at least got Salisbury back on strike, but he's off the mark with a couple.
What a calamity that is for Sussex. They must be absolutely sick
Still
tonight.
reeling.
Because they won really well last week at Bristol, took out a promotion rival. Were going to Derbyshire, who were just playing laissez-faire cricket with their eyes on the T20 finals day on Saturday. Left their best bowler out of the side as well.
This one balloons in the air off a leading edge, just the same as the previous delivery. Tried to play it to leg, it came off the top edge, but there was no one at short cover to catch it.
They took a first innings lead of 90 plus and managed to lose the game. That is an utter calamity for Sussex.
Yeah, there are two.
What a crushing way to have your promotion chances ended. And they would have been thinking at halfway in that game, we're going to win this game, we're going to go back to Hove with a chance to go up with momentum on our side.
This ball is edged and it's a wonderful...
No,
it isn't. It just bounced short. Well, it was a wonderful stop, I'll give him that. At first slip by Wakely. Went low to his right and he got his hand on it. He stopped it well, but it did drop just short. Jokingly, he then got onto his knees and put the ball in the air as if to say, how was that? Well, it was a good bit of fielding, could easily have gone for four. It stung his hand. He's ringing it now. Salisbury survives. This one is down the leg side. He gets the bat high in the air, heaves it over his shoulders in order to avoid playing at it. An exaggerated leave. Rossington moves smartly to his left to collect.
Cloud is pretty uniform, but quite light. But no sunlight for the moment. Ticking towards the advertised close time. I think we should be okay for another half an hour of play to get the schedule overs in, I suggest.
Salisbury, it just gets the bat down onto a ball that was full and straight. And, well, Proctor got 3 or 4 awkward shots out of Salisbury in that over. That was a very good over. And it looked like he might get the breakthrough at any moment, which, in fairness, Doug Bracewell didn't from the far end. But Salisbury has survived. 2 runs he has now off 20 balls. 7 overs remaining plus the optional extra 8. 197 for 8 Durham. Eckersley has 39. And there'll be 2 very, very quiet coaches on the roads tonight. One going back to Hove and one going back to Taunton.
Indeed. Somerset destroyed earlier on by Kyle Abbott. Here is Brett Hutton going in from the wanted road and bowls to Eckersley, who just about keeps the balance on the line of one. Carries low through to Rossington. Yeah, Kyle Abbott's 17 for 86 in the match, the 4th best return in the County Championship's history. Figures better than that are AP Freeman for Kent against Sussex at Hove in 1922.
Titch.
17 for 67, correct. Charlie Parker for Gloucestershire against Essex at Gloucester in 1925, 17 for 56. Sutton goes in and forward is Eckersley playing to mid-off. There is a single available because mid-off's quite deep, but they're not going to take it. And I think Charlie Parker, or maybe Tom Goddard, is was the only man to take a hat-trick for England in South Africa until Matthew Hoggard did it a few years ago. But that's by the by. And Cyril Blythe has the best figures for the County Championship's history. Kent against Northants here in 1907. Took 17 for 48.
Good overs. Lancashire 8 down. 282 for 8. 204 ahead.
Hutton goes in. 3 slips and a short mid-wicket in place. And Eckersley is playing 2 Proctor here at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. I think Blythe died in the First World War, didn't he?
I don't know. Maybe would have cut off his first-class career if that is the case. Those figures were in 1907. Of course, the First World War claimed a great many of the cricket's golden age cricketers.
Yeah, he died in November 1917, Colin Blythe. Away goes Hutton again, slightly wider on the bowling crease here. This is down the leg side, and raising his hands is Eckersley, and taken to his left-hand side by Adam Rossington. Yes, he died at Passchendaele. only 38 years of age. Surrey 9 down, 161 for 9. They're still behind there, so Essex still very likely. Yeah, they are, because they still trail by 60. Surrey to win by an innings there inside 3 days. What a turnaround in the county championship title race. Hutton to Eckersley, and Eckersley lets another one go just outside the off stump. He's just shown very good judgment, Ned Eckersley. Watched the ball carefully, let anything go where possible, not played anything loose whatsoever. Waited for balls in his area to score, playing the ball late and working off his legs well. It's just been classic first-class batting and has shown his Durham colleagues how to do it. Sure, he didn't face the new ball, but Eckersley's skills very valuable up the order as well. I'm sure that might be a consideration for Durham going forward, maybe. Last ball of Hutton's 19th over of the day. Bowls a bumper that Eckersley ducks beneath. It will mean Matt Salisbury takes the bowling for the start of the next over. We have 6 more to come scheduled for this third day. It's 197 for 8 and the umpires are now getting together.
I think that's understandable. Just the first look at the light. I don't think they'll come off now.
No, I don't think it's too bad yet. I'll be surprised if they go off straight away, but maybe the umpires are thinking, well, do we end it sooner rather than later and make sure we have a bigger period of cricket tomorrow and save a silly situation when we come back with only 1 wicket to go, maybe? Who knows?
Umpires saving a silly situation like that. You're a very experienced broadcast journalist, Alex Winter, and I know you know that's not true.
So Proctor will continue from the Wilson end of the ground, runs into Salisbury, 3 slips and a short mid-wicket. It's down the leg side though, waste of a delivery, and Salisbury pays no attention. Hung around to make 13 in the first innings did Matt Salisbury. Gareth Berg picked him up with a short delivery that he swung at and edged to Adam Rossington. 2 wickets to win here for Northants. 2 wickets to take a giant stride towards Division 1 of the County Championship. Proctor is in, bowling full on the off stump, and forward comes Salisbury, blocking back up towards the bowler for no run. Joe Clark has made a 50 for Notts in the second innings there. 90 for 4 they are. Lead of only 100, so work to do to save that game tomorrow. Clark, after a splendid 100 in the first innings, back to some form, which is great to see. Tremendous player. But he'll be in Division 2 of the County Championship next year unless he engineers a move elsewhere, which could be afoot. As Proctor goes in and again bowls down the leg side. And again Salisbury able to pay no attention to it, and Rossington taking it up by his left hip.
What do you know about that move being afoot?
Well, it was suggested that he does have a clause in his contract that he could leave Notts if they're not playing in Division 1.
Ooh.
Because the move from Worcestershire to Notts came about because he wanted to play Division 1 cricket.
Oh, interesting. That is interesting.
Proctor goes in and bowls outside the off stump this time, and Salisbury sensibly lets it go by. So Notts relegated, and if that is true, then Clark could be on his way out of Trent Bridge, which will be a severe blow because their batting has been, it's been awful, hasn't it, this year, really. Stephen Mullaney has done okay, but he's been injured for part of the campaign as well, but they've found no runs at all and been blown away regularly. An appalling haul of batting points. Yet to win again this year as Proctor goes in and bowls one that ducks into Salisbury, but he's solidly behind it here, pushing to short mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that would be a big blow to Notts' chances of bouncing straight back.
Darren Stevens has got 4 for 11 now.
Oh my word.
Yorkshire, who need 550 to beat Kent, to 43 for 5.
Goodness me, that could be over tonight as well.
An extra half hour there, wouldn't you?
Wow, Darren Stevens. Proctor in here, bowling to Salisbury, full of length, and he's defending out towards extra cover, and the over comes to an end. We've got 5 more scheduled in the day, but the light is fading here at Wantage Road. Umpires just going to walk back to their respective positions and invite play to continue. 197 for 8. Durham 205 runs away from victory, so for the moment staring down a giant defeat.
In that over we went past 5:30, which is the intended close of play in the September County Championship games. Not 11 to 6, but 10:30 to 5:30. So the overtime is 5 overs, but the over rate says
Hutton going in. Forward comes Eckersley, pushing up towards mid-on for no run. The umpires may have got together a while ago to tell somebody to flick the floodlights on, because that's just what has happened here. The floodlights were used throughout the first day. That's the only reason we played on the first day, is because the lights were on. I didn't consider that, to be honest. Forgot about the floodlights. Not generally used here in Championship cricket, but have been used this season. First game of the year against Middlesex they were on, and thankfully they've saved us here as Eckersley gets them off the thigh pad that runs to mid-wicket for no run. Guess we would not have played all day on Monday.
No way.
Because the cloud was that low and it was really, really dark. It was still a little bit iffy with the floodlights on, but with the lights on, we I think should be okay to maybe get through the bonus time as well, which will surely now occur if Durham are still batting in 4.4 overs time.
They don't have lights at Old Trafford on because they've gone off for bad light now, Lancashire and Middlesex.
Hutton in and bowls too straight and gets pushed away by Eckersley. He's not going to take the run here to deep square. So Eckersley, professional pride kicking in, determined to keep Northants out there as long as possible, determined not to be beaten inside 3 days.
Yes, he's being distinctly cussed. 83 balls he's now faced for his 39. He batted equally well in the first innings, you remember. Wicket keepers on both sides have prospered with the bat in this game.
Hutton goes in to him again, on the off stump quite full, and pushed down to Gareth Berg at mid-on. And there is no run. 37 for Eckersley in the first innings.
He could be top scorer in both innings. Burnham at the moment with 45 is leading the way this time round. Eckersley 39.
And he's not quite gone past 700 runs for the season now. Entered the game with 609 at 38. Century and 350s to his name, so a decent return. Faces Hutton again and takes a very straight ball to long leg. Didn't want to miss that, but he didn't. Turned his wrists on it and played out to Bracewell on the long leg fence across from us. 198 for 8 and Eckersley goes to 40.
Yes, he's in, isn't he? The kind of ball that if you'd missed that, you didn't even need to wait for the umpire to give you out LBW, but he played it very comfortably. And Salisbury, to credit him, 26 balls for 2, he's hanging on very well also. He hasn't offered a chance.
Hutton going in to Salisbury now, and he's defending around the off stump out towards extra cover. And there is no run. 71 overs gone, so we've still got to get through another 9 until Northants might be able to take the second new ball. The umpire's just getting together again here. And I think it's just Ben Sanderson who's gone across to have a word with Russell Warren. It's in the ear of Peter Hartley now as well. But he's wandering back to his position at long leg. And on we go. So 4 overs to come in the day's play, plus another 8 for the extra half hour. That will most certainly be allowed to Northamptonshire here by the umpires, particularly with the floodlights on, just boosting the lights here. I think with the floodlights on we should be fine. Proctor is in, bowls to Eckersley, managed round the corner now at a catching square leg and quite tight. But it's pushed past him to long leg and there is no run. Eckersley going to farm the bowling here and take it upon himself to get Durham through to day 4. That hotel room, Martin Emerson, could come quite in handy.
Nobody wants to come back tomorrow, do they? But as far as I'm aware, Durham have paid for the hotel, so they were going nowhere anyway.
Proctor in, up on his toes is Eckersley, playing down to Keogh at extra cover. And there is no run. Sometimes I like a morning's cricket to get a game done. It's a nicer time to finish a game. If you finish a game now, it's a bit of a rush. And you've got to pack everything up, and there's loads of stuff to do with it.
The worst time to finish is just before lunch, isn't it? Just when you're expecting food and then suddenly it's chaos.
I'm sure they've stood all the caterers down for tomorrow as Proctor is in once more and Eckersley is dabbing to cover. No fielder in there, but don't take the run once again.
But from what I can gather, Durham were obviously planning to be in their hotel tonight, and I think their coaches would have expected them to make a better fist of it with a bat today than they have. The other issue you've got, of course, is when you get to certain times of the day, you've then got to think about the bus drivers' hours and how many hours they're allowed to drive. So,
well, the bus driver hasn't come far from the hotel, has he?
Yeah, but the moment he gets in the bus, that's it. His working day starts. He could spend hours back in the hotel, but that working day begins.
But if he's not on the road, surely it doesn't count.
No, it does, because he started his day.
Proctor is into Salisbury. The field is crowded here around the bat, and he plays down to Gully, and there is no run. So the bus driver sets off at 8:30 in the morning to bring Durham here. And, well, now we've got through how many hours since 8 o'clock? 10. He won't be able to drive home.
I think you'd be struggling now. They might sometimes send a different driver down.
Proctor past the umpire, bowls back of a length down the leg side, well avoided here by Eckersley. Gets his hands up out of the way, and it's taken by Rossington by his left shoulder.
You're only allowed to be on duty so many hours a day. So what Durham have done in the past is, if it's been a case where they know a game's going to finish on a particular day, I've seen them do it at Derbyshire, where they've got minibuses to the ground, or taxis to the ground, the players.
I'm sure you might have heard that. Wendell's here. Proctor goes in, and Eckersley is driving down the ground, runs for him here. There's going to be at least, well, there would be at least a couple. He's going to settle for a single to keep the bowling. Eckersley goes to 41, 199 for 8. Northants resident cheerleader.
Who sang that, Mr. Wendell?
Here. Yeah, Wendell is down beneath us.
You remember who sang that, Mr. Wendell?
I've no idea at all, but you always hear his voice before you see him, and there was a bit of a smile and a cheer that came up from the supporters to our left-hand side, seeing Wendell for the final time in 2019. On this ground, of course. I'm sure you might see him around Northampton.
There was a band called Arrested Development. It's back about 1992, I think that was a hit.
Close of play at Grace Road, 32 for 2 Leicestershire are. So they will have 8 wickets tomorrow to try and survive and deny Glamorgan, and if they do so, then Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire will be promoted ahead of next week's game at Bristol. If Glamorgan do win, Northants will need 4 points at Bristol, Gloucestershire will need 9. Hutton it is, away from the wanted road, going in to Eckersley, and he's blocking to short mid-wicket. Proctor is there, moving to his left, and there is no run. You don't need your gloves, man.
I do, my hands are cold.
Goodness me, it's not that cold at all. It's got warmer and warmer throughout the day.
It hasn't, man. It's freezing down
here.
It
has. The wind has changed direction.
Too far south to guarantee the weather down here.
Coming from the east now. It's going to be a southeasterly at the weekend.
Well, we've been in the draft up here for 3 days.
It's going to get very hot on Saturday.
Good, we're not here.
Hutton is in. Forward is Eckersley, playing down towards mid-on.
Is it going to be nice on Sunday as well, do you know?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, pretty good.
We're going to go to Harrogate to watch the World Road Race Championships. The time trials are on. So we're going to go down on Sunday to watch that, and it might be Saturday. The following Sunday we're going to be in the Yorkshire Dales watching the men's road race, which retraces the Tour de France route from 2014.
Oh, right.
So it'll be absolutely rammed in Harrogate and Leeds and Ripon and all those areas, the Yorkshire Dales, over the next few days.
3 slips and 2 men catching up on the onside here as Hutton runs away from us again, and Eckersley forward, just outside the off stump again, defending solidly and playing down towards Sanderson, who's out at a wide mid-off, come extra cover position really. And there is no run again, 199 for 8. Northants still need these 2 wickets.
Have they had that British Masters this year or not? The golf thing?
Yes.
Well, it was earlier, was it?
Yeah, that was.
'Cause they had that at Close House 2 years ago, in just in the edge of Newcastle. But it was the weekend that the cricket season finished. And I went to cover it. It was brilliant.
It's at Close House next year.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, good.
Yeah, it was at Hillside this year on the Lancashire coast.
Yeah.
But yeah, back at.
So
back
it's
at
moved,
Close House
it's moved
next
in
year.
the calendar then, has it? Because I was just thinking, if that was on this weekend, that would be a nice weather for that.
Yeah, that was back in May, I think, as Hutton goes in again. Eckersley defending, a ball that skids through a little bit low, but he gets a solid back to it to play down to short mid-wicket for no run.
It was interesting how they set the course out at Close House, because it didn't follow the usual 1 to 18 that the members would play. They mixed it all up, so it was quite different. Often
the case to get generally the length they need in the course for the professionals. Lee Westwood associated with Close House nowadays, even though he's a Nottinghamshire lad, Nottingham Forest fan. His Worksop Golf Club is his home club. Hutton going in, and Eckersley again very late, playing the ball under his nose, defending out just wide of Proctor, is in a very short mid-off catching position there, and there's no run.
That was where John Hampshire, the former Yorkshire and England player, he lived in Worksop, became an umpire for many years in the county circuit. It's Graham Wiley who's put all the money into Close House, originally involved with the Sage Computer Company, and likes his race horses as well.
He does, yeah, hasn't had too many
he had a horse a few years ago
winners
called English Dreaver, which won the World Hurdle.
Yeah.
I backed it about 3 years in a row.
Yeah, he's had a number of successes. Trained by Willie Mullins over in Ireland, as Hutton bowls a bumper with a leg gully in place. It balloons up over the head of Eckersley. He ducks beneath, and it goes through to Rossington. So end of the over. We have 3 more to come, scheduled in the day.
2, I think.
But we will get 8 more for the extra half hour, if the umpires think the light is sufficient. The floodlights are on here at Wantage Road, and we are at 5:45 in September on a cloudy day now. Yeah, it has just flicked over to 2, so in theory 10 overs to come in the day, but North has to try and take the remaining couple of wickets. 199 for 8.
You can guarantee every time I ring my wife and say I might be back tonight, I never am. Every time. Here comes Sanderson back into the attack to bowl to Matt Salisbury. It goes through the keeper and it's spilled. Salisbury and Hutton, Sanderson and Hutton have taken 13 wickets of the 18 to fall so far, pointing out how well they'd bowled and how Durham hadn't been really able to cope with them with the bat. And then it was pointed out on Twitter that Rain and Rushworth had taken 14 of 18 for Durham, but the difference was Durham were leaking runs, whereas generally Northants have kept the pressure on Durham throughout with the ball. Sanderson again, and Salisbury plays that off towards point. Bobbles across there.
Yeah, they've had a good hold on the run rate throughout the game. They've generally had control, Northants. Durham have just had weak sessions here and there, haven't they, where they've leaked runs on the first morning and
I'm just surprised
yesterday
by how
afternoon.
Off-colour Durham have looked in this match. It's really taken me by surprise. Wasn't expecting this kind of performance at all.
They've come up against a side playing very well.
Well, they have, yeah. In comes the bowler again. But you say that, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Northants because they have dominated this game. But you were looking at 2 teams who were in fairly similar form, weren't you? Durham 8 unbeaten, won 5. Northants 7 unbeaten, won the last 3.
To an extent, but they've sort of been different styles of victories. You looked at last week, Northants made 350 and should have got a bit more. Durham sort of scrapped their way past Middlesex in a way, didn't they?
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? As Salisbury turns this off towards short mid-wicket. And I pointed this out on day 1, the issue with Durham and their batting points. And Durham, Middlesex, and there was another, wasn't there? Worcestershire have only got 19 batting points this season. They were 14 or 15 batting points behind Northants, and that's the difference why Northants are in this position of strength now to go on and push for promotion. And you know, you imagine Durham are going to lose this one substantially, and that's the end of their promotion hunt. And you can take it back to the start of the season. They lost their first 4 matches, and there were some appalling batting performances then. But I thought they had put those days behind them. Well, there you go. What's happening now?
Alex
they've
Wake
come
is
to get a
coming down to
helmet.
get a helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a short leg's
I
going
thought
in.
they were coming to have a word with Wendell for a minute there because he's down on that boundary. Oh, they've changed their plan now. What are they saying? What, do you want the helmet or not? Alex Wake has come to get it. The starlings are in voice again. It's that time of year, isn't it, when the starlings come back, start to get into the autumn. Really noisy in the city centres come December, aren't they? All the buildings. It is 12 minutes to 6 on day 3 here, Wednesday the 18th of September. And Sanderson is coming into bowl to Salisbury. It's hit him in the helmet. Now, that might be a little bit of an issue if the umpires feel that they can't see the ball properly. Was that the helmet or the shoulder? But that could do for Northants' hopes of winning this tonight if the umpires say, hang on a minute, you've got the lights on, it's gloomy, bowling short stuff like that. Is there a concussion check going to be carried out here? Clearly not. Nigel, the Durham physio, is just leaning on the balcony to our left, so
Obviously didn't catch him on the head, maybe the shoulder.
must have been the shoulder then. There's got a short leg in under the helmet and a leg slip for Salisbury. That one's a length ball and he defends in it, runs across to point, and that is the end of the over. Who's wearing 96 again? Because that's confusing me.
Charlie Thurston, the 12th man.
Right.
Umpire Russell Warren just having a little glance over to his colleague here, but Peter Hartley is not interested for the moment, and on we go.
Can you hear a saxophone or something?
Yes, yeah, we
Where's
were
that coming
talking about this with Kit a while ago. I think it's someone on the Clark Road.
Oh, in a house, right.
Often on Sunday afternoons here, you can hear the saxophone. They've obviously come out for a midweek tootle away as well.
Dampening of the reed. That could have been a brilliant saxophone player.
You're going to come up with some ridiculous joke now, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No.
You know?
No, it's a very sad story.
Okay.
Hutton here from the pavilion end. Right arm over, coming into bowl to Eckersley. Keeper standing up. Eckersley turns that off towards long leg but won't take the run. I don't understand this. What are you hoping to achieve here?
Well, Eckersley's saying...
Batting out the day to do
Yeah.
what tomorrow?
Well, just professional pride, isn't it? Eckersley is saying here, I'm not going to let you win. You're not going to get past me. I'm going to take the bowling. I'm taking responsibility. I'm going to block and block and block and deny you as long as possible.
Right, so he gets them through tonight, unless they've been told by the umpires they will be coming off at the end of this over. He gets them through tonight, and where does that get them tomorrow?
Well, it doesn't achieve anything at all, but it does. It is a bit of
Go on
personal pride.
Hutton in again, a bowls. That's left. It's kept outside the off stump. Keeper takes it. Yeah,
If you go away from this and say 180 victory inside 3 days, I mean, it's a bit of a thumping, isn't it? But at least if they can extend it into a 4th day, they have used the allocation. And who knows? I mean, the way Eckersley's played and the way that Salisbury survived, they could get through a couple of hours tomorrow. Who knows?
Well, Keaton Jennings tells a story of a match in which his father Ray turned up on the final day. They needed 1 wicket and never got it.
There you go. You've got to believe.
Hutton comes in and bowls, and this is played up towards silly mid-on, no run. Yeah, the music lessons, we were offered the chance to. You had to learn the clarinet in order to play the saxophone. So I went for a clarinet lesson at school, and there was a girl went in after me, and when she came out, she gave me the wrong time for the next week, and when I turned up there, she was having the lesson, and the teacher said, I'm sorry, I've only got room for one of you, and you've missed the lesson now, you can't come back. And that was the end of my music career. So my 2 older daughters have been learning the piano for the last 2 or 3 years, and I think I'd struggle with a tambourine, to be honest with you. But I hope they continue at it and do develop some musical skills or retain them. It's Hutton bowls. This is played along the floor to mid-wicket, no run. Slow hand count begins. Got this high cloud base, but it has filled in. There's hardly any patches where the light's coming through now. Looking to the north, it does look rather grey, and of course this time of the year when the sun starts to dip earlier, in the autumn, the light can fade quickly. Hutton to Eckersley, he bowls, defended on a length, around about off stumping. The ball rolls out to mid-wicket once more. And he's given a furious polish by Doug Bracewell. Thurston, the 12th man, is moving from square leg to a backward square leg position, getting sort of more around a leg gully. It's moved right round towards leg gully. You've got a silly mid on, short mid wicket, short extra cover, point and cover, 2 slips and a gully, and a leg gully. And that's cut off once more by Doug Bracewell at mid wicket, end of the over. So that is now actually the end of the day's play in theory, but they're going to play on another 8 overs, or try to play on another 8 overs, with Durham 8 down.
Umpire just having a word to Adam Robinson, Adam Rossington. Has got a bit gloomier now. The floodlights certainly doing their job. You can see the 4 shadows of the players.
As you can see, the floodlights are on. The umpires have decided to take an extra half hour.
I'd be wondering if they don't get the wickets here how long they would stay on, to be honest, because I'm not sure these lights are going to be able to hold as much.
Well, with Rushworth to come, it could just be 1 ball needed.
For his not out. He's had plenty of not outs, about a third of his career is not out. Where's my little light meter? New over then, Salisbury on strike, and that's a shortish one from Sanderson from the Wilson end. The light still seems okay at the moment, according to the light meter. Day 1, of course, we had loads of drizzle in the air and mist. Changing the weather between day 1 and 2 and 3 has been incredible. Sanderson to Salisbury. Salisbury defends. Without wanting to put the kibosh on Salisbury, he can hold an end up for a long time.
Yeah, he did okay in the first innings, blocking back a decent amount of time for his 13.
Sanderson in, bowls, it's another short one, swings away. After it passes the off stump, swings away towards the leg side. Rossington takes it. So that Derbyshire win against Sussex, that's dented Sussex, hasn't it?
So that's Sussex gone.
Yeah.
Sussex have only got 149 points now, so they now cannot be promoted.
It's now about Glamorgan and Leicestershire, isn't it? And then, so Northants could be promoted this week.
They could, yeah, if Leicester hold on tomorrow.
Sanderson bowls, that's fended down into the ground and off towards the gully by Salisbury. And those of you out there listening thinking if Leicestershire can hold on tomorrow, well, I tell you what, Durham came back a few weeks ago needing 7 wickets to win on the final day against Leicestershire, and they batted throughout the entire day and actually ended up with a lead. And you wonder just how an impact that had on Durham and their hopes of promotion. Couldn't get Mark Cosgrove out. Salisbury defends this one. Shortish ball, played away to Thurston at point. Thurston's got the elbow guards on, wide-brimmed hat. The only one out there, I was going to say the only one out there with a wide-brimmed hat until I spotted Levy wearing one as well. There's sunglasses on the back of it as if he's looking at us. But he's in the slip cord and watching the bowler as he comes in, and that's a full toss on leg stump, which took Salisbury by surprise, but he's played it away towards mid to square leg. Umpire hands his gear back to Sanderson. More helmets being brought out now. The keeper's going to stand up. It's helmet-tastic now.
Umpires getting together.
Yeah, I think they weren't happy with that delivery there, the full toss. And are they going to have a word about the light here? They're going to bring Rob Keogh back into the attack. I think Northants know they're treading a fine line, so Keogh, the spinner's going to come back in here.
Which suggests maybe that somebody else is going to have to bowl from the far end to keep play going. And I've absolutely no idea who might bowl at there. I mean, there's no Northants don't have another bowler.
Can Rossington bowl?
Rob Keogh.
You don't want to see Rossington bowl.
Believe you? What can he do?
No.
No.
Wakely, no.
So there's basically no other bowler.
There's no other bowler. The only thing somebody can bowl off 2 paces from the far end.
Proctor come in and.
But this, I mean, what they could have said is this could be the last over. Who knows?
Yeah, second guessing it, aren't we now? This is what I don't like, when we don't know what's happening when we're commentating. We have to just try and guess. They are in. There's Keogh bowls here. This is turned by Eckersley off towards short mid wicket. We're in what technically is an extra half hour of play, 8 overs, but with the light, even with the lights on, that is the issue, and they might only just get through maybe 1 or 2 of them before the umpires decide, no, I'm not going to play on any more. Durham have got nowhere to go tonight. Now Eckersley's decided to take a run there. That brings up the 200 for Durham.
Yeah, I mean, Eckersley was farming the bowling earlier on, but happy to Salisbury to take strike all of a sudden.
Well, you've got a silly point, short leg, leg slip, first slip. Salisbury defends. Ball bounces on a length and he just plays it into the ground. It comes to rest on the leg side. Short mid wicket, backward square leg, point, mid off, mid on. Keogh, right arm over from the pavilion end. Salisbury drives at that one, and it goes as far as Sanderson at mid off. It's coming up to 6 o'clock as Keogh bowls again and bowls. And again, it's gone up to Sanderson along the floor, through the legs of Silly Point. In comes the bowler again. Ball off towards backward point this time, and that is the end of the over. Now what are they going to do? The umpire's going to have another chat here. Who are they going to bowl? Peter Hartley and Russell Warren having a chat. Doug Bracewell, is it they're going to hand the ball to? Will this work? Because he's medium quick, isn't he?
Oh, Doug Bracewell is probably the quickest bowler on show.
Yeah, so how's this going to work then?
Well, there's obviously no issue with the light then. Definitely going to be Bracewell. Rob Newton actually brought a new ball out for umpire Russell Warren as well, because the new ball is available in 3 overs time. So in theory we could get 3 overs with the new ball tonight.
Well, it's turned 6 o'clock. I've got to go and do an update for BBC Newcastle. I don't know if I'll be back or not. If I'm not, thank you everybody. If I am, I'll see you later.
Thank you, Martin. So it is Bracewell from the far end. 3 slips, gully, short leg, short mid wicket, short extra cover. He bowls to Eckersley, and Eckersley defends from just outside the off stump down towards Curran and extra cover for no run. I mean, in fairness, with the floodlights on and the light as it is now, I mean, they should continue, given the fact that we played on the first day when it had to be darker than this on the first day, because it really was very, very dark indeed, and just thought there was no chance to play on day one as Eckersley lets this go just outside the off stump. But the umpires, to their credit, kept the players out there as long as possible, even when the mizzle appeared to be closing in. So all credit to them. It means now, on we go. But Eckersley's tremendous resistance here, battling away for his side. He's got through 107 balls so far for 42. Faces Bracewell again, and he bangs one in short outside the off stump, and it goes through to Eckersley. Now here's something you don't see. It looks like a paraglider is flying over, very close to us actually. Is it a paraglider, or does he have an engine? Is it just a glider? I'm not quite sure, to be honest. He's flying around anyway, just to the north of us. He's probably over Northampton Racecourse at the moment, flying towards the west. Bracewell goes in again, goes for a Yorker, but doesn't quite get it right, and Eckersley digs it out to mid-off for no run. Off he goes, drifting away out to our left-hand side. Normally you get a very dull drone with a glider. He's definitely got a parachute, it appears. But where's he going to land, I wonder, if he can't turn around? He's going with the breeze there. Looks impressive anyway. In comes Bracewell again. This is nicely touched around the corner by Eckersley, and he gets 4 here to long leg to our left-hand side. So Eckersley goes to 46, and the score to 204 for 8. I don't think it would be the worst thing here for Northants to just go off for the day and put their feet up. Bracewell moves in again from the far end. Full of length and almost sneaking one past the inside edge into the pad. This is pushed away down towards backward square leg. And the over comes to an end. So 5 more to come. Assuming, of course, that we only can have time for 5 more overs in the time we have remaining. A bit now for FM listeners, so bear with. And a win now would almost confirm Northamptonshire's promotion to Division 1 of the County Championship, because Sussex have lost at Derbyshire. So if Glamorgan managed to not beat Leicestershire down at Cardiff, then Northants can be promoted this week. That's of course assuming that Northants mop up victory here, but they just need 2 wickets to win now. 204 for 8 Leicestershire. Durham here. They're chasing 402 to win, and we're into bonus time at the end of this 3rd day. The extra half hour has been taken to try and get a result tonight. The floodlights are on, the light is holding for a moment, and Northants have 5 more overs to try and get these remaining 2 wickets. They've been held up wonderfully well by Ned Eckersley, the Leicestershire captain, who played well in the first innings and has blocked back 111 balls second time around here as well. Can he take us into a 4th day? Looks likely for the moment at 204 for 8. Northants still 2 wickets needed to win.
We're the only place still going.
I'm not surprised.
Any dyed-in-the-wool cricket fan who just wants to hear live cricket is now with us. Welcome, as Essex have wrapped up their victory.
Keogh round the wicket and driving is Salisbury back to the bowler's right hand, no run.
So that's the top of the County Championship Division 1 all done and dusted. Essex 12 ahead going into the final game.
Round the wicket comes Keogh. Salisbury once again is well forward, pushing just in front of Silly Point. And there is no run. There's an orthodox slip, Silly Point, short leg, and 2 backward square legs really. Well, one's a backward square leg, one's a leg slip probably. Keogh over the wicket now. It bowls 2 straight and it turns down the leg side. And Salisbury pays no attention whatsoever. He's only made 2, but he's blocked back 48 balls so far.
Good boy.
Very much so, yeah.
It hasn't been too difficult for him either out there.
No, largely untroubled. Keogh comes in again, and this time bowls too far outside the off stump. And it's let go through to Rossington. So, 4 overs remain. I didn't actually note down the time that this extra half hour began, because...
You think we might get extra?
Well, we could get extra time with Keogh bowling, because he skipped through and made in there in no time at all. So we could get more overs in tonight, but I was just pondering before he came back, Kit, that I don't think it would be the worst thing for Northants to just put their feet up and come back tomorrow and refreshed and finish things off, because undoubtedly weary here. We're into the 79th over, and this 9th wicket stand has blocked back 16 overs now. And looks like getting Durham through to the close, but there is still time for Northamptonshire, and it looks like some leg theory coming up, because Bracewell is going to come round the wicket, 3 slips gully, short leg.
He's going to do his Neil Wagner impersonation.
He is, yeah. Leg slip also in place. Mid off, extra cover very tight and point in his Bracewell. It is short and it's wide of Eckersley's off stump, and he lets it go through. He's a big man, Doug Bracewell. Good pace about him. Aggressive fellow.
Yeah, just to wrap this up about Division 1. Essex will face Somerset 1 versus 2 next week. Neither can come third. They can't be caught by any other team. So Essex win or draw, they will be champions, and if Somerset win, they will be.
Bracewell in another short ball. Somewhat telegraphed. Was right on target, but Eckersley able to duck beneath that very comfortably.
It is mathematically possible that Somerset could win with very few bonus points, and Essex could lose with lots of bonus points. You'd have to have a really extraordinary turnaround halfway through the match for that to happen, and for Essex still to win, but the basic outcomes are the best way to look at it.
Bracewell in again, fuller length, and just tickled down the leg side for 4 by Eckersley, and that raises a fine rearguard 50 from the Durham captain. Played well in the first innings, and it took a wonderful stumping from Adam Rossington to remove him, and you can hear the generous applause from around Wantage Road appreciating this tremendous effort. He goes to 50 in 114 balls, and he takes the score to 208 for 8.
Top scorer in both innings. Captain's performance both times. A captain's performance that will not be enough ultimately here, but some time ago he said it would be a great success for Durham if they were still batting at the end of today.
Yeah, they've at least shown some resistance here lower down the order. Bracewell goes and rolls another bumper, but it's down the leg side, and Eckersley just withdraws the hands, steps inside the line and allows that to harmlessly pass through to Rossington. This is a bit like England trying to get Steve Smith out at the moment, because we've got 2 men catching around the corner behind square. There's a fine orthodox leg slip, and then a leg gully in place really. Keogh and Berg in there.
Yeah, but Bracewell's bowled 3 out of 4 balls that Eckersley doesn't have to get anywhere near.
He just needs to bowl that ball armpit height really. Goes in again. Bowl's full, but it's down the leg side once more. Not a bad idea, with Eckersley going back and across all the time to try and cover that short ball and try to get out of the way of anything bouncing over the stumps.
Well, it's been a waste. Eckersley just standing in the crease, stepped inside, let it go through down the leg side. 3 big bouncers which he's been able to leave with ease. Now that one down the leg side, there's only 1 ball left. I just feel that Bracewell's been a bit of a waste today.
Charges in again and bowls a ball that's tucked away from the leg stump by Eckersley, and he picks up his 8th boundary. Slightly too telegraphed that by Bracewell, you think. Never too much joy from the middle of this Wantage Road pitch. And that was a lot of huff and puff for no joy by Doug Bracewell. There's a light meter reading being taken now by Russell Warren at the far end. I think it is. Has he got the machine out on the stumps there at the far end?
Oh.
Yes, he did have it out. But he's picked it back up and has decided we're okay. Or are we okay?
Oh, are we okay? He's had a word with Adam Rossington. Oh, the new ball's been taken, that's what that's about. 80 overs gone. We were just speculating about that. Oh, in fact,
The new ball has now been taken.
the light is sufficiently good, it seems, that Ben Sanderson can take the new ball. Now, if anyone can get this wrapped up in the 3 overs we have left, and I think now if there are going to be 3 overs of seam, it probably won't give us any extra, it'll be Ben Sanderson.
Here he goes, outside the off stump, but it's let go by Matt Salisbury, withdrawing the hands, and it's through to Adam Rossington. I mean, surely the fact that we've played through all that horrendous light, or so it seemed on the first day, there's time to get these remaining overs in here tonight, you would think.
You'd think.
3 to come now, by the way.
Sanderson's going to bowl 11 of the last 17 balls.
Goes in now and bowls very full. Salisbury is driving off the toe of the bat, made a horrid sound that the ball runs to extra cover, no run.
Well, batting for 80 overs in the 4th innings of a game is always some form of an achievement, and Durham have done well. But had they batted like this in the 1st innings, remember Northamptonshire only got 217.
Sanderson in once more, just outside the off stump, nips away a little bit, and Salisbury keeps his hands just about inside the line, and again it's through to Rossington.
It's the 131 all out, the first dig that has put Durham in a losing position. Just a bit more application from the middle order on this occasion. The bowling has been consistently accurate throughout both innings from Northamptonshire.
Sanderson once more, full of length, the cry for LBW. Leg side, I think he may have hit it as well. Sanderson wasn't too interested, to be honest. The appeal came up from behind the stumps. Just nipped back on Salisbury pushing forward, and I think there was bat involved. The ball ran away to point for no run.
As excited as I am, the prospect of that being out, one's immediate instinct was that even if there hadn't been any bat, it was going over the top of leg stump, possibly even down leg side.
Sanderson sets off again, bowls very full and gets one to straighten on Salisbury and beat the outside edge and actually missed the off stump by a whisker. A beauty. New ball taken, and straight away it's doing enough to suggest that Northants could wrap it up tonight.
Now they're not going to give the new ball to Bracewell at the other end, are they? Batsman only had to play one of the 6 balls that he bowled in the last over.
Sanderson goes up past the umpire again and bowls full, and it comes of an outside edge just past gully. Some bounce there for Sanderson, shoulder of the bat. Keogh scrambling away to his right hand side, couldn't cling on, couldn't get anywhere near it, to be honest, in the end. They don't take the run. Applause for Sanderson has sent down a maiden, but Salisbury has survived, and back comes the meter reading from Russell Warren at the far end. 212 for 8, Durham hanging on here, and likely now we will need tomorrow. What does the umpire say? We're going off. We are going off, and that will be it for the 3rd day at Wantage Road. So Durham clinging on, 212 for 8. Good morning from myself, Alex Winder. For the final time in 2019, we're at Wantage Road, where the players have emerged for the final knockings of the Specsavers County Championship Division 2 match between Northamptonshire and Durham. Durham managed to delay the Northants victory yesterday, primarily because Ned Eckersley, their captain, performs superbly with the bat. 54 not out he's made from 117 balls, but Durham are resuming here in a pretty hopeless position. 402 is their target, and they're 212 for 8. It looked like they were going to be rolled over yesterday afternoon at 134 for 7, but first Bryden Carsley made 30, and then Matt Salisbury played tremendously well as well at number 10, blocking back 55 balls, only made 2 runs, but just delayed the Northants victory, and we're back this morning to try and finish it off. And Martin Emerson is back alongside. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Apparently I predicted this yesterday morning. I've got no memory of it, but somebody said you were right, and I said how? And they said you said we'd be back for 2 wickets tomorrow. I said oh, can't remember that.
So Brett Hutton from the Wilson end to get day 4 underway. Eckersley, the right-hander, is on strike with 3 slips in place, and he's struck on the pad first ball. The ball rolls up towards mid-off, and there is no run. It was another pretty good display with the ball from Northants yesterday. Hutton started things off with 2 wickets before lunch, after Northants were bowled out for 315 yesterday morning. And Hutton struck again just after lunch, and then just after tea, and it was that 4th wicket that he took. 99 for 7 Durham were at the time. Sorry, 110 for 6 they were at the time, and it looked to be all over pretty quickly, but fair play Eckersley, got his head down nicely again here, and lets one go just outside the off stump. But Northants here have a new ball in their hands, and straight away Ben Sanderson yesterday only had 1 over with the new ball yesterday. It was causing plenty of problems, and you would think that the new ball should be too much for the Durham tail.
It was coming in dark though, that was the other issue, and it was a risky business to take the new ball when the light was where it was. So
yeah, we had 3 overs chalked off with the extra time that we played yesterday evening. Tried to take the extra half hour to get the game done as Hutton comes in again, and Eckersley drives down the ground to get Durham underway on day 4. Running out towards the Wilson stand. Long chase over there for Doug Bracewell, just hauls the ball in, but they're going to turn and come back for a 3rd run. So Eckersley is away, and it would be quite fitting if he ended up not out here, because he's played very nicely in both innings. It's at a 57, 215 for 8. But now a challenge for Matt Salisbury to try and get through 3 balls here of Hutton armed with a new ball.
last night he was trying to keep strike, wasn't he, Ned Eckersley? And then after a few minutes he just abandoned that as a policy, didn't he? And I was wondering why he was doing it initially, but then I think he was just happy to let Matt Salisbury get on with things.
And Salisbury played well.
Yeah.
Played very well. So showed a good technique, defended well, left well in particular. Didn't really have too many alarms. Four slip now comes in, up from third man, as Hutton runs in 2, Salisbury the number 10, and Salisbury's defending late and getting a little inside edge that runs away down to long leg to our left hand side. Ben Sanderson over there, running away from the players' dressing rooms, and Matt Salisbury is off the mark for day 4, goes to 3, 2:16 for 8.
I think Durham have got Northants just where they want them here. You only need another 186 to win.
Well, the regret will be if they could have only come back today 6 down, they would have still have had a live chance.
First morning, they got it all wrong on the first morning, didn't they?
Hutton comes into Eckersley, and Eckersley is pushing at a full delivery down towards mid-on, and there is no run, because we saw yesterday it did get pretty flat against the old ball. Northants did probe away well. There were still the odd moments of problems against the old ball, as there has been throughout the match, but I've seen here in the past conditions get very benign on the last day of matches here, but Durham aren't armed with enough batsmen to try and get anywhere near this score. You wouldn't have thought, but you never know. As in comes Hutton again and beats the bat the first time this morning. Nice delivery. Eckersley just pushing at one slightly that left him. And the first over of day 4 is complete. 2:16 for 8. Eckersley is there on 57. Salisbury 3. The victory target a mighty 402. 1 or 2 in the ground, which is nice to see. A few have come back for the last rites here at Wantage Road.
That's exactly what James Franklin, the Durham coach, described them as last night, the last rites. Just looking in front of the supporters club, the little railway hut thing. They've got the deck chairs out there. There's a lady with quite a tan, isn't it? I wonder if she's spent most of her summer sitting in front of that building, lapping up the rays.
I'm sure she has, and they'll be plotting their dinners over the winter. Here's Ben Sanderson, Wantage Road end, going in and beating the bat of Matt Salisbury, who just felt for one that was a bit wide. Sanderson has that dual threat really of being able to bring the ball back in, which Hutton doesn't really tend to do. His stock in trade is taking the ball away from the right-hander, whereas Sanderson gets that nip both ways and is a big threat here. He's got 4 slips to try and pluck out Salisbury, and then just Chris Rushworth to come. Point, extra cover, mid-on very tight, square leg and long leg as Sanderson goes in, bowls very full and smothered here by Salisbury with an angled bat out towards point. And there is no run.
Despite the fact most of the Durham players are now no longer involved in this game, they still went through a full warm-up routine this morning, doing all the jogging and everything else. There's technically 3 Durham players left in this match, isn't there, really?
Oh, indeed, yeah.
So.
A few back here this morning, as I was saying, but most did say their goodbyes yesterday. Sanderson going in once again, and this bounces and goes past the outside edge. There's the threat of the new ball, the hard new ball. Just zips away from Salisbury, and in fairness, he did very well there not to push at it. He just played the line, the ball jumped at him and left him, and he kept his hands dead still, and the ball went past his outside edge. You're always a bit melancholy, isn't it, when you're wishing people a good winter.
Hope your winter well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's quite sad. Grateful to have this morning, really. Sanderson goes in again, and Salisbury drives down the ground. That's nicely timed. It'll run away for 4 to our left-hand side. Over pitched from Sanderson, and Salisbury pushing his hands at it. Rounded up through mid-off, timing it well, and picks up the first boundary of the final day. Salisbury is up to 7, and Durham to 220 for 8.
I was down at Kent a few years ago. It was the last match of the season, and there were these 2 old guys. You have your lunch in what's effectively the library in there. Have you been in that room? Upstairs in the members?
Oh, in the Frank Worley suite, yeah.
Yeah.
Sanderson past the umpire again, wider on the bowling crease here, down the leg side, flickered the pad through to Rossington, nicely taken, diving to his left.
And one man said to another man, well, I hope you winter well. And he says, well, I don't know if I shall be back here next year. Why's that? Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to survive another winter. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, there is always that. It is always God willing and all. See you next April.
Yeah.
Sanderson is in again quite wide on the bowling crease, and Salisbury forward. It just nips back slightly Thick inside edge runs just back at a square leg, and Charlie Thurston is going across there. The 12th man who's back on the ground because there's no Rob Newton for Northants, and a single ends the second over of the morning. Salisbury will keep the bowling. He is on 8. Eckersley is on 57. 2-2-1 for 8 Durham, but yesterday just got nothing going really. The top order blown away. Lee's 9, Steele 8, Robson 1. But then BJ Watling and Jack Burnham played nicely for a time. They shed 66 for the 4th wicket, but Watling fell for 35. Burnham also couldn't last a tee. He made 45. Steele made just 1, a second failure for him in the game. And then Ben Rain made just 5 as Hutton from the far end comes into Salisbury, who's struck on the pad. Gone! Finger goes up. Salisbury pinned in front. And Brett Hutton has completed a 5-wicket haul in the 3rd over of the morning. He looked to be back and across in front of all 3. And the finger from Russell Warren went up very quickly indeed. So it's taken only 6 minutes of this 4th morning for Northants to strike. Salisbury, who resisted very gamely yesterday, has finally been dismissed. The new ball has done for him, and Northants are now just 1 wicket away at 2-2-1 for 9.
For 8.
34 they added, and they batted for 20 overs. I tell you what, there, it was the slip cordon that went up first there, and the bowler didn't start joining in for some time, as if it was an afterthought from his point of view.
Unless he knew it was just out and he didn't really need to appeal.
Well, no, he eventually joined in the appeal and turned, and that was when the finger went up. But it was the slip cordon that went up there. There was no reaction from the bowler initially. Well, here's Chris Rushworth coming out looking for a red inker. And Durham are 221 for 9 and 181 away from victory. And we said this could take 2 balls, it could take out half an hour. Here we are, 10:37. I think Durham got their tactics completely wrong in this match on day 1, the first morning. They're bowling in gloomy conditions, absolutely conditions made for swing bowling, and they bowled too short and too wide and didn't put any pressure on Northants with the floodlights on and mist in the air.
Yeah, that
got it completely wrong, and then they've been chasing the game ever since.
That was their big chance to get ahead of the game, and they fluffed it really. That'll be their big regret from this week.
They've choked on this occasion, they choked in the T20, and they just can't seem to see the job through when it's in their grasp.
So last man is Chris Rushworth, and Hutton bowling from the Wilson end comes in right arm over, and Rushworth pokes at it and steers it away towards point. And a diving Thurston to his right hand side makes the save, and there is no run. So we wait to see whether Rob Newton might be able to strap himself up for the final match next week at Gloucestershire. And as it stands, Northants will go there needing a maximum of 4 points to be mathematically certain of promotion, and Gloucestershire will need 9. Hutton is in to the number 11, and Rushworth defends in front of the off stump down towards mid-off, and there is no run.
How many overs? Is this the 3rd over of the day?
Correct,
second,
yeah.
3rd. So I have 15 balls so far this morning.
Hutton turns at the far end, his long sleeve shirt, sleeves pulled up over his forearms, comes in past the umpire and bowls on a decent length, pushed away by Rushworth down towards mid-on, and there is no run. There is still some other cricket going on today. Leicestershire trying to battle for a draw at Cardiff, 36 for 2 there, so they've got 8 wickets to try and survive the day. If they do so, then Northants and Gloucestershire will be promoted this evening. It's because Sussex dramatically lost at Derbyshire yesterday, despite taking a first innings lead of 93. Hutton in, right arm over. Rushworth solid in defence, blocking back up the wicket for no run. A good game going on at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 293 for 8. Have a lead over Middlesex there of 215. And if Middlesex were to chase a score down there today, then Lancashire's unbeaten run this season will be over. And a couple of games in Division 1 as well, where Yorkshire 46 for 7 have lost a wicket already this morning, are going to be hammered by Kent. They were set a mighty 5-5-1. It could be a record defeat there for Yorkshire. Last ball of Hutton's over. Deep square and point drop back, and Rushworth defends in front of the off stump, back up towards the bowler, and there is no run. Applause for Brett Hutton, who's picked up 5 wickets. It was Ben Sanderson in the first innings, Brett Hutton in the second innings. They dovetail ever so well. At times a lethal new ball pair for Northants, and have been a huge part of this run towards promotion. Other game going on is at Trent Bridge, where Notts have got some batting to do to save the game against Warwickshire. They made 4-9-8 in the first innings, but Warwickshire almost got on terms, ball out for 4-8-8, thanks to a double century by Dom Sibley. But Notts 122 for 5 there, so the lead only 115. That doesn't make any sense, does it? How can the lead be 115? I'm sure the screen just hasn't updated. The lead's not very big anyway. Sanderson is in to Eckersley, and Eckersley drives a full ball down to mid-on for no run. 2-2-1 for 9. Durham 180 runs in arrears. And the wicket there this morning to Kent has gone to Darren Stevens again, and he's taken 50 wickets in the campaign. Extraordinary.
I think he's got a promising future, that lad.
43 years of age. Something like him and W.G. Grace when he made a double century after 43.
Yeah.
As this is flicked away down to long leg by Eckersley. All is lost now for Durham if it wasn't already, so Eckersley just prepared to take the single and get himself a not out, it seems. 58, he deserves a not out as well. 58 to him now, and double Nelson is raised. 2-2-2 for 9.
Keaton Jennings, on his first day as an England Test player, got a century, didn't he? First day of the match in India.
Yep.
And I think the last person to do it had been W.G. Grace. And the day that happened, weirdly, I was sent to cover an auction in Newcastle where a cricket bat belonging to W.G. Grace was up for auction.
Ben Sanderson to Rushworth, 4 slips in place, and Rushworth is back and pushing to mid-off, no run.
I think only 4 players had actually managed it, a century on their first day as an England batsman.
Sadly, it wasn't a precursor to a long England career.
No, sadly. It was at the end of what had been an absolutely prime period for Keaton Jennings. I think he got something like 12 centuries in varying formats in about 13 months.
Sanderson goes in past the umpire, and Rushworth is playing in a ball that leaves him slightly, and he plays and misses. How much did the bat go for?
It wasn't that much in the end. It was only about 300 quid, but it was just pure coincidence that he did that on that day, and that bat was up for auction. Weird. And it was snowing as I drove to Anderson and Garland in Newcastle.
Sanderson is in again, past the umpire, and Rushworth is blocking this firmly down towards mid-off. Gareth Berg runs around to his right-hand side to collect, and there's no run.
The auctioneers, there's a guy who works for them. He's quite good on the PR side of things. If something comes in which has an interesting backstory, it might not be particularly valuable, but the story behind it is. And I think the bat had been given to W.G. Grace by a vicar or something like that.
Sanderson goes in again, last ball of the over, but a foot and a half wide of the off stump, but it wobbles and dies on Rossington, and he's taken a whack on the finger there as the over comes to an end with a dot ball. So 4 overs gone this morning, and Northants are 1 wicket away, with Durham 2-2-2 for 9. Still needing 180 runs to win here. We can just check that LBW of Salisbury on the replay to see what occurred there. It looks
going down the leg side.
It looks pretty dead. Back and across in front of all 3. Pitched probably middle and leg, swung back a bit, beat his outside edge, struck him in line with middle stump, and that is as bad as plum can be. Maybe a little high, but see, on the back pan, it's definitely going to hit the stumps. Hutton, trying to finish it off from the far end, comes into Eckersley, and Eckersley lets one go just outside the off stump. Do you think Eckersley might get to go up the order next week?
No, I think he's deliberately in where he is to try and shore up the tail and strengthen the tail a bit, and the lower middle.
They need this resistance, though, further up.
Well, I know, but he's been doing this all summer. There's been nothing at the top of the order, generally. Or too many times there's been little at the top of the order. They've had 5 different opening partners. I think Cameron, it looks like Cameron Bancroft's coming back next year.
Oh, that's good.
And the thing is, he'll be here for an entire season as well.
That'll be very crucial. as Hutton comes in, and this is worked in front of mid-on by Eckersley, and he's going to jog through for a run to get Durham off double Nelson and to take himself to 59 now, 2-2-3 for 9.
I mentioned in the first innings Eckersley and Ben Rain had been involved in something like 10 50-plus partnerships for Durham in the Championship this season, now 11 between them.
So the number 11 Rushworth back on strike, 4 slips in place, Hutton runs in, and Rushworth in his ground defending a length ball down to Thurston at point no run.
It's just the top order have been so fragile. And I was asked at the start of the season, did I think Durham had a decent squad to go up, and I didn't think they did, and it was the batting that worried me. I think the bowling is generally as good as you're going to get in most places. I think it was the batting that was always my worry.
Hutton once more past the umpire. Rushworth gets the ball that comes back slightly, but he jerkily down to it to play down towards mid-on for no run. Yeah, Bancroft did a wonderful job, didn't he? 726 runs at 45.
He struggled initially.
17 innings. Everybody does, though, don't they? Temba Bavuma for Northants took a while to get going.
Once it sort of the weather got a little bit better and the pitches got a bit drier, sort of late May, June, the runs started to come.
Hutton comes past the stumps again, and Rushworth is forward, playing back up towards the bowler's left boot. And there's no run.
He'd had a bit of a purple patch, got some runs away at Hove, and around about that period he got some runs. And I remember the game against Lancashire started on June the 30th at Sedbergh, and he got some runs in the first innings then, and Lancashire couldn't get him out in the second innings. And Paul Edwards, the cricket writer, came up to me and said, look, Cameron Bancroft's got about 386 runs in his last 4 matches. Do you think Australia might give him a nod?
Hutton comes in again, edged and short of first slip. Genuine nick but didn't carry. Wakely taking it on the half volley at first slip. So 5 overs complete this morning, and Northants need 1 wicket to win at 2-2-3 for 9.
And at the time I thought he hadn't, and then he continued to get some runs, and then he was called into that trial match down in Southampton. And didn't he have 12 aside playing in that or something?
Something like that, yeah.
And then he got a big knock in the second innings.
The Graham Hick 11 against whose other 11 was it? Somebody's other 11. Yeah, just going back to Darren Stevens, Andrew Sampson has tweeted the oldest player to score a double century and take 5 wickets in an innings in a first-class match. W.G. Grace, back in 1895 at Bristol, Gloucestershire against Somerset, scored 288 and took 5 for 87, Grace. Sanderson is into Eckersley, down the leg side and clip for 4. Poor ball.
Toss. And
Eckersley's put it away, 227 for 9. Grace was 46 years and 303 days old. But Stevens here, this match, currently has 5 for 13, having scored 237. And he's 43 years and 142 days old, so he's the second oldest of all time. Extraordinary.
And he had quite a few years at Leicester before he went to Kent. I just think of him as part and parcel of the fabric of Kent. But
yeah, well, Leicester, never bowled him. He only started bowling when he went down to Kent. 227 for 9. Eckersley is 63 not out, facing Sanderson with 3 slips, and this jumps back at him slightly, takes the thigh guard and runs away to square leg, and they're going to go through for the leg by. They take the score to 228 for 9.
Interesting that Eckersley's happy to call Rushworth through there.
Well, the game's lost now, isn't it? The final pair are not going to put on 173.
Could you imagine if they did and we're digging around looking for that comment later in the afternoon?
I'll be very, very happy to. If we see that, I'll be very, very happy to be corrected. Sanderson is in, and Rushworth drives and misses the ball very close to outside edge, and indeed the off stump. Yes, if we see a 10th wicket stand that takes the score from 221 for 9 to 402, I'll be very, very happy for you to dig that clip up later on. If we see something.
For the ROT, that was 10:49 when he said that.
Very, very happy if we see that such wondrous stand like that later on. But Sanderson probing away, trying to finish it off with the new ball. Rushworth is equal to this, pushing forward around the off stump and playing down to Bracewell at mid-on for no run.
There's a fire over there, smoke billowing up into the air from...
Could be an early barbecue. Oh,
Barbecue
a
breakfast.
bit of bacon on the barbecue.
Yeah.
That is good stuff. You get that smoky flavour, don't
Yeah.
you? That's tremendous stuff. I had barbecued sausages for breakfast at the weekend. It's fantastic. 4 slips in place. Sanderson wide on the bowling crease. Rushworth forward, angling one away. Thickish outside edge runs along the ground, out towards Cohen at point, and there is no run. The wicket is definitely deadened, particularly yesterday afternoon. That real zip and bite went out of the pitch, and made it fairly easy to defend if you got yourself into line. But a different challenge here, 10:30 with a new ball.
That looks more than a barbecue to me. It's a big barbecue.
2 to 8 for 9. Last ball of Sanderson's third of the morning goes in to Rushworth, but Rushworth is solidly forward here to play back up towards the bowler's left hand, and Northants are kept waiting. 2 to 8 for 9.
Beautiful blue skies here, and there's just nothing, is there? You can't even see a cloud anywhere. Sort of vapour trails off aeroplanes in the distance. You mentioned barbecue breakfast because a couple of Sundays ago we drove up to Scotland. We went right up into the borders above Duns, and we went up on the mountain climb for the tour of Britain. And we were sitting right on the top of the fells.
Did you take the high road or the low road?
We took the high road in the end, yes. But there was a guy next to us who was from Manchester, and he had a full barbecue, and they were having a barbecued breakfast.
Oh, I see.
We sat on the climb, on the top of the climb up at Duns, and we had a picnic, and it was beautiful, and you could just see for miles all the way up towards Edinburgh.
Fabulous.
Stunning views.
Fabulous stuff.
It was a day just like this, lovely.
It is absolutely glorious, but Northants here are having to turn to Doug Bracewell from the Wilson end, who comes in to Ned Eckersley, still there, the Durham captain, and he lets one go, 1.5 foot outside the off stump, and it's through to Adam Rossington behind the stumps. The Northants captain has had a wonderful game so far. He's got 3 slips for company, third man is back. The field is a bit spread now with deep point, deep square, and long leg all out. Mid on and mid off are sufficiently deep enough to allow a single to try and get Rushworth back on strike. It'll happen, I'm sure of it. Eckersley recognising the game is up now, but he's there on 63, showing good resistance, facing Bracewell once again, but it's down the leg side and pushed away the deep square. But in fact now he refuses the single, so he's going to farm the bowling at least for the wee while.
I'm wondering if they'll still be playing when I do my 11 o'clock for BBC Newcastle.
Well, having come back this morning, I would like to see at least a reasonable period of cricket.
Well, there's no catering staff here though, is there?
There's not, no.
If we get up to lunch, we'll have to go to the garage, I think, across the road.
I've bought myself a sandwich already,
Yeah.
don't worry.
Oh well, as long as you're all right.
Bracewell, the New Zealander, charging in from the far end. Eckersley forward, just outside the off stump to play down towards mid-off. And there is no run. So one more game to come next week. Northants down to Bristol, where a draw will send both sides up, providing Glamorgan win today. And they've already got a wicket. A superb Yorker has got rid of Hassan Azad. That's a massive wicket because Azad, the type of player who could have lasted all day for Leicestershire, but he's not there now. And Durham hosting Glamorgan next week, so Durham could just make sure that Gloucestershire and Northants are mathematically promoted next week. Bracewell is in again, field has come up, and it's a bouncing ball outside the off stump. Full of length, rising to around diaphragm height. Rossington taking it to his right-hand side. And there's no run again. Eckersley there on 63, having blocked back 132 balls so far. Has played very smartly indeed, the Durham captain.
Richard Isaacs yesterday, the Sky statistician, tweeting about Kyle Abbott's heroics at Hampshire. Best figures for years and years and years and years and years in the county championship.
Bracewell is in once more, past the umpire he goes, bowls full, 2 full, and gets on driven for 4 by Ned Eckersley. What a pleasant stroke that is. He's punched it up towards the ice cream van in the junction of the Wilson stand and the bank of yellow seats across from us. Lovely piece of timing. Eckersley's first boundary of the day. He goes to 67 now, and it's 232 for 9.
Did he not flick one off the fine leg in the first over? Down to the Wilson end? Or was that stopped on the ropes?
No, he did off Sanderson,
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
Second boundary of the morning.
What's he on now? 67.
Bracewell comes in to complete the over, and Eckersley touches a length ball out to Curran at square leg, and the over comes to an end. So 7 overs gone this morning, and Northants continue to be held up. Hutton has struck once to complete a 5-wicket haul for he, but Bracewell from the far end for a bit of brimstone trying to finish things off, but Sanderson is going to continue at this Wantage Road end.
Well, Richard Isaacs yesterday, Kyle Abbott finishes with figures of 17 for 86, best figures for Hampshire in first class cricket, best figures since Jim Lake is 19 for 90 at Old Trafford in 1956. And Brian Kirby has responded.
Sanderson goes into Rushworth with 4 slips, and the number 11 is forward, defending to mid-off, no run.
Just a shame he's a Colpack, taking the place that an England qualified player should be filling. Brian has a white rose as his avatar on Twitter, and Paul Williams, who's a Hampshire fan, has responded, yes, unlike Dwayne Olivier, who is a Colpack player at Yorkshire.
Very true.
Obviously. Yeah.
Everyone's allowed one. One is fine. Any more than one, and you start to question things a little bit. As Sanderson goes in again, and this is pushed away by Rushworth to point. The catch is taken, and the game has come to an end. And Northamptonshire have wrapped it up. Sanderson with the final wicket, and they have beaten Durham by 169 runs. It's taken the 8th over of the morning to wrap things up, and in the end, a tame end for Rushworth, pushing a length ball out to point. Curran with the catch, and Durham all out for 232. So Northamptonshire win this by 169 runs. Sanderson with the final wicket for Northants. He finishes with 2 for 43. It was his first innings haul of 6 for 50.